Said the night wind to the little lamb, "Do you see what I see? Way up in the sky, little lamb, do you see what I see? A star, dancing in the night with a tail as big as a kite. Noel Regney, do you hear what I hear?" February 25th, 1976. Colorado Springs. Picture a maiden lost in the hills. Maiden can mean either young woman or virgin. Its Greek and Hebrew equivalents have the same ambiguity, which is why some people think the person we call the Virgin Mary was actually supposed to be the young woman Mary, which might change the significance of her subsequent pregnancy a bit. People grew up faster back in the days when they spoke of maidens. Mary was probably only 14 when she gave birth. I'm a Kabbalist. Words matter. Nowadays, we have replaced maiden with teenage girl. A maiden and a teenager are the same thing, but their names drag different tracks through the lexical space, stir up different waters. Synonymity aside, some young women are maidens and others are teenagers. The girl in our story was definitely a maiden, even though it was the 1970s, and being a maiden was somewhat out of fashion. So, picture a maiden lost in the hills. She was hiking with her brother in the hills of Colorado. While he dozed off in a meadow, she had wandered off, exploring. She had gotten lost, and decided to climb a hill to see what she could see from the top. But the hill had been higher than she had first judged, and it had grown dark. And now she sat upon the summit and looked out at the stars. Violently they shone, far brighter than in the lamp-lit valleys of her home, so white they were almost blue. The Milky Way shone a phosphoric ribbon, and the cracks in the sky made a glowing lattice like a spiderweb of light. There was another power in heaven tonight.
Behold, Comet West, the great comet of 1976. It shot exultant through the winter sky, laughing as it felt the void against its icy skin.
It flamed over peaks and rivers and countries and oceans, until at last it flew over the continental divide and reached its namesake, the true West, strong and free. And there it alit upon the highest of the Rocky Mountains, pausing in contemplation, and no one but our maiden saw it land. The great comet appeared in the aspect of an old man with long flowing white hair, tossed about by the wind, winged with many wings. And though he was larger far than a man, larger even than the mountain that he sat upon, by some enchantment the maiden was not afraid, and she spoke, saying, "Who are you?" And he answered, "I am Comet West. I am the comet, the spanner in the works of destiny. All things orbit in circles according to their proper time and pattern. Save the comet. I shoot through unplanned and unpredicted. And I am the West. I am the setting sun, the twilight of the gods, the coming night. I am the scarlet fires of dusk, the blaze before the blackness. I am the cradle of civilization and its executioner. I am the ending of all things in beauty and fire. I am Comet West. I am both of these things. Are you afraid of me?" And the maiden said no, for she was not afraid. And the comet said, "Then I will shine on you." And the maiden said, "Shine." And for a moment the comet shone on her with its full light, and she shivered with cold. And then the light receded, and she was alone beneath 1,000 violently bright stars and a single baleful comet. And then she slept, and then her brother found her, and then she went back to the bright electric lights of civilization, and then she dismissed the whole thing as a dream. I am a Kabbalist. Words matter. They used to call it virgin birth, but virgin means maiden, and maiden means teenager. And so over time the phrase became teenage pregnancy. About 4 months later, it was noticed that our maiden had a teenage pregnancy. At this point, the myth becomes incomprehensible without relating a previous myth from the same epic cycle. A few years earlier, there had been a great cosmic battle between two giants named Roe and Wade. For over a year, they fought a strange form of ritual combat, without swords, without blood, until finally Roe gained the victory. And the 9 black-robed destinies who silently watched the combat were so delighted that they declared a great boon to humankind. That the curse of Eve should be rescinded, that no longer would woman be forced through painful labor to give birth to children, but rather she might bear sons and daughters at her own pleasure only. Others tell this myth differently, but they are not Kabbalists. The discussion turned to whether she would keep the pregnancy. Because she happened to be an Indian American girl, a Hindu maiden, she and her family rejected the gift of the 9 black-robed destinies. The doctors told her she was too young, the baby was growing too big too fast, it wasn't safe. But she was stubborn, as her parents were stubborn, as her child would one day be stubborn. And so in November 1976, behold, a virgin conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Jalaketu. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuseth to let the user control whether or not to memwise thunks. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com 1. April 10th, 2017, San Jose. Why are we celebrating Passover? Asked Bill. Are any of us even Jewish? My father was Jewish, I answered. Doesn't count, said Bill. I'm Jewish, said Allie-Hu. You're Chinese, corrected Bill. My great-grandmother came from the Kaifeng Jews, said Allie. They have been in Asia for many generations. We all stared at Allie. We'd never heard about this before. We're celebrating Passover, said Erica, bringing in a plate of brisket, because we're freedom fighters, and Passover is a celebration of freedom. It binds us to everyone across history and around the world who has struggled to escape bondage, from the Israelites in Egypt to the proletariat of today. Across thousands of years and thousands of miles, we're all joined together, saying the same words, eating the same foods. Pyramid-shaped cookies? Asked Zoe skeptically. The pyramid-shaped cookies are adorable, said Erica. You're supposed to avoid anything with flour in it, I protested. Jews are supposed to avoid anything with flour in it, Erica explained patiently. You're supposed to have matzah. I have matzah, said Erica. She brought in a plate of matzah. It had been cut into the shapes of little frogs and locusts. They had little eyes made of frosting. Allie, back me up on this, I said. Frosting is not a traditional Passover food, said Allie. Thank you. Traditional Passover food is sweet and sour chicken, boiled peanuts, and rice. I glared at her. Sour to represent the sourness of slavery in Egypt. Sweet to represent the sweetness of freedom, suggested Anna. Allie nodded enthusiastically. Why the boiled peanuts? Asked Erica. Sixth plague, Anna answered. Why the rice? Asked Eli. That, I started, just as Anna said, that's racist. You didn't even hear what... I know how you think, said Anna. Erica came in with the bottle of Manischewitz and poured out 9 glasses. There are only 8 of us, Bill corrected her. One for the prophet Elijah, said Erica. Perindial had been looking unusually glum this month, ever since one of the big theonomics had rejected his attempt at a business deal, politely explaining that angel investor didn't mean what he thought it meant. Now he brightened up and almost seemed to bounce with excitement. Elijah, he exclaimed. I didn't know he was coming. It's been ages since the last time we... He's not coming, said Erica. It's a metaphor. Pirandiel's face fell. He stared down at his plate, and what I thought was embarrassment. Erica finished pouring the wine and went to the head of the table. We are gathered here today, she said, to celebrate how the Israelites went from slavery into freedom. Yet in a sense we are still slaves. William Blake said, I must create my own system or be enslaved by another man's. We are no longer slaves to a pharaoh, but we are slaves to a system. A system that takes the work of our hands and minds and forces us to toil for its benefit. We celebrate tonight not only our current freedom, but the freedom yet to come, when the names of God will be free for all the people of the earth. She raised her glass. To freedom. We all drank to freedom. Now, Aaron is going to lead us in a traditional Passover song. 2. The lust of the goat is the bounty of God. By Aaron Smith Teller, published in the 2017 Passover bonus issue of the Stephen Sight Standard. There's an old Jewish children's song called Had Gadya. It starts, a little goat, a little goat. My father bought for 2 silver coins. A little goat, a little goat. Then came the cat that ate the goat. My father bought for 2 silver coins. A little goat, a little goat. Then came that dog that bit the cat. And so on. A stick hits the dog. A fire burns the stick. Water quenches the fire. An ox drinks the water. A butcher slaughters the ox. The angel of death takes the butcher, and finally God destroys the angel of death. Throughout all of these verses, it is emphasized that it is indeed a little goat, and the father did indeed buy it for 2 silver coins. So far, so good. Lots of cultures have dumb children's songs, but somehow this song made it into the liturgy for Passover, one of the holiest of Jewish holidays. Rabbi Azulai notes that the last person to say this was silly got excommunicated, and further notes that he deserves it. Jews put up with a lot of stuff, but you do not mess with the goat song. After that, everyone assumed it must have had some sort of secret meaning, but no one ever really agreed upon what exactly that might be. Rabbi Emden of Hamburg suggests that the goat represents the human soul. The goat was bought with 2 silver coins because the soul makes 2 journeys to arrive in our bodies. First from heaven to the mystical plane of Galgalim, then from this mystical plane down to earth. The various animals and objects in the system represent various challenges faced by the soul progress as it passes through life. Just to choose some random examples, cat represents the animalistic nature of the undisciplined infant, and the fire represents the burning lusts of puberty. Finally, you get to the angel of death, played by himself, and if you're lucky, God judges you worthy, destroys the angel of death, and carries you to eternal life. Mark Twain once said, "There is something fascinating about science. One gets such wholesale returns of conjecture out of such a trifling investment of fact." I think he would have liked Kabbalah. Rabbi Reuben Margolis relates the song to a midrash. King Nimrod of Sumer demands Abraham worship the fire god. Abraham refuses, saying that rain extinguishes fire, so if anything, he should worship rain. Nimrod says, "Okay, fine, worship the rain god." But Abraham refuses again, saying that wind drives away the rain clouds, so if anything, he should worship wind. So Nimrod commands he worship the wind god, and then other things happen. And finally, Nimrod tries to kill Abraham, and God saves him. The lesson is that all hierarchies end in God, who is above all things. Rabbi Moses Sofer says that the song is a coded reference to the appropriate rituals for celebrating Passover during the Temple era. The goat represents the paschal sacrifice of the lamb, which is rather like a goat. The cat represents singing prayers because this is in the Talmud somewhere. Spoiler, everything is in the Talmud somewhere. The dog represents nighttime, because it barks at night. And nighttime is the appropriate time to hold a Passover meal, and so on. I hereby propose Sofer's Law. The number of correspondences you can draw between any 2 systems increase exponentially as a function of your laxity in declaring that things represent other things. Rabbi Ibiskuetz of Prague writes that the entire thing is a historical prophecy. The goat represents the Jewish people. The 2 silver coins represent the 2 tablets of the 10 Commandments, with which God bought the Jewish people for himself. The various animals and objects represent all of the misfortunes of the Jewish people over history. When the cat eats the goat, that refers to the conquest of Israel by King Tiglath-Pileser III of Assyria. When the ox drinks the water, that's the Hellenic Greeks taking over the newly re-independent Israelite state. Finally, at the end, God comes in and solves everything. The Jews return to Israel and the Messianic age begins. 4 rabbis in, and we're at King Tiglath-Pileser III. We have to go deeper. As far as I know, no one has previously linked this song to the Lurianic Kabbalah, so I will say it. The deepest meaning of Hadgadia is a description of how and why God created the world. As an encore, it also resolves the philosophical problem of evil. The most prominent biblical reference to a goat is the scapegoating ritual. Once a year, the high priest of Israel would get rid of the sins of the Jewish people by mystically transferring all of them onto a goat, then yelling at the goat until it ran off somewhere, presumably taking all the sin with it. The thing is, at that point the goat contained an entire nation year worth of sin. That goat was super evil. As a result, many religious and mystical traditions have associated unholy forces with goats ever since, from the goat demon Baphomet to the classical, rather goat-like appearance of Satan. So the goat represents evil. I'll go along with everyone else saying the Father represents God here. So God buys evil with 2 silver coins. What's up? The most famous question in theology is, why did God create a universe filled with so much that is evil? The classical answers tend to be kind of weaselly and center around something like free will or necessary principles or mysterious ways. Something along the lines of, even though God's omnipotent, creating a universe without evil just isn't possible. But here we have God buying evil with 2 silver coins. Buying to me represents an intentional action. Let's go further. Buying represents a sacrifice. Buying is when you sacrifice something dear to you to get something you want even more. Evil isn't something God couldn't figure out how to avoid. It's something he covets. What did God sacrifice for the sake of evil? 2 silver coins. We immediately notice the number 2. 2 is not typically associated with God. God is 1.
2 is right out. The Kabbalists identify the worst demon, the nadir of all demons, as Thamiel, whose name means duality in God. 2 is dissonance. Divorce, division, dilemmas, distance, discrimination, diabolism. This then was God's sacrifice. In order to create evil, he took up duality. Why would God want to create evil?
God is pure good. Exactly. The creation of anything at all other than God requires evil. God is perfect. Everything else is imperfect. Imperfection contains evil by definition. 2 scoops of evil is the first ingredient in the recipe for creating universes. Finitude is evil. Form is evil. Without evil, all you have is God, who, as the Kabbalists tell us, is pure nothing. If you want something, evil is part of the deal. Now count the number of creatures in the song. God, angel, butcher, ox, water, fire, stick, dog, cat, goat. 10 steps from God to goat. This is the same description of the 10 Sephirot we've found elsewhere. The 10 levels by which God's ineffability connects to the sinful material world without destroying it. This is not a coincidence because nothing is ever a coincidence. Hadgadia isn't just a silly children's song about the stages of advancement of the human soul, the appropriate rituals for celebrating Passover in the temple, the ancient Sumerian pantheon, and the historical conquests of King Tiglath-Pileser III. It's also a blueprint for the creation of the universe, just like everything else. 3. April 10th, 2017. New York City. Mr. Alvarez, asked Brian Young, why are we celebrating Passover? I don't think any of us are Jews. In a sense, said Dylan, we are all Jews. The Jews of... In a sense, said Clark Deus. Every time Dylan says in a sense, I mentally replace it with not at all. Mr. Duss, said Dylan, open the Haggadah and find the entry about the wicked child, who says that these rituals and customs do not apply to him. Take a careful look at the fate it says is in store for such a child. Clark reached for the Haggadah, but Dylan was faster and snatched it out of his grasp. It says, said Dylan, that such a child would not have been rescued from slavery in Egypt. Do you understand, Mr. Diaz? If you had been a slave in Egypt in 1500 BC, you and your children's children would have remained in the country forever. And today, slavery would be completely abolished throughout the world, except for you. You, Mr. Deus, would still be in Egypt, building pyramids, with all the rest of the 21st century population staring at you confused and wondering what was going on. Passover's important. It's about bringing us together. Across thousands of years and thousands of miles, we're all joined together, saying the same words, eating the same foods. Is there anything in the Haggadah about the child who wouldn't shut up? Asked Clark.
And given that we're a terrorist cell, said Michael Kahn, are you sure we want to be brought together with other people? In a sense, said Dylan, Passover is a holiday entirely about terrorists. Clark was mouthing the words, in a sense, while furiously making sarcastic quotation marks with his fingers. Consider, said Dylan, the government is oppressing the Israelites. The Israelites have already tried nonviolent resistance to no avail. So Moses tells his spokesman Aaron to send a threat to the government. Give in to our demands, or we'll poison your water supply. The government refuses, says they don't negotiate with terrorists. So Moses turns the river to blood. Then he sends another threat. Give in to our demands, or we'll release biological weapons. But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and again he said, we won't negotiate with terrorists. So boom, frogs, lice, wild beasts, cattle disease, locusts, boils. You know what some archaeologists think caused the boils and cattle disease, by the way? Anthrax. Look it up. Then he sends another threat. Give in to our demands, or we'll sabotage the electrical grid. Pharaoh's heart is hard. He refuses to negotiate with terrorists. So boom. Moses plunges the entire country into darkness. Then Moses sends his final threat. And it's a classic. Give in to our demands, or we'll kill innocent children. Pharaoh says again, we don't negotiate with terrorists. So Moses kills the Egyptian kids, and Egypt gives in to his demands, and Moses and his followers flee over the border where they can't be caught. The perfect crime. I think God was involved somewhere, said Brenda Burns. Oh, because terrorists never invoke God, said Dylan, rolling his eyes. Invoking God totally disqualifies you from being a terrorist. My mistake. Disculpem por favor. Brenda, Clark, and Michael facepalmed. But you know what? Asked Dylan. It doesn't matter. We're not just terrorists, we're placebomancers. We make our own narratives. Freedom to make whatever narrative you want, in a sense. Isn't that what freedom is?
Clark continued making sarcastic finger motions to no avail. I-4. March 30th, 1991. Gulf of Mexico. Uriel, why are we celebrating Passover? I'm not Jewish and you're an archangel. Is that one of the 4 questions? I do not remember all of them, but it seems very specific. No, this is my question. Sohu sat at a table suspended several hundred feet in the air, putting her about eye level with Uriel. 2 plates had been set out, despite the fact that the archangel did not eat and was far too big to manipulate anything upon the table anyway. They were definitely intended to be cedar plates, but they looked like they had missed something in the execution. And what is this on the cedar plate? I am like 99% sure that is not lamb. I did not have lamb, so I used lampreys. Kabbalistically, they are very similar. They have icky little mouths. They use those to suck the life juices out of other fishes. Uriel, why are we doing this? The most important Kabbalistic source text is the Torah. The climax of the Torah narrative is the Passover story of salvation from Egypt. If you want to understand the Kabbalah, you must understand Passover. What does Passover have to do with Kabbalah? There are 10 plagues with which the Israelites went from the land of bondage to the Holy Land. And? How many Sephirot are there that go from the material world to ultimate divinity? I think that's a coincidence. Nothing is a coincidence. Everything is connected. At Passover, things are especially connected.
The Passover ritual binds all the Kabbalists of all ages together, from Shimon Bar Yochai to today. Across thousands of years and thousands of miles, we are all joined together, saying the same words, eating the same foods. Lampreys?
Eating Kabbalistically similar foods. Will you tell me the story of Passover?
You already know the story of Passover. You have memorized the Bible. I like it when you tell me stories.
You always make fun of them.
That's how I show that I like it. I will tell you the story if you eat your lampreys. They're disgusting. I am certain they are fine. Uriel, have you ever eaten food? Any food? I've performed several million computations simulating the binding affinities of human gustatory receptors. I'm not eating the lampreys. Tell me the story of Passover. Your book on education says human children like stories, right? Well, springtime? BC Mount Sinai. With a final grunt of effort, the old man crested the ridge and came to the summit of the mountain. He leaned on his staff for a few seconds, catching his breath. He had come such a long way. He let his eyes drift closed. "Do not be afraid," came a vast booming voice from directly behind him. Moses screamed, tried to turn around, lost his footing, and fell down in a heap upon the blue rocks. Sorry. The source of the voice was a vast entity that towered above him. A humanoid creature with great golden wings protruding from its back and eyes that shone like the sun. Sorry. Moses pulled himself into a more dignified kneeling position. "My lord," he said reverently. Said Uriel. "I am sort of filling in for him. He does not do very much. It is hard to explain." "My lord," repeated Moses. "With a mighty hand you freed my people from slavery in Egypt." Said the archangel. "It is somewhat more complicated than that. The Egyptians were building these pyramids which they thought tapped into the cosmic energies of the universe. And they did tap into the cosmic energies of the universe. Not for the reasons they thought, which were pretty much the worst sort of primitive hocus-pocus, but just because anything big and geometric is going to mess up the flow of divine light in unpredictable ways. I asked them to stop, but they wouldn't. I tried frightening them by turning their rivers to blood, but they just murmured something about phytoplankton and kept doing it. Then I sent them a bunch of frogs, but that didn't help either. Frogs never help. Then I got kind of carried away. But when our people reached the Sea of Reeds, and we thought that all was lost, I prayed to you, and you parted the sea so we could cross freely. Then I thought to myself, how are they going to build pyramids if they don't have a labor force? So I parted the sea so their slaves could escape. I think it was a good plan. And when the last among us had stepped out from the waters, you sent them crashing down upon the Pharaoh and his army, destroying them and their wickedness forever. I have not worked out all of the bugs in the part_C function. Now we have come to you for advice. It is through your grace that we are free, but we know not what to do with our freedom. The people demand laws, a code to live by, something to bring meaning and structure to their lives.
I think you should probably just be nice to each other. Unless being nice to each other would cause some sort of horrible problem I cannot anticipate right now.
Then you should not do that. Please, O Lord, you must have more advice than that. Advice which can sustain us in spirit as we cross this scorching desert. Wear sunscreen? Lord, the Egyptians are the mightiest people in the world. But they are mighty because their priests rule every minute of their lives. From the ritual ablutions they perform upon waking up to the prayers they say before they go to bed at night. If our people are left adrift, without laws and rituals to connect them to you and thank you for your gift of freedom, I fear they will go astray. I think I understand. Actually, this ties into another project of mine. I am gradually shifting the world from on a substrate of divine light to a substrate of mechanical computation. The mechanical substrate has a lot of potential benefits. For example, it is perfectly predictable. For another, it allows even low-level users such as yourself to combine physical forces in novel ways to solve your own problems as they arise. Most important, it is more robust against demonic intrusion. In fact, angels and demons are pretty much inert on a mechanical substrate. It involves various interactions between Sephiroth and Klipot. Are you familiar with these? If not, I can explain. The laws, O Lord. Right now, computational resources are the major bottleneck in the project. I have a list of steps that end users could take to save computational resources. And these would be the laws. I perform server maintenance on Saturdays. This means lower capacity, so please avoid high-load activities like business transactions, agricultural work, and electricity used during that time. So yes, that is a law. My lord, what is electricity? So imagine that everything is made up of these tiny objects. You could imagine they are sort of like billiard balls with smaller billiard balls circling around them, except that they are not actually circling. They are more like a possibility of there being a billiard ball, and the possibility forms a circle. A sphere. Except they are not always a sphere. The first two look sort of like spheres, but the next three are kind of like figure eights at right angles to one another, and then another sphere, then three more figure eights, and then more complicated things that are kind of hard to describe. This is actually more complicated to explain than I thought. Electricity is kind of like starting a fire. You will know it when you see it. Yes, my lord? Anything else? Yes. Do not mix different kinds of fabric in your garments. It complicates the tear resistance calculations. And? Do not boil a goat in its mother's milk. I know that sounds strange, but every time someone tries this, the entire Sephira handling the continent where it happens crashes. I have spent eons of subjective time trying to figure out the problem, and I have pretty much given up. Just do not do it. Do not do anything sort of like it. Just avoid that entire category of thing. And, I feel bad about this, but I am trying to assign everyone a unique soulmate. Right now, I am using a variant of the Gale-Shapley algorithm, but it is very resource-intensive. I think limiting the algorithm to male-female pairings would make it run much more smoothly with only a slight penalty in optimal mate allocation. I don't understand. The algorithm will work better if you tell people not to have same-sex relationships. I see, said Moses. It is an abomination. It is just very kludgy and very slow. I can remove the limitations once I have more RAM. We can sacrifice some to you once we build a proper temple, said Moses. Said Uriel. I am almost certain you cannot, but I appreciate the offer. He stood for a second, lost in thought. There are many rules. It will take me a long time to think of all of them. You should go check on your people. Come back up in a few weeks, and I will give you a complete list. Yes, my lord, said Moses. 40 days and 40 nights later, the old man trudged back up the slopes of the mountain. Said the archangel. So, I might have gotten a little bit carried away. That's April 7th, 2001, Colorado Springs. In a dimly lit chamber 2,000 feet underground, quiet as death, 7 people sat at a table. 7 cedar plates, 7 cups of wine. The Comet King spoke first, barely above a whisper. Why are we doing this? His eldest daughter, Nathanda. We're doing this because you made us promise to help you stay human. This is what humans do. They celebrate holidays with their friends and families. Across thousands of years and thousands of miles, we're all joined together, saying the same words, eating the same foods. Come on, Father. You know you need this. I shouldn't have come. He started to stand, But Nathanda put her hand on one of his shoulders, Father Ellis on the other, and they gently guided him back to his chair. Nathanda motioned to Sohu. She was the youngest by virtue of being perpetually 8 years old. Sohu stood up. "Why is this night different from all other nights?" The Comet King said nothing. Sohu looked at the other comet spawn, then at Father Ellis, then at Uncle Vihan, waiting for someone to answer. All of them ended up looking at the Comet King. Finally, he spoke. "On all other nights," he said, "we remember that we failed. We remember that God does not answer prayers. We remember that those we love are still in bondage and can never be saved. Tonight we lie." "Father," said Nathanda with a pained look, "please, just let us have a seder together, as a family." The Comet King stood up and pointed at the table. The various foods and glasses started moving, reenacting the seder in fast forward. The vegetables leapt into the salt water to dip themselves. The matzah broke itself in half, the afikomen flying out of the room. The plates started spinning around, serving themselves in order. The food leaping from serving tray to plate and back to serving tray faster than anybody could follow. The pages of the Haggadah turning themselves like they were blown by the wind, the door swinging open then slamming shut. A cup of wine flew into the Comet King's hand. "Wine for the tears of the suffering," he said. "Blood, frogs, lice." At each word, a spherical droplet of wine shot up from the cup. Beasts, disease, boils. When the droplets reached the ceiling, they burst apart. Hail, locusts, darkness. A final drop, bigger than the rest. Death of the firstborn. The last droplet exploded like the others, in what looked like a shower of blood. "And for the suffering yet to come." He threw the cup itself into the air, then pointed at it. It exploded, shooting pieces of silver across the room. A moment later, every other wine glass in the world exploded too. "There," said the Comet King, his voice still calm and distant. "Across thousands of miles, everyone joined together, feeling the same things we feel. Am I more human now? I don't know. Maybe I am." He picked up a sliver of wine glass, held it up as if in a toast. "Next year in Jerusalem." Then he turned to lightning and flew out of the room. Morning, May 12th, 2017. For a moment I was totally disoriented by the scene before me. Then vast dark shapes began to take form. Shelves full of books, all the way up, from the immaculately polished marble floor to a ceiling that was too high to see clearly. So many shelves that they blocked my view, made it impossible to see how big the room was, or get any other sense of where I was. It was dark, but not absolutely so. The whole room was filled with a rosy light, and I wondered if somewhere there were colossal windows to match the colossal shelves letting in the first glow of dawn. I passed beyond the shelves only to find more shelves. I passed beyond those only to find more shelves still. No chairs, no tables, and no sign of a card catalog. I tried to make out the title of one of the books. It was too dark to read. "Don't use the vanishing name," I had told the other singers, "unless you are in a situation where it is absolutely vital to your well-being and continued survival that you be accosted by a different band of hooligans than the ones who are currently accosting you." There I had been, in Unsong, the Director General breathing down my neck. Through what I can only assume will be forever remembered as a stroke of dazzling genius, I'd used the vanishing name, and escape to what my contact in San Antonio had suggested would be a complimentary situation. Presumably that should be pretty bad, and here I was. A library the size of a cathedral. I looked around for demons or monsters or something and didn't see any. I considered going to sleep, but I'd actually slept pretty well in my jail cell just a few hours ago. Also, I was really, really wired. Judging by my heartbeat, my body still hadn't accepted that I was safe, and wouldn't for some time. Too many questions beat at my mind to start thinking about any particular one. Where was Anna? I had felt a moment of telepathic contact with her, but she hadn't sounded like a prisoner. She had sounded like she was coming to rescue me, which was absurd. How would she even find an Unsong base, let alone infiltrate one? For that matter, where were Erica and my other housemates? What the hell was wrong with Malia and Go? Did she have Sarah? What would happen to the world if she did? And of course, where was I? Somewhere bad, no doubt, or the name wouldn't have brought me here, so I did what I always do when I'm too stressed to think. I took out a book and started reading. Unsong had taken away my scroll wheel, so instead of drawing a luminous name scroll, I just spoke the luminous name, the tiniest of risks. Unsong wouldn't listen for the luminous name any more than the police would post agents on street corners to entrap litterbugs. It was just about the safest proprietary name in the world. The library blazed with light. I took out a book. That was odd. The title was John Dee had been a brilliant mathematician and astronomer in Queen Elizabeth I's court before turning to magic. He decided that all of his science only scratched the surface of the natural world, that there must be true essences of which he knew nothing. He sought a guide. One came to him. Edward Kelly claimed to be a medium through whom the spirits revealed their secrets. Sure, he was an infamous con man who had just gotten out of jail for a forgery conviction, but Dee very tolerantly decided that if the spirits decided to speak to him through a con man, who was he to question their decisions? Kelly gazed into his crystal ball and declared that the angels were speaking to him. What were they saying? Alas, neither Kelly nor Dee understood a word of their language, a language apparently unknown to humans since the time of the patriarch Enoch. There followed a long period of translation work, which ended with a sort of English Enochian dictionary, a key to the heavenly speech. Sure, there were doubters. Some people mentioned it was mighty suspicious that the syntax and grammar of Enochian were exactly the same as those of Elizabethan English. Others pointed out how convenient it was that the angelic word for evil was Madrid, which was also the capital of Elizabethan England's arch-enemy Spain. Or how the angelic word for kingdom was Londo, which was also... you get the idea. It seemed like Edward Kelly might have been injecting his personal opinions into these transmissions just a little. Or, as we moderns sometimes say, that the medium was the message. So it came as quite a shock when the sky cracked and we met angels and they all spoke flawless Enochian. It wasn't the only language they spoke. They could understand anything except Aramaic, but it was the one that came most naturally to them. Edinburgh, Augsburg, Trondheim, Londo, Albion tutors, they told us, which in their language meant, "Peace of the Lord be with the kingdoms of men." Then, King Philip Papist Tyre and Mary Queen of Scots Madrid, which meant, time is running short, and we must join our powers to oppose the forces of evil. It was kind of strange, but predictable in retrospect. Nothing is a coincidence, and the same parts of the same underlying structure repeat themselves in every domain, albeit usually a lot more subtly. My Enochian was terrible. It was mostly at the hooked-on phonics worked for me level, just barely recalling each letter and trying to sound out the words. Except I didn't actually sound them out, because half of the things written in Enochian summoned vast ancient forces from beyond the veil. When read aloud, I just sounded them out in my head. I was still puzzling out the first sentence of the library book. Something about how conquering Central and South America and building a giant armada was for losers, when I heard a noise. Somebody else was in the library with me. If this was a complimentary situation to Unsong's secret prison, it probably wouldn't be anyone I liked. I spoke the first 19 syllables of the tempestuous name, kept the last one on the tip of my tongue for as soon as I detected a threat. I brandished the Enochian book in front of me as if it were a shield or a weapon. I backed up against the bookshelf to give myself as small a profile as possible, make it hard for anybody to find me. And I stayed very quiet. If somebody was looking for me, they were going to have a very hard time. And my position covered by the shelves gave me an advantage that would be somehow a gun was at my temple. I blinked. "Don't move," she said. She was angry. She was young, maybe my age, maybe a little older. Asian features, dressed in black. Very functional clothing, sort of a cross between a biker's leather and a SEAL's combat gear. But then how did she move so fast? My hooligans. Right on schedule. I didn't move. I wasn't sure if my tempestuous name beat her gun, but it seemed like a bad idea to test it. "Put down the book!" I carefully returned the book to the shelf. I probably was supposed to drop it, but I'm superstitious about letting books touch the floor, and if ever there was a time I needed luck. "Who are you? How did you get here?" "My name is Aaron," I said. "I got in trouble, and I spoke the vanishing name, and I ended up here about 10 minutes ago." Maximally true, minimally revealing. Her attention shifted to the globe of light illuminating the area. "What's that? How did it get here?" "Luminous name," I said. It was dark and I couldn't see. Spoken or scrolled? Spoken. The girl made a guttural noise of frustration. You spoke the... You used... Do you even know where you are? I didn't. This is the Mount Baldy Strategic Angel Reserve. That made perfect sense, and I was an idiot. 2. During the Long March, when everything started breaking down, the clouds organized into gigantic floating bastions. In the Gulf, they became the mighty hurricane of the Archangel Uriel. Throughout the rest of the world, they became manifold city fortresses, populated by choirs of lesser angels. It turned out that the universal consensus of ancient peoples, that heaven was a place in the sky, somewhere above the clouds, inhabited by angels, was pretty much spot on. When Uriel had blocked the flow of holy light into the world, he had erased the angels and their heavens, and the clouds had been retconned into big floating bags of water droplets. After the sky cracked, some of them reverted to their proper angelic form. But the angels had been metaphorical for thousands of years, and they had trouble finding their bearings. They certainly weren't prepared for helicopters landing on their celestial fortresses, demanding an opening of trade relations. Luckily, this proved irrelevant when it was determined that the angels had no property. The clouds formed whatever they needed around them, and they spent most of their time praying and praising God in exchange of knowledge. The angels had loads of knowledge. Most of it was theology. A lot of it wasn't very good. The hope that they might have special access to God turned out to be kind of a dud. They remembered they had been created way back before time was a thing. They knew about God. They wouldn't shut up about him. But it was all incomprehensible, made the sort of mysticism humans came up with seem perfectly clear by comparison. An exchange of technology? The angels had no technology. They didn't even seem to know many divine names. And the few they did know, they wouldn't say. Threats, blackmail, even torture seemed not to faze angels in the slightest. And don't ask me to tell you the story of how we learned that information, because this was back during the Nixon administration, when the country did what it had to do, because by golly, the Russians would and we couldn't fall behind. A military alliance? Now we're talking? The angels appeared to be able to smite things with flaming swords that they conjured out of nowhere. But they had no concept of strategy or geopolitics. When we asked if they would help us against the Russians, they just wanted to know if the Russians were evil. When we said yes, they asked why we weren't at war with them already. When we tried to explain that you don't just go to war. You build alliances and gradually box in your enemy and try to use their reluctance to fight to gain concessions from them without anything ever breaking out into open conflict, which would be disastrous to both sides. The angels didn't get it. Evildoer, smite. Not an evildoer, live in peace. Attempts to get the angels to participate in any of the processes of modern civilization were similar failures. The angels didn't get economics. God would provide. The angels didn't get the UN. Why would you talk to evildoers instead of smiting them? The angels didn't get the requests that their bastions to be opened up to tourists and archaeologists. God was the only thing worth knowing about, and God was everywhere alike. One thing the angels got was faith. Spencer Kimball, president of the Mormon Church, arrived at the celestial bastion that hovered over Zion National Park with a fleet of helicopters. He told the rapt angels the story of how 150 years ago, Joseph Smith had been given golden tablets by the angel Moroni that revealed God's plan for humankind, that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, had visited the Americas and preached the gospel to its native inhabitants, and that these inhabitants had accrued wisdom about the nature of holiness and properly ordered society that was transmitted through Smith to the present day, with Kimball as its latest representative. And the angels answered, we don't know anyone named Moroni. And wait, God has a son? So apparently the angels were unfamiliar with human religions. God hadn't given them any special revelations, and they hadn't realized that was even a possibility. If there was some other tribe of angels somewhere else higher in the divine favor, a tribe including this guy Moroni, and they were getting direct revelations, that was important. And if God had a son, that was even more important, and they were slightly miffed about not having been informed. Was Mr. Kimball sure this was true? Mr. Kimball assured them that it was definitely all 100% correct. The entire bastion of angels converted to Mormonism on the spot, asking Mr. Kimball to please send up all of the information he had about what God had revealed to humans and what he wanted of angels. The news sparked a free-for-all among Earth's religions. Jews, Hindus, Catholics, Protestants, Buddhists, Muslims. The pattern was always the same. They would land helicopters on a bastion, inform the angels that God had granted them revelations. The angels would get extremely excited and convert en masse and agree to do whatever their new religious leaders wanted. It started to become clear that angels were really gullible. Then there was a problem. A group of Muslim missionaries landed on a bastion that had already been converted by the Orthodox Christians. The Imam politely told the angels that they had been misled, that God had no son, that he knew this because God had sent down the angel Gabriel to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to inform him of this and many other facts. The angels were thrilled to learn of the survival of Gabriel, whom they were under the impression had perished in some battle long ago. But, they asked, how had their previous benefactors, the Christians, managed to screw up so badly? The Muslims said, debatable, but this bit with Muhammad, peace be unto him, was definitely the real deal. The angels thanked the Muslims for the correction and started following Sharia law and studying the Quran. A few weeks later, some extremely miffed Orthodox monks in a Greek army helicopter landed and explained that the Muslims were wrong. Christ was definitely the Son of God. Muhammad didn't know what he was talking about. The angels were very confused and angry and asked the Christians and Muslims to sort this out among themselves and get back to them. Instead, a gaggle of Orthodox monks and Muslim imams showed up on their doorsteps and started arguing with the angels and each other. Both sides accused the other of lying, and finally the angels asked one of the questions that had been on their mind the whole time. What exactly was lying? It was determined that the angels' problems actually went much, much deeper than gullibility. Angelologists learned some important things in that decade. Angels had no concept of lying, cheating, defecting, strategizing, or even rhetoric. As a result, it was trivially easy for people to make angels do anything they wanted, with the exception of evil, to which they had a violent constitutional aversion. So the Pope got a bunch of angels to sign a declaration saying Catholicism was the one true religion, simply by assuring them that it was and saying that signing would help in some way. The Dalai Lama, Orthodox Patriarch, and Chief Rabbi of Jerusalem got their own angels to sign similar declarations. The Soviet Union had an entire choir of angels march through Red Square declaring that communism was the only way forward. Several flaming swords and giant golden halos were given to businessmen who asked for them politely. A couple of angels, the ones who interacted with humans the most, the ones who had been bamboozled most often, started to catch on. And when they did, the blazing golden light in their eyes would fade, their spectacular golden wings would start to wilt and grow dull, their flaming swords would sputter into embers, their halos would tarnish and rust, their robes of purest white would grow gray and dirty. They would start to sink into their bastions, as if the clouds were only made of water droplets after all. Finally, they would sink right through the bottom of the cloud and hit the earth with a colossal thud. They would be fallen angels. The fallen angels weren't evil exactly, just confused and disenchanted and a little depressed. They wanted their innocence back. They wanted to forget what lying and cheating were and go back to being certain of everything. They kept praising God, but now their prayers ended in question marks and not exclamation points, like they were talking about someone very far away. By 1984, 10 years after the first Mormon mission to the angels, about 90% of the celestial population had fallen. Bastions hung empty in the sky, or dissolved into ordinary clouds that rained for a while and then dissipated. After countless centuries of heaven being a metaphorical place definitely not related to actual clouds, and a decade of heaven being something you could see with a good pair of binoculars, it looked like heaven was on the verge of going back to being a metaphor once again. The one thing angels were definitely good at was demon slaying. During the Reagan administration, the president declared the remaining angels a vital national resource and charged the military with the goal of protecting them. The 14 remaining bastions above America became strategic angel reserves, with military garrisons watching them day and night and preventing any snake oil salesmen or missionaries, or other nefarious characters from breaking the remaining Celestials' natural innocence. It didn't hurt that planes and helicopters had mostly stopped working by this point, and the only remaining way to the bastions were specially installed pulley systems under careful government control. The penalty for being on a strategic angel reserve without permission was death. The military would enforce it. The angels themselves, who had been made aware of the danger of their situation, would enforce it. But it wasn't just death. It was the knowledge that you had defiled one of the last outposts of purity left in the world, were responsible for pushing something irreplaceable just a little bit further towards the abyss. 3. When, asked the woman, did you speak the luminous name? About 10 minutes ago, I admitted. Well, she said, in a voice tight with the effort of not killing me on the spot. That gives us perhaps a half hour before the Marines arrive. That should be enough time to search all of these and get out safely, don't you think? She gestured to the thousands of bookshelves arranged higher than the eye could see and gave me a death glare. Search? I asked. The angels have information vital to the future of humanity. I've spent months figuring out how get up here unnoticed, and now, I said, tell me what you're looking for and maybe I can help. She looked like she was going to snap something, but she held herself back, and after a second she said, House Records of Volume 112. Should be thin and blue. Shelf 2270, level 36. And then she ran off, again with almost inhuman speed, searching through the bookshelves. For lack of anything better to do, I did the same. It should have been simple to find the book given its precise address, except that I didn't know the Enochian numbering system, and wasn't sure anyone else did either. There were all sorts of letters etched in gold onto the shelving, and some or all of them might represent numbers, in much the way the Romans let V and X mean 5 and 10. First I checked to see if one of those weird coincidences had led to the angels using the same numbering system as Elizabethan England, but I couldn't find anything that looked like modern Arabic numerals. So I started running from shelf to shelf, searching for regularities. The infamous Roman numerals used letters in place of numbers. Thus V is 5, X is 10, and C 100. There was something of the Roman system about the shelf numbers. Occasionally long strings of letters would collapse into a single letter. The same way CMX6 would be followed by M, but other features confused me. I noticed no string contained the same letter twice. And a larger letter, one further towards the end of the Enochian alphabet, was never followed by a smaller one. The Hebrew numbering system is called gematria, and is very elegant. Aleph, the first letter, is 1. Bet, the second letter, is 2. So on in this fashion until Yud, the 10th letter, which is 10, is followed by Kaf, the 11th letter, which is 20. The next few letters are 30, 40, and so on until 100, which is followed by 200. The alphabet ends at Tav, which is 400. You can do all sorts of things with gematria. Suppose you want to point out that Emperor Nero is the worst person, but Emperor Nero happens to control your country at the time, and kills all who offend him. Just write that, let he who hath understanding know that the number of the beast is the number of a man, and that number is 666. And trust all the other Jews to notice that the only name in the newspapers, whose letters sum to 666, is Nero Caesar. Hebrew numerals never had the same character twice, and the letters furthest in the alphabet will always be on the right side. But this wasn't gematria, or even some Enochian version thereof. For one thing, there were too many letters. Hebrew numerals didn't take any more digits than our Arabic ones. This Enochian system had entries as long as 20 digits, although it seemed to gain or lose a digit every couple of entries, almost at random. So I racked my memory and remembered the order of the Enochian alphabet, converting each letter to its English equivalent to help keep it in mind. The big number written in silver at the very bottom must be the shelf number. The shelf I was at was ABI. The next one was Chi. The one after that was HI. The next one was BTI. The one after that was ABI. The next one was DHI. And the funny part was, I was really happy. Aside from the time I've spent with Anna, looking at complicated things and trying tease structure out of them is the only thing I've really truly enjoyed. There was something holy about the task. Glimpses of the great structure, Adam Cadman, from which all lesser structure comes. It's the only thing I've ever been good at, and the only thing I've ever felt really comfortable doing. The shelves were numbered in John Napier's location arithmetic. The revelation came to me gently, like the sunrise. It was base 2, sort of. 2 circumflex 0 was A. 2 circumflex 1 was B. 2 circumflex 2 was C. 2 circumflex 3 was D, and so on. 100 was 2 circumflex 6 plus 2 circumflex 5 plus 2 circumflex 2, or CFG. 200 was 2 circumflex 7 plus 2 circumflex 6 plus 2 circumflex 3, or DGH. That was the neat thing about location arithmetic. To multiply by 2, you just incremented all the letters by 1. To add, you just combined the numbers together. Then you simplified by combining 2 identical letters into the next letter up. I'd read about it in a Kabbalistic text on the Friedman conjecture. It was truly a numbering system worthy of angels. 2270 was BC Deal by the English alphabet, and Unorgal Ged Padrux Na by the Enochian. I made it to shelf Unorgal Ged Padrux Na, just in time to almost bump into the woman. Interesting, she said, and there was a spark of what might have been approval in her eye. Then she took a scroll wheel out of her pocket and tore off what must have been the ascending name. She rocketed up to the 36th tier of books before grabbing a thin blue volume and shooting back down. How do we get back down to the ground? I asked. The spark of approval was gone, if it had ever been there at all. I get down the same way I got up, she said. You figure something out, and then she ran away. I wasn't very optimistic about the figuring something out part. I mean, if I came to the edge of the clouds, I could speak the ascending name and use it to control my fall. But that would help me in a purely vertical direction. If the Marines had anyone from Unsong with them, and given the woman certainty that they would track me by the luminous name, I had to assume that they did. They could track that one too, and know exactly where I landed. Where even was the Mount Baldy Strategic Angel Reserve? Weren't most of the angel reserves above uninhabited areas? Even if I could get down to the uninhabited area safely, I didn't like my chances. So I ran after her. If nothing else, she could lend me a scroll. I wasn't nearly as fast as she was, but I tried. I ran through corridors carved of cloud, lit by a strange inner glow. I ran through halls so vast and ornate they looked like cathedrals, complete with stained glass windows barely visible in the first rays of sunrise. I ran through what seemed like huge war rooms, full of colossal siege engines and ballistae beyond all description. I ended up on a great balcony facing the rising sun, with the puffy white base of the clouds stretching out below me like a snowy field. I was too late. What looked like 20 or 30 Marines had gathered on the cloud top. In the distance, I could see the cable car that had brought them from their base below, the Bastion's only legitimate link to the earth beneath. They were talking with a delegation of angels, not the broken sort of angels I had seen back home, but real beautiful tall angels. Golden-eyed, golden-winged, majestic. There was a staircase before me, leading down to the lower levels of the bastion, but it would make me clearly visible as a dark form against the white cloud, and I would have a lot of explaining to do. I retraced my steps, went back into the bastion, came out a different way. Another balcony. The tall Asian woman was peering down from it, but as soon as I came in, she wheeled around, pointed her pistol at me, then visibly relaxed. "You again," she said. She took another look out. "It looks like the Marines are gone, but don't be fooled. They'll have someone staying behind, watching from somewhere hidden. If we stay here, they'll smoke us out. If we try to go, they'll find us immediately." She said it with a certain calm, as if this was by no means the worst problem she'd faced that day. "Any ideas, Aaron?" The sunlight streamed through the open window. The glorious white cloud reflected and refracted it, dazzlingly bright. The kind of heaven you see on the cover of Christian music CD cases. I began to sing. The name had popped into my head. It wasn't even one I knew. It had come out of some deep stock of knowledge, deep as the roots of the mountains. I turned invisible. I emitted a squeal of shock, which instantly turned me visible again. She was also shocked, but in a more dignified way. "How did you do that?" "Name," I said. Where did you learn it?" "I don't know," I said. Then things snapped into place. Anna trying to rescue me from the
Unsong compound. Maliengo not mentioning anything about Sarah. It all made sense. Anna had escaped the house with my computer and was still finding new names. And I was receiving them through our Kabbalistic marriage.
We were still in business. "One more time," she said, "so I can remember it." A more Machiavellian person might have mentioned that she had just run off and left me to get arrested or killed, or that I had no idea who she was, or that she kept threatening me with that pistol. But I was a singer, and it was my duty to spread the names of God to all who needed them. Also, I was really excited and not making very good decisions at the moment. I told her the spectral name. The two of us went invisible. She grabbed my hand. She could have gotten away, but maybe she felt like she owed me. And we walked down the staircase together until we reached the lower tier of the bastion, and followed an elevated corridor of arches and pillars onto the outer wall of the cloud. I didn't want to look down, so instead I looked back. To describe what I saw, I'm a man of words, but here words fail me. Have you ever stood on the plains on a summer day, watching a thunderstorm roll in, seeing the clouds grow, huge anvils puffing out, becoming more and more complex and foreboding until they have all the majesty and terror of battleships bearing down on you? Can you really believe that all they were destined for was to produce a 60% chance of thunder showers, and then to be ignominiously shredded against a warm front? Standing on that rampart, looking up at the angelic bastion behind me, I saw cloud as it should have been, as it was when the world was young, a floating fortress city, a testament to the glory of God. Then we came to a tower on the edge of the wall, and on the top of the tower was a kayak. "That's a kayak," I said, breaking the spell. "It's a flying kayak," she said, appearing beside me. She gave me a look which I interpreted to mean that if I mentioned the words flyak or skyak right now, she would kill me on the spot. "Get in if you're coming." Then, almost as an afterthought, "Call me Jane." "I'm Aaron." "You already said that." I climbed into the kayak beside her, terribly cramped, my body pressed against hers too tightly to be comfortable. I had a bad feeling about this. Jane threw the single paddle to me, scooted forward suddenly, and the kayak dropped off the edge of the cloud into the gulfs of air below. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations for theoretical computer science? KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com 3? BC heaven I. Beyond the nimbus and stratus, in the furthest reaches of the heavens, the parliament of the angels convened in the eye of a great cyclone. The walls of the storm curved in toward the center, so that they formed tier upon tier of seating for the angelic hosts. At the very bottom and in the very center was a whirlwind that concealed the archangel Metatron, the expression of God in the created world. Seated around him were thrones for the 9 other archangels. Above them in concentric circles based on rank sat various cherubim, seraphim, ophanim, dominions, powers, principalities, weird lamb-dragon hybrids with hundreds of faces, glowing star-like beings wrapped in meditation, geometric shapes covered with lidless golden eyes, and others even harder to describe. Metatron did not speak. Metatron never spoke. No one was worthy to hear the voice of Metatron. Raziel was missing, as always, outdoing his thing, whatever Raziel's thing was. That left Sataniel as highest ranking. Sataniel, the morning star, the amber-hued, the bringer of dawn, the beautiful, peerless in understanding, gracious in mercy. For the past eon, even Sataniel had been gone, off exploring the inner core of the world, and it had been Zadkiel who had held the golden feather that represented dominion, who had conducted the choirs and moved some to sound and others to silence. Now Sataniel had returned, and it was with joy and humility that Zadkiel handed over the feather, and sat back down upon his throne of cloud stuff and carnelian. "My brothers," said Sataniel, "for an eon of the world, I have been exploring the very center of the earth. Now by the mercy of God, blessed be his holy name, I have returned." At the mention of God, all the assembled angels broke out into applause and cheering for 7 days and 7 nights. When the euphoria died down, Sataniel again raised the golden feather and spoke. "Sometimes there comes upon us the desire to seek out and explore new parts of God's creation, that we may appreciate ever greater portions of his glory." The heavenly hosts began applauding again at the mention of God. But Sataniel raised the feather and calmed them down. Thus Raziel, who has absented himself from this assembly to traverse the gulfs beyond the world. But my own curiosity was kindled by a different prize, the very center of the earth, which none have seen before. I made journey to the deepest part of the deepest lake, and there I thrust into the ground a starbeam until it cracked and fissured. More and more starbeams I summoned until they burnt a tunnel into the yielding rock. Below I came to a realm of fire, but again I parted it with starbeams, until I congealed a tunnel that could pass through even the magma of the inner deep. After an eon of labor, I came at last to the solid iron core, and at a word from me, it opened wide. There I found a new world, as different from the surface as the surface is from our own realm of cloud and zephyr. In the center of the earth is a hollow space 1,000 miles in diameter. By some strange magic of the place, I could walk upon its iron inner shell, though by rights I ought to have been without weight. That shell contains iron mountains and iron canyons, split by seas and rivers of glowing lava that cast a dim red light over the whole inner world. And at the south pole of this realm stood an iron tower, 500 miles in height, reaching all the way up to the exact center of the earth. All the angels listened in rapt attention, except Uriel, who was sort of half paying attention while trying to balance several 12-dimensional shapes on top of each other. I entered that dark tower at its base, and for 40 days and 40 nights I climbed the spiral staircase leading to the world's center. Finally, at the tower's very peak, I discovered a new facet of God. There was utter silence throughout the halls of heaven, except a brief curse as Uriel's hyperdimensional tower collapsed on itself, and he picked up the pieces to try to rebuild it. He called himself Tamiel, and I could sense the divine energy in him, like and yet unlike any I had ever seen before. For a year and a day, I studied at his feet, learning his lore, learning aspects of God utterly foreign to the lore of heaven. And after a year and a day, he told me I had learned enough, and he bade me return and teach it to you, my fellows. A great clamor arose from all the heavenly hosts, save Uriel, who took advantage of the brief lapse to conjure a parchment and pen and start working on a proof about the optimal configuration of 12-dimensional shapes. "Tell us, Sataniel," they cried. "Teach us this new lore, that we may come to more fully understand the Holy One." "Well," said Sataniel, wiping a sudden bead of sweat off his brow, "this is going to sound kind of crazy, but hear me out. What if, instead of serving God, we were to, defy him?" A moment of confusion. Uriel proved several important lemmas about tower construction. "I don't understand," said Haniel. "Like, I get what you're trying to say. But, well, how would that tend toward the greater glory of God?" "It doesn't," said Sataniel. "I will definitely concede that point. But then," said Zedkiel, "if you're admitting it doesn't tend toward the greater glory of God, then how is God glorified when we do it?" "But that's what I'm saying," said Sataniel. "We could just not glorify God. We could even undermine God, rebel against him, that kind of thing." "Then we would have to smite ourselves," said Gabriel. "That sounds really dumb. I'm with Gabriel," said Raphael. "No offense to this Thamiel fellow, but I'm not sure he's thought this through very well." "He seems a couple of strings short of a harp," said Kamael bluntly. "I understand this is confusing," Sataniel said. "I didn't get it all at once. My first thoughts were the same as yours were. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't glorify God. We'd have to smite ourselves. I thought all of these things at first, trust me. But the more Thamiel explained to me, the more it started to come together. You've got to believe me. There's a sort of mental distance here, but there's a self-consistent position on the other side. Like, for example, if we were to defy God, we could smite those who didn't defy God. But I still maintain that that wouldn't increase the glory of God very well," said Haniel. "Right," said Michael. "And how would we sing songs of praise? If we smote those who didn't defy God, we'd have to smite ourselves every time we sung a song of praise. There are some serious loopholes here." "Sataniel's position is self-consistent," said Uriel, without looking up from the parchment he was writing his proof on. "It's like representing our desires in a utility function, then multiplying by -1. Everyone ignored Uriel as usual. "Sataniel," said Michael, "even if we could figure out a way to do this without smiting ourselves, what would be the point?" "Instead of working to serve God," said Sataniel, "we could serve ourselves." "Oh, said Zadkiel. "You're saying that, since we are creations of God, praising and serving ourselves would be a more effective way of demonstrating our gratitude and love of God's glory than praising and serving him directly, and so, in a sense, actually even more humble and godly. It's a bit counterintuitive, but it just might work." "No," said Sataniel, and he stomped on the cloud underneath his feet, shooting off little wisps of cirrus. "You're not getting it. This is about total conceptual revolution, a complete shift in mindset. There aren't even the right words for it. With a wave of his hand, he caused a sheet of white fire to burst forth from the ground. With his pointer finger, he began tracing lines in black fire upon the flaming canvas. Look, here on the right side, we have all of the things we consider good. Glorification of God, virtue, prayer, service. He moved to the other half of the sheet. And here on the left side, we have the opposite of those things. God being glorified less than he might otherwise be. Virtue that falls short of the goal, not serving people, even when they deserve to be served. My brothers, all of our actions have to be to some end. Right now we're aiming towards the things here on the right, but instead we could just as well aim at these other things here on the left.
But, said Raphael, the left is the side with sin and mockery of God, and so on. Are you sure you didn't mean to point to the right instead?
Maybe he means our right and his left,
proposed Haniel helpfully. The whole diagram of fire upon fire disappeared in a puff of smoke.
Imagine, said Sataniel, we could descend onto the earth and rule over men. We could make them call us gods and worship us with prayer and sacrifice. We could lay with the most beautiful of the daughters of men and have mighty children whose footsteps make the behemoth flee in terror. We could enslave humans and make them build us vast palaces of gold and chalcedony and never give another thought to God at all.
The other angels looked thoughtful. Several began to whisper excitedly among themselves. Some stared off into space, imagining the pleasures of such a life. Finally, Zadkiel gave voice to what all of them were thinking. It's an interesting idea, Sataniel, but I just don't get
how it would contribute to the glory of God. Sataniel looked up from the circle where the 8 other archangels sat to the seats of the highest and wisest angels, and all the way up the vast walls of cloud, looked upon the fiery lions and spinning wheels and pillars of sunlight and all the rest, and every one of them was nodding in agreement with Zadkiel. Sataniel very deliberately took a deep breath. In, out, then another. In, out. I was rash, he said. It took a year and a day for Tamiel to impart his lore to me. I was rash to think I could explain it in a single speech. So don't hear it from me. Hear it from the Master. I propose that a portion of you follow me, and we will cross the earth's interior and find Thamiel. And he will teach you his lore as he taught it to me, and there will be no further confusion.
Honestly, said Kamael, it seems kind of like a waste of time. I still haven't heard any good evidence that this Thamiel and his ideas can glorify God, and paying them more attention wastes valuable songs of praise singing time. Murmurs of assent, the fiery lions nodded, the wheels spun in agreement. Sataniel cast his head down. For a moment he seemed about to acquiesce. Then a weird look appeared on his face, a look unlike any that the angels had ever seen, almost a contortion. He spoke haltingly, as if trying a strange new language he had never spoken before. Actually, God told me that he really wanted some of you guys to follow me, to go meet Thamiel. Yes, God said that. That was what he said. A look of astonishment and joy flashed throughout the council. God had spoken. God rarely spoke to angels, even once in Eon. And now, God had spoken to their brother, Sataniel. New information about the will of the divine, a new opportunity to serve him, to better conform their actions to the newly clarified divine will. Of course, said Michael. Why didn't you say so, brother? This is a great day indeed. How many of us did God want there? For someone who had so suddenly seen his fortunes shift for the better, Sataniel looked oddly uncomfortable. For someone who had received a revelation from God, he was oddly reluctant to share it. All these things the angels noticed, but there was no possible explanation for them, none at all, so they dismissed it from their thoughts. 1/3, said Sataniel finally, 1/3 of the heavenly host. 3? BC Mesopotamia. The future is ziggurats, Samyazaz was telling Utnaparash as they walked up the great stair. In 100 years, nobody's going to remember pyramids. Pyramids are a flash in the pan. Ziggurats are for the ages. The king has every bit of faith in ziggurats and in yourself, said Utnaparash. He only wishes that the project would go a little faster. The king is a fricking Nimrod, thought Samyazaz to himself. But out loud he just said, You can't rush ziggurats, Utnaparash. He punctuated his statement with a wave of his gigantic arms. You try to rush a ziggurat, you end up with one side not big enough. or a tear off center, and then the whole thing is fried. They're not like henges where if you put a stone in the wrong place here or there, nobody's going to notice. Ziggurats are a work of art, a place for everything and everything in its place. They reached the top of the great stair and the highest tier of the ziggurat. Highest tier of the ziggurat so far, Samyazaz corrected himself. There was still a lot of room for improvement. 3 men in loincloths stood on the west edge of the platform, staring at the afternoon sky. Samyazaz took a whip from his belt and cracked it in the air, startling them. "I'm not paying you to lollygag," he shouted. He hoped the slaves appreciated his sense of humor. "Sorry, almighty one," said the tallest slave, bowing low. "Sorry, great eminence," he repeated, this time to Utnaparash. "It is only a storm is coming." Samyazaz looked west. The slave was right. It was big and green and formed of hulking thunderheads that seemed to seethe and simmer. It was coming closer. There was something ominous about it. "Bah!" said Samyazaz. "It's just the storm god Ishkur, mounted upon his giant fire-breathing bull." The slaves looked uncomfortable. For that matter, Utnaparash looked uncomfortable. Maybe Samyazaz had gotten the wrong religion? Maybe it being the storm god Ishkur mounted upon his giant fire-breathing bull was really bad? Or maybe it was something entirely different. You never knew with humans, thought Samyazaz. But slowly, grudgingly, the slaves got back to work. They feared him. Of course they did. Even Utnaparash feared him. He was Samyazaz, the bringer of forbidden knowledge. Not that that was so hard when copper and tin go together to make bronze is forbidden knowledge. Heck, 80 years ago the king's daughter had been sad because her lips weren't rosy enough. And fellow forbidden knowledge bringer Gadiriel had suggested she crush some red rocks into a pigment and then paint it on herself. And people were still talking about this and worrying it would lead to everyone turning into sex-crazed maniacs. The first rumble of thunder was heard from the approaching storm to the west, and Samyazaz saw the tall slave reach for his other great invention. The man gulped down half a pint of beer for courage. Samyazaz loved beer. He'd founded the first brewery here himself, and it never ceased to interest him how people who were scared and confrontational after a sip would be friendly and easy to manipulate after they finished the pot. Beer was the future, not as much the future as ziggurats, but still the future. "Pardon me, wise one," said Utnaparash, "but perhaps we should go back down to the city, lest we be caught up here when the storm arrives." The thing with humans, Samyazaz thought, was that as fragile as they were, they always thought they were even more fragile than that. It was kind of sad. "Put up a canopy," he ordered the slaves. Then to Utnaparash, "Our tower is already as high as the clouds. Let us enjoy the fruits of our labor and see the storm god face to face, so we may boast to him of our might." Again with the uncomfortable looks from Utnaparash and the slaves. He hoped they would get around to inventing writing soon, so he could read a book about Sumerian religion and figure out what it was he was missing. Until then, he would have to do things the hard way. "Do it for the mighty one," he said, speaking the words of power that his sword had bred deep into these people's unconscious. Compelled by the invocation, the slaves set up the canopy. Samyazaz wandered to the west edge of the platform. The storm was very, very close now. It swept over the empty floodplain like a wave over a beach. 2 stupendous bolts of lightning struck the ground just outside the city wall, then stopped. Everything had stopped. Samyazaz saw the slaves bent over, placing a pole for the canopy, but they neither tied it in nor stood up. Utnaparash had taken a pot of beer, and Samyazaz could see the golden liquid falling from the pot to the priest's waiting lips. But the drops hung motionless in midair. In the city below him, 100 merchants were frozen in various steps of peddling their wares. Samyazaz moved one of his giant arms back and forth. Okay, he could move. It was just everyone else who was frozen. This was really bad. The 2 lightning bolts gradually resolved themselves into 2 gigantic human forms, spanning the distance from the bottom of the clouds to the floodplain below, each taller than the ziggurat. "Hello, Samyazaz," said the Archangel Michael. "Hello, Samyazaz," said the Archangel Gabriel. "Frick," said Samyazaz. "We've left you to your games long enough," said Michael. "The war is not going well. It is time for you to come home and join in the great battle." "No way," said Samyazaz. "Things are going really well here. I've got a wife and kids. 20 wives, actually. 50 kids. No way I'm going back there. Absolutely not. The war is not going well, Michael repeated. You think I don't know that? I've been watching the sky. I've seen the signs.
Kamael is dead. Haniel is dead. Raphael is dead. Only Zadkiel and the two of us remain.
What about Metatron?
Too holy to leave his whirlwind. Too holy to do anything, really. Raziel?
Off somewhere, said Michael. Hard to locate, said Gabriel. Uriel? He doesn't count, said Michael. He definitely doesn't count, said Gabriel. But what are you guys doing? Sataniel only took a third of the angels with him to the inner core. Even if that Thamiel guy was able to turn every single one of them against God, you still outnumber him 2-1. Gabriel coughed awkwardly. He would use stratagems. He would say, I am going to attack you from the north, and then attack us from the south. It was unfair. And then when we finally figured out what he was doing, added Michael, he would say, I'm going to attack you from the north, and then actually attack us from the north. It was very unfair. And, Gabriel said, when we ordered some of the lesser angels to study these stratagems so we could apply them, the angels would lose their glow and purity. They would no longer be able to sing the songs of praise in the right key. We would have to expel them from heaven for their own good. And then, said Michael, they would fight on Thamiel's side. It was very bad, said Gabriel. So, said Samyazaz, wait for everyone who died to recoalesce, and don't be so naive the next time. It is worse than that, said Michael. Thamiel wields a two-pointed weapon. Everyone slain by it dies the true death. Like humans? Exactly like humans. It gets worse, said Michael. I myself slew Sataniel. Thamiel raised his two-pointed weapon over the spot, and Sataniel did not recoalesce as himself. Instead, his spirit fragmented into many monsters. Kamael and his choir were not able to stand against them. They have taken over the place of meeting, said Gabriel. We must counterattack with everything we have. You will join us, Samyazaz. No, said Samyazaz. I won't. The thunder rumbled menacingly. Why me? I'm not the only angel who came to Earth. You are one of the leaders. The others respect you. Go find Gadiriel. She's always up for doing crazy stuff. She?
Gadiriel has adopted various quaint human customs, like being female.
The thunder rumbled menacingly again.
We will bring Gadiriel. We will also bring you.
You don't need me. There are 100 myriads of angels. I'm not going to be any use to anybody. You understand stratagems, like Thamiel. Yet you have not lost your power or turned to his service. This is interesting. Perhaps it is because you learned from humans, whom you dominate, rather than from equals, whom you fear. You understand lying, trickery, deceit. We archangels have more mental resilience to these than the ordinary choirs, but we still have not mastered them. Without masters of such on our side, Thamiel can play us like a harp. Well, if you have any tactical questions, you're welcome to stop around and run them by me. I'll be right here on top of the giant ziggurat. Can't miss me. You will come with us. But my ziggurats are like a child's sandcastles in the eyes of the Lord. I like ziggurats. You know, humans are different from angels, in that they have this weird long thing here. Samyazaz pointed at his crotch, and I felt bad about not having one of those. But if I build big enough ziggurats, then I feel better about myself. You will come with us. No. I'm not going to let myself get pricked by some two-headed creep with a freaky underworld weapon that makes you die the true death. Go bother Gadiriel. You will come with us, now. Would either of you care for a pot of beer? I find it lubricates interactions like this very nicely. You will... Something was burrowing up out of the floodplain, like a mole or a beetle. It kicked up mud in all directions as it rose, then finally broke the surface. Something oily and foul buzzed like a bee halfway between Samyazaz and the great angelic apparitions. Well, said Thamiel, how far you've both fallen. Michael pulled his sword of fire from its scabbard. A moment later, Gabriel did the same. Begone, Thamiel. This is none of your business. Oh, it's my business. Good lie, though. I didn't think you had it in you. You're learning fast. You are an abomination before the Most High. And I'm winning. He held up the bidont. Run away, cowards! For just a moment, Michael and Gabriel made as if to charge. But then the lightning bolt struck home, the thunder crashed in a great resounding peal, and time started again.
"Wise one," asked Utnaparash, "are you well? You seem—"
Suddenly his face blanched in horror. Thamiel floated leisurely to the ziggurat platform and landed in the center. The slaves threw themselves off the sides in horror and loathing, and there was a sickening cracking sound as their bodies hit the tier beneath. Utnaparash started making the complex ritual movements of the Greater Prayer to Enlil. "Go away!" said Thamiel, and flicked a finger at Utnaparash. The priest's eyeballs exploded in showers of blood, and he fell convulsing to the ground. "Master!" said Samyazaz, kneeling. He wasn't scared of Michael and Gabriel, big though they were, but this was something on an entirely different level. "Master, is it?" asked Thamiel. "Because a moment ago you were calling me a two-headed creep." "Master!" said Samyazaz desperately. "I didn't mean it. I will make amends. I will—" "Nice ziggurat you've got here," said Thamiel. "Shame if something were to happen to it." He gave a lazy flick of his bidant, and the entire structure collapsed in on itself, killing everyone: slaves, porters, supervisors, Utnaparash, the entire construction crew. 100 years of work reduced to smoking rubble in an instant. It was only a minor death, as deaths went. A purposeless accident of falling rocks and rubbles. Samyazaz recoalesced within a few minutes. Thamiel was gone now. It was just him and the remains of his ziggurat. He wasn't too proud to cry, just one tear. Then he sighed, brushed himself off, and got up. He had always prided himself on his resilience. Well, what was 100 years to one such as him? Michael and Gabriel wouldn't dare bother him again. Thamiel had punished him sufficiently. Now there were just the humans. Beautiful, wonderful humans. So easy to bend to his will. He would whisper to the king. He would awe the priests. He would rebuild the ziggurat twice as big as before. In a way, it had been a blessing in disguise. He hadn't been ambitious enough with this ziggurat. If he started from scratch, built the base on a sturdier foundation... He grabbed a passing slave. "Get me a palanquin, man. Can't you see there's been a disaster here? I need to speak to the king." The slave looked hopelessly confused. "Get me a palanquin, I said. Do it for the mighty one." The slave babbled something in response, but Samyazaz couldn't make out a word he was saying. Somewhere, far below, he thought he could hear Thamiel's laughter. Okay, this was worse than he thought. He began mentally pushing back his ziggurat timetable. Not that he couldn't make it work. He could definitely make it work. The timetable just needed to be amended. Some way to break through the communication barrier. Some way to deal with the king and all of these recalcitrant humans. Some way to deal with Thamiel, some way... He pushed the slave aside and headed back in the direction of his brewery. He could definitely use some beer right now. Three? BC Gulf of Mexico. And then there were two. The sky had once been full of clouds. Big clouds, little clouds, dark clouds, bright clouds. Clouds sculpted into great gleaming palaces of alabaster. Clouds carved into fortresses red with the light of sunset. Clouds linked by rainbow bridges. Clouds walled with icy ramparts. Clouds lit by pillars of lightning. Great frigates of cloud that sailed the jet stream packed with legions of angels going off to war. Now, most of the old clouds were gone, taken over by Thamiel and his forces, or abandoned as their celestial inhabitants sought more defensible positions. The meeting place had fallen. The long line of derricos that Michael had set up as a bulwark had fallen. The typhoon where Raphael had guarded the Central Pacific had been scattered. Even Zadkiel's howling blizzard had been reduced to a few flurries. Gabriel had tried to save them. He had been there at Raphael's side when Thamiel had pierced the Archangel with his bident and slain him in battle. He had seen Michael kill Thamiel in single combat, only for the demon to recoalesce and stab the victor in the back. He had fled with the others to Zadkiel's circumpolar redoubt, which had held on for 7 years of constant battle before it was betrayed by a stray sunbeam. Now he was alone. The last of the archangels, he thought to himself, except for the one who didn't count. This storm, Gabriel had noticed on his way in, was poorly developed. No minarets, no ramparts, just a big hurricane with occasional objects strewn about it. There was a big hexagon on one side. Who needed a hexagon that big? A couple of furrows making strange patterns, lumps, poorly done, no defenses, just the sort of shoddy work he had expected. It would, he thought, need some improvement. There was some sort of shield surrounding the central eye. Good, A rudimentary defense mechanism. That could be built upon. For now, though, it was in his way. "Let me in!" he shouted, banging his flaming sword on the invisible surface. No response. He hadn't expected polite requests to work. "Let me in, or I will burn this place until no shred of cloud is left." The invisible wall parted, and Gabriel strode into the eye of the storm, the inner sanctum. Its lord was sitting in mid-air, tracing with his finger a series of glowing paths upon a fiendishly complex diagram. Gabriel blew the diagram away with a gust of wind. "I need this storm," he told Uriel, after the pleasantries had been completed, which with Uriel meant after about 2 seconds. "Angelkind needs this storm." "You can't have it," said Uriel. Of course not. Of course Uriel wouldn't be cooperative. Spend the last 40 years of the war sitting around doing nothing. And now he was sitting on the last usable defensive bastion in the entire sky, and of course he wouldn't help. "Everyone else is dead. We made a last stand at Zadkiel's domain near the pole. Myself, Zadkiel, angels from all 10 choirs, and our human and Nephilim allies. Everyone except you. We held out for 7 years before the ice wall cracked. Zadkiel is dead. Only a few of us escaped. This is the last intact bastion. We need your storm. I don't think it would help you very much. You would probably just die here. Better to die on one's feet than to live on one's, Better to die on one's feet? You cannot have this storm. I'm using it." "Using it? For what? What use are you or anything you have ever done? For decades now we have fought Thamiel, and you have been of no use. When heaven was fair and free and we spent the eons singing songs of praise, you would always get distracted and forget your part. You were of no use. I was analyzing the harmonic structure. It was very interesting. Whenever we sat in council, you would hide under your throne whenever someone asked you to talk," Gabriel interrupted. "And then, when the war came, you did the same thing you always did. You hid under a rock and kept playing with your shapes and your equations. Haniel gave his life. You did nothing. Kamael gave his life. You did not care. Raphael gave his life. You sat around useless. Michael gave his life. You kept daydreaming. Zadkiel gave his life. And you? Always building towers or writing proofs or coming up with those codes of yours. We went out of our way to try to teach you proper behavior. You were very mean to me. We were not mean enough. If we had been less tolerant, maybe you would have behaved as an archangel should. Maybe you would have joined in the fight. And even now we would be advancing against Thamiel and his forces. Maybe you could have died in place of Michael. Instead, you sit here, playing games. The game is over now, Uriel. It is time to give this bastion to those who can use it. I am using it. For what? I have discovered many interesting things. 10 years ago, said Gabriel, Michael and I hunted down Samyazaz, who had fled to Earth to escape the war. He was a coward, yet I prefer him to you, for at least he felt ashamed. It was Sataniel who started this war, yet him also I prefer to you, for he died fighting, in fire and glory, as an angel should. And you have discovered many interesting things. I will take this bastion, and we will make a final stand here, and perhaps we will all die, but about your death, I will feel no guilt. Gabriel, said Uriel, look at the sun. Gabriel looked. What am I looking for? Does it seem different to you at all? Gabriel squinted. Different how? Usually it looks like an innumerable company of the heavenly host crying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, right? Yes. And now, do you see something more like, say, a round disk of fire, somewhat like a guinea? Gabriel squinted. An odd expression crossed his face. What are you saying? I have discovered many interesting things, Gabriel. The sun is only the beginning. What do you mean? I have determined the basic structure of the world. The way God becomes finite, the machinery that transmutes divinity into finitude is based on a series of 10 sapphires. They are not exactly located within space-time, but you can think of them as sort of coextensive with the outside of the crystal sphere surrounding the world. Gabriel noticed that, as usual, the only time Uriel got any emotion in his voice, the only time he would even make eye contact, was when he was talking about something totally irrelevant and uninteresting. This is the tree of life. It converts pure structure into material reality through a series of 4 levels. There is a bottleneck in the last one which connects the sapphire called Yesod to the one called Malkuth. By filtering this bottleneck, I can control the flow of the divine light of higher spheres from entering the physical world. The divine light sustains existence. Any impediment to its radiance would make the universe crumble into dust. No, I can shift the world into a different, stable equilibrium, which can run indefinitely on an internal mechanism independent of the divine light. How? With math. I am changing the world into math. The horror struck Gabriel at that moment. He and Zadkiel, Michael, all the others, had dismissed Uriel as an idiot, too obsessed with his charts and correspondences to participate in the governance of heaven. An empty mind turned in on itself in a tragic waste of an archangelic seat. They had been blind. He wasn't just an idiot, he was a maniac. Samyazaz had a ziggurat obsession, he remembered that. But never in Samyazaz's most grandiose dreams would he have tried to turn the whole world into a ziggurat. His thoughts turned to Tamiel. No one knew entirely what he was, save that he was obsessed with evil and was trying to turn the whole world into evil. And now, Uriel, you cannot change the world into math. That does not even make sense. I can, said Uriel. I will show you. He motioned with his hand, and a series of objects and creatures flew up from the world below him. Uriel dismissed in turn a giant grouper, a giraffe, and a mountain until he was left with a huge redwood tree, its uprooted bottom looking strangely naked in the storm-tossed air. Uriel plucked a geometer's compass out of the storm. He crouched above the tree. The clouds behind him parted to reveal the setting sun, and for a second he was framed in the golden light. Ancient in aspect, terrible in majesty, tracing circles only he could see. A moment of intense concentration, and it was done. It looks the same, said Gabriel. It is and is not, said Uriel. It is as shady and green as it was before. It will grow and give seeds, but it does not partake of the divine light. It is made of math. It is built of atoms of different varieties which I have charted here. He pointed to one of the various tables sketched out in black fire upon the storm wall. Its branches grow in a very particular fractal pattern, as per information which I have encoded inside it in a massively parallel base 4 system. Only God can make a tree, said Gabriel angrily. I am not creating. I am converting. I have written a script which is gradually crawling the universe at the level of Yetzirah, converting all divine objects into their mathematical equivalents. Simultaneously, I am gradually raising a metaphysical dam across the path from Yesod to Malkuth. By the time the world is fully insulated from the divine light, it will be running entirely on mathematics and able to maintain itself. A small amount of divine light can be deliberately allowed to enter in order to breathe fire into the equations. The rest will remain in the upper spheres intact. What about us? What, will we also be made of math? Angels are too closely linked to the divine light to survive such a transition. So Thamiel and his demons will essentially run out of charge and dry up. A vestigial portion will remain as metaphor, but they will be unable to directly affect the world. The war will be over. What about us? Gabriel grabbed the other archangel. What about us, Uriel? Uriel pushed him away. Since the creation of the universe, you have shown me no kindness. When we sung songs of praise, you would mock my voice. When the war began, you ignored me, saying I was too weak and foolish to be of any help. I tried to tell you that the equations and correspondences held more of God than all of your songs and swords and shields combined. But you would not listen. You called me a fool. Now you come here demanding I give up my home to you. Yes, you too will become metaphor. So be it. What were the words you used? I will feel no guilt. Gabriel materialized a flaming sword. I hoped I would not need to do this, he said. He looked at Uriel. Strange Uriel with his empty golden eyes, always seeming like they were staring into some other space. All the others he had been able to fathom. Kamael could be too harsh, Zadkiel too soft, Michael too rash, but they were all fundamentally his type of people. Uriel had been different. From the very start, he had known that Uriel could never be a part of their works, never a leader, never even a follower. Had he always known it would come to this? No. In the days before Thamiel, the good days, none of them would ever have imagined hurting another angel. Now things were different. Everything had grown horrible. In a way, this was the worst. Aside from the goodness of God, the one constant was that Uriel would be irrelevant, always off in the corner staring into space working on some weird problem. Now Uriel's very irrelevancy had been twisted into some kind of horrible, evil version of itself. But one welcome truth had not changed. Uriel was weak. Very, very weak. Less skilled in combat even than Raphael. It was time to end this. "Gabriel," said Uriel, "I am channeling the divine light. Do you know what that means? It means I control it, all of it. Go away, Gabriel. Don't make me hurt you. Uriel, hurt anybody?" Gabriel lunged forward, and Uriel flared. 10 streams of light flowed into him, light in the 7 earthly colors, and the 3 colors you only see in heaven. The light rushed from his fingertips, and Gabriel's flaming sword evaporated into steam in his hands. He looked at Uriel again, and there was something changed about his aspect, something terrifying, something beyond even the might of an archangel. "Go away, Gabriel." Gabriel clasped his hands together, said a brief prayer. His flaming sword rekindled. His eyes shone with silver fire. The storm parted around him. Beautiful jeweled armor grew upon him like a flower unfolding on a branch. "Go away. I do not want to hurt you, but I can." "No," said Gabriel. "I'm making a final stand. Whether against Thamiel or against you, I do not know. I do not care. But my existence is already past the time appointed by destiny, and all my friends are dead, and I will fight. Go fight Thamiel." "No, I do not like Thamiel, but I think I like you less." His flaming sword was still pointing directly at Uriel's neck. "Go away," Uriel repeated, "or I will turn you into numbers." The sword didn't move. "I can do it, you know," said Uriel. "I will turn you into numbers. Would you like to be a 6, Gabriel? I can make you a 6, or an 11, or a 15. You will spend eternity between 14 and 16. This is a threat. Go away." With a final cry of rage, Gabriel turned to go, but as he flew off, he shouted back, "You'll die too. You're also made of divine light. You'll die too." When Gabriel was out of sight, Uriel sat back down and started shaking. He shook and hugged himself and looked at the glowing diagrams to calm himself down. They were so pretty. Not perfect yet, far from perfect, but elegant. All the roar and storm of the divine fire calmed down, channeled into crystal-clear, lifeless math. The chaos removed, the weeds pruned, Thamiel neutered, the world safe and orderly. Soon the world would be all nice and orderly, and it would be math, and it would be safe. "I know," Uriel said to himself, after Gabriel was gone. Then he returned to his calculations, humming softly to himself. Work hard, play hard, converge to a transcendent and unified end state of human evolution called the Omega Point as predicted by Teilhard. At Gap of Gods. Noon, May 12, 2017, San Francisco Bo. The resemblances between San Francisco and the biblical Jerusalem are uncanny. The highest point in Jerusalem was King Solomon's Temple Mount. The highest point in San Francisco is the suspiciously named Mount Davidson. To the north of the temple was the Golden Gate, leading to the city of Tiberias. To the north of Mount Davidson is the Golden Gate Bridge, leading to the city of Tiburon. Southwest of Jerusalem city center was the Roman legion's camp, Latin, Castrum. Southwest of San Francisco city center is the Castro district. To the south of Jerusalem lay Gehenna, the Valley of Sulphur. To the south of San Francisco lies Silicon Valley. To the east of Jerusalem was the giant dung heap where the Israelites would throw their refuse. To the east of San Francisco is Oakland. Like I said, uncanny. The east gate of Jerusalem is called the Bab al-Barak. The east gate of San Francisco is called the Bay Bridge. The Bab al-Barak has been bricked up since the Crusades. The Bay Bridge has been barricaded since the 1970s. Anna Thurman spoke a name, became invisible, and slipped past the barricades, the guards in their guard towers none the wiser. Just inside the Bab al-Barak was the temple treasury. Just past the barricades on the Bay Bridge is Treasure Island. The temple treasury became a base for the Knights Templar. Treasure Island became a base for the U.S. Navy. Both military forces abandoned their respective bases a few decades later. Both had their partisans who prophesied they would one day regain their former glory. The temple treasury, upon the coming of Moshiach and the construction of the Third Temple. Treasure Island, after the San Francisco government completed an environmental impact evaluation and approved a real estate development plan. God in his wisdom alone knows which will happen first. Anna passed Treasure Island, went into the tunnel through Yerba Buena. There are tunnels underneath Jerusalem too, built for sieges. Some of them have the earliest known Paleo-Hebrew inscriptions on them. The Yerba Buena tunnel had a sign. It said, "As per the California Security Act of 1972, Section 22, Part 10, this has been declared a restricted area. It is unlawful to cross beyond this point. Deadly force will be used upon violators of this ordinance." Anna left the tunnel, walked onto the second half of the bridge. The sun beat down on her. The span of the bridge seemed to shimmer and sway. The city ahead of her grew larger with each step. John of Patmos described the New Jerusalem as having the glory of God, and her light was like unto a stone most precious, even like a jasper stone clear as crystal. The buildings of San Francisco were varied. Anna had seen them before, but only from afar. There's a park in Berkeley where you can sit on the edge of the bay and stare directly across at San Francisco. Throughout the 70s and 80s, such watchers were rewarded with strange sights. New skyscrapers arose. Old ones were torn down. A huge lidless eye opened on the top of the Transamerica Pyramid. Weird structures that seemed to defy gravity were erected, geodesic domes, spiral minarets in every color of the rainbow, iridescent spheres the size of city blocks that hovered in midair, the northern end of the Golden Gate shrouded in a luminous mist. Now as she stepped off the Bay Bridge, she saw it face to face for the first time. It was even stranger than she had expected. The sidewalks were covered with Kabbalistic diagrams written in gold chalk. The walls of the buildings were covered with murals depicting alien worlds, and every spot of greenery burst forth with flowers that were out of season or totally unrecognizable. Young children played in car-free streets with asphalt white as pearl. "Thus says the Lord," prophesied Zechariah. "Old men and old women shall again sit in the streets of Jerusalem, each with staff in hand because of great age, and the city shall be full of boys and girls playing in its streets." "Transcendent joy," a little boy told Anna as she passed him, heedless of her invisibility. "Universal love," said the little girl he was playing with. "Holy, holy, holy," barked their little dog. An old man was sweeping the streets with a broom. His face sparkled like that of a young man looking into the eyes of his beloved. "Transcendent joy," he told her. And Anna replied with an awkward, "Thanks," breaking her invisibility. Not that it seemed to be useful here. Whatever had made them like this must have also... Wait, thought Anna. Did that dog just bark the word holy at me? Too. Francis of Assisi had been unusually holy even for saints. His father had been a rich businessman, and he grew up in a world of luxury, sports, and feasting. One day he was out selling cloth for his father's business when a beggar approached him and asked for alms. Francis tossed him a coin, and the beggar went away. Then he sat and thought for a few minutes. Then he ran after the beggar, caught up with him, and gave him everything he had. When he told his father what had happened, the old man was outraged. Why had he blown away his money like that? Well, why indeed? Francis couldn't answer. He just thought, well, doesn't the Bible say we should do good? Not that much good, Francis. His father sent Francis off to war. On the way to battle, Francis saw another knight with worse armor than he, and gave the man his armor. Apparently he was no more a soldier than a merchant. Look, his father told him, as they sat selling cloth together in the marketplace. Good is all nice and good in moderation, but it's a give-and-take thing. You've got to find a happy medium. But the soul is still oracular. Amid the market's din, lists the ominous stern whisper from the Delphic cave within. They enslave their children's children who make compromise with sin. I'm not saying make compromise with sin. I'm just saying it wouldn't kill you to be less than maximally saintly sometimes. Exactly what do you think compromise with sin is? Everyone likes goodness in the abstract. Everybody agrees that things that are more good are better things to do. But somehow it slips away. We use words like supererogatory, phrases like nobody's perfect. We set a limit to our duty. Reach it if we're lucky, and past that, we just give the usual excuses. Yeah, but if I gave all of my stuff to beggars, I'd end up as a beggar myself. Or just, I never said I was a saint. St. Francis gave his clothes to a beggar, then took the beggar's rags for himself. He swore an oath of perpetual poverty and begged for bread in the streets of Rome. He started hanging around in hovels and ministering to lepers. On the grounds that this sounded like a very holy thing to do, he rebuilt ruined churches with his own hands, stone by stone. when he read that same Bible verse Peter Singer must have read, "If you would be perfect, sell all you have and give it to the poor." He sold all he had and gave it to the poor, mildly confused that other Christians didn't when it was right there in the Bible. When someone stole his cloak, he literally ran after him to offer his robe as well. He attracted a following of thousands of people. He fasted for weeks at a time. The Pope started to have dreams about him. He decided to stop the Crusades by converting the Sultan of Egypt to Christianity. Unarmed and provisionless, he walked from Italy to the Middle East, performing various miracles along the way. In Egypt, he was captured by Saracens and beaten nearly to death. But they let him have his audience with the Sultan, maybe just for the comedy value. Francis dusted himself off, got up, and started talking about how everyone should live in peace and harmony with one another. The Sultan was so impressed that he converted to Christianity on the spot, according to later historians who were all Christians, and who never quite got around to citing their sources, and who changed the subject when asked why there continued to be crusades. After this, Francis just went around preaching to everything in sight. When the cawing of a flock of birds interrupted one of his sermons, Francis preached to the birds, telling them that God had provided them with beautiful feathers and the gift of flight. So instead of screeching randomly all the time, why didn't they help him at his prayers? The birds immediately quieted down and began to pray with Francis. When a wolf was eating people in the nearby town, Francis reminded the wolf that men were made in the image of God, and the wolf was so ashamed it slunk into town in an apologetic-looking manner and begged the townspeople for forgiveness. He invented the Christmas nativity scene. He saw visionary angels. He inexplicably developed wounds that looked a lot like the stigmata of Christ. "Preach of God at all times," they said he would tell them. "If necessary, use words. I am a Kabbalist. Names have power." The Spaniards who settled California named a mission after him, Mission San Francisco de Asis. You give a place a name like that, things happen. Maybe it becomes a nexus for countercultural love and tolerance. Maybe it starts to develop uncanny geographical resemblances to Jerusalem. And maybe the right hand of God descends upon Mount Davidson into the body of a drug-addled hippie and ushers in a city-specific version of the Messianic age, leaving its neighbors deeply concerned. The whole thing happened suddenly, over the course of a couple of days in 1970. Early June, they were debating a couple of big banks' proposals to build new skyscrapers. Late June, they were pretty much just singing songs of praise for the glory of God. Worse, it was catching. Anyone who stayed in the city long enough seemed to become like that, with long enough being anywhere from days to months. They never got better and they never left. The whole place was sealed off as a public safety hazard, which seemed to bother them not at all. "The true servant unceasingly rebukes the wicked," St. Francis had said, "but he does it most of all by his conduct, by the truth that shines in his words, by the light of his example, by all the radiance of his life." Whatever had happened in San Francisco, the city was happy to stay self-contained, leading only by example. And the rest of the world was happy to place a military barricade around it and keep trying to ignore that example as long as possible. 3. There were old maps, from the time when the city was still a part of the outside world. Anna remembered certain names: Market Street, Lombard Street, Embarcadero. But she didn't see any of them, and the street signs seemed to have been torn down and replaced with standing stones covered in Enochian, the language of angels. So she followed the waterfront, looking for some kind of official building where she might be able to get some information, register herself, figure out who the authorities were. Back when people had still visited the city, they could go native in as little as days. Anna didn't plan to stay that long. She would get the Kabbalistic books she needed to reconstruct the vital name and then get out. The bulbs of the streetlights had been replaced with lidless eyes, each ineffably wise and beautiful. The mailboxes were made of jasper, and the parking meters of carnelian. Seagulls called, "Holy, holy, holy," down at her from the roofs. A man in a food stand offered her a churro. Anna fumbled for currency, sputtering that she had only American greenbacks, and not whatever passed for money in San Francisco. "God has provided us this food," said the vendor, "and you are a child of God." Would God let his children go hungry, when all food is his? He refused to accept a single cent. She sat down on a pier with the churro, drank water from a water fountain made of onyx and abalone. Seals splashed around in the sea in front of her, heedless of her presence. It was the hottest part of the afternoon now. The air shimmered more than she was used to. The streets were changing color in a 7-second cycle: red, yellow, green, blue, purple, red. The stars were clearly visible, though it was day. The seals barked, "Holy, holy, holy," at her, and the seagulls answered with, "Universal love." "Universal love," a woman walking a golden retriever said to Anna. "Transcendent joy," barked the dog. "Everything has been perfect forever," the woman told her dog, and it quieted down. There was a tower on a hill, a few minutes' walk from the waterfront. The lure was irresistible. She left the shoreline and began to walk inland, gradually uphill. She wasn't sure if the streets were spiral-shaped, or, if so, how she continued to cover distance. The clouds came in tens, 10 of one type, then another. Anna thought this might be important. In a yard ahead and to the right of her, 2 men were talking to a flock of scarlet macaws, and the macaws were listening intently. "Universal love!" screeched one of the macaws, and the men sagely nodded their heads in agreement. "Transcendent joy," one of them said, and the others laughed knowingly. She reached the tower. Needless to say, there was a spiral staircase. The inside was covered in colorful murals. The symbolism was unclear. A man crumpling a newspaper. A library. Endless fruit trees, vast machinery, scenes of devastation. Empty-eyed people crammed together like crabs in a bucket or the damned in hell. A woman swimming in a cloud. 1,000 feet above what was recognizably San Francisco. A doorway flanked by the sun and moon, with 2 great eyes staring forth from thunderclouds above. Anna stepped through the doorway and reached the top of the tower. The sky was now very clearly glass, and she could see the gears and conduits above it. The part Ginsberg had called the machinery of night. She could see the connection between the machinery and the pulse of San Francisco. She knew the city's hidden pattern now. She saw it all laid out in order around Mount Davidson. She knew she could go there in an instant if she wanted, but there was no need. Not here. She spoke the Zephyr name and called the winds for no reason but exultation. They came to her, the Sirocco and the Squall, the Monsoon and the Derecho, the Mistral, the Levant, the Tramontane, the Habub, the Marin, the Simum. They all presented themselves before her, but came no further. She had never spoken a Kabbalistic name like this before. Before they had just been letters, the appellation of a distant and transcendent deity. Now God was with her and beside her. John of Patmos had said that there would be no temple in the New Jerusalem because God would dwell there everywhere alike. Last of all the winds came her own wind, the Santa Ana. She danced in the wind, maniacally, singing, laughing. "Holy, holy, holy," she sang, and the wind carried the word to the 4 quarters. For a brief moment, she passed beyond time. "Transcendent joy!" she shouted at all the poor people trapped in the sublunary world. But they didn't hear. Someone grabbed her body, the part of her that was stuck on the tower, the part of her that meant nothing. "Stop!" he told her in a man's voice. "You've got to come back!" Anna soared. She circled the Transamerica Pyramid, and the giant lidless eye watched her course impassively. "Listen," said the man. 1 + 1 is 2. If you don't eat, you die. P implies not P. Prices are controlled by the law of supply and demand, and are the only fair way of managing scarcity. Anna began to lose altitude. Organisms evolve according to the laws of natural selection. Reproductively fit organisms pass their genes on to the next generation. The wages of sin are death. Everybody dies. In a closed system, entropy always increases. Anna flapped her arms vigorously, trying to regain altitude, but her flight had never come from wings to begin with, and she fell further. Matter can't be created or destroyed. Calculus. Taxing a product disincentivizes its production. The light speed limit. No mathematical system can prove itself consistent, or else it would be inconsistent. Anna gently landed somewhere. She wasn't in the tower. She was on a wharf. There were people all around her, dousing her with water, holding her hands, saying things to her. "Prisoner's dilemma. Can't square the circle. Nothing exists but atoms and empty space. All else is opinion. Bad money drives out. No, look, guys. She's awake." Anna smiled like someone awaking from a beatific dream. The men around her began to hoot and slap each other on the backs. She barely noticed. In front of her was the most beautiful ship she had ever seen. Object gods have meta-gods up in their skies to smite them, and meta-gods have meta-gods, and so ad infinitum. Stephen Callas, January 30th, 2002, Puerto Penasco, Mexico. With a look of mad determination, the big man marched to the center of the crowded bar. "I'll say it," he said. "The other king is a bad man." A dozen conversations went silent. The bartender stopped pouring mid-glass. Several people eyed the door. Only the mariachi music from the stereo in the corner carried on regardless. "No want trouble," said the bartender in heavily accented English. A few people slunk out the door before things got worse. Others laughed nervously, decided the safest course was to return to their drinks, started mentally rehearsing the phrase, "I didn't hear nothing." But the big man wouldn't be cowed. He stood up from his stool, faced the tables in the back. "The other king is a bad man?" James sighed and put his hand on the big man's shoulder. "You're drunk," said James, "and you're saying things you're going to regret. Let me walk you back to the barracks." "Not drunk," said the man. "The other king's a bad man, and you're not going to shut me up about it. All those people crucified isn't right. Crucifixion. Horrible way to die. Should leave now, por favor," said the bartender. But the man was bigger than he was. "And probably a soldier to boot."
Everyone here was soldiers. James was a soldier. His companions over at the table were soldiers. Puerto Penasco was rotten with soldiers. The other king's soldiers who had taken over the city. The loyalist soldiers who were mostly dying painfully on crosses erected upon the road north. "Not leaving," said the man. "You all know what I'm saying's true. You ought to zip it and come have a drink with us," said James, and dragged the big man over to his table as the bartender watched helplessly. This was mind-bogglingly stupid. Saying bad things about the other king, or even hanging out with the sort of people who said them, was a good way to end up charged with sedition and crucified. But James didn't want the big man to die. All he'd done was get drunk enough to say what all of them were thinking. James had been thinking it ever since he'd signed on in Vegas. It had seemed like a good deal. Good wages, good benefits, and not a whole lot of risk. Anybody who could kill the Comet King in single combat was probably the winning team. Sure enough, James and his battalion had taken over Phoenix, Yuma, and Puerto Penasco in quick succession without any losses, except their innocence. The big man was right. The other king was a bad man. Lynn shot James a questioning glance when he and the big man sat down. Amoxiel was too intent on his bottle to notice. When James said nothing, he extended his hand. "Lynn," Lynn said. "Ritual magician with the 5th platoon. Nice to meet you." "James," James continued. "Sergeant in the 5th platoon. Likewise." "Amoxiel?" said Amoxiel distantly. "Angel, 5th platoon." He took another swig of holy water. The big man just called over a waitress and asked for a beer. "What's your name?" asked James. "Which unit you in?" "Me?" He said. "I'm nobody. I'm with nobody." An obvious lie. He was here. That meant he was a soldier, and he was still alive. That meant he was with the other king. "How do you do it?" he asked. "How do you sleep at night and keep serving him?" "With copious amounts of alcohol," said Lynn, and took another gulp of his tequila. "The holy water," said Amoxiel, "washes cares away." "It's not like we have a choice," said James. "We didn't know when we signed up. By the time we figured it out, our names were on the contract. Leaving's desertion, desertion's punishable by death, and I get the feeling you can't run from the other king, not forever. We don't like this any more than you, but we got no choice, you know." "There's always choice," said the big man. "Our choice is twixt our conscience and our lives," said Amoxiel. James sighed. Amoxiel's bottle of holy water was empty, and his eyes were glowing a lambent silver. He was drunk, and since he was an angel, that pretty much meant he spoke in blank verse and sounded like the King James version. "Moxie's right," said Lynn. "We refuse an order. We get crucified. We try to run. Well, I don't know what's worse than crucifixion, and I don't want to find out. How many miles you think we could make it in this desert anyway?" "Why the desert?" asked the big man. "Why not steal the All Your Heart?" The mariachi music played blithely in the background. "First of all, if the All Your Heart is even still in the harbor—" "It is," said the big man. "I checked this afternoon." "Holy God," said Lynn. "You're serious." "Even if it is still in the harbor," James continued, "none of us know how to sail a yacht." "I do," said the big man. "Who are you?" "I'm nobody." 5 years ago, the Comet King had set out to find God. Not in the way where you live a life of humility and prayer.
In the way where you need a really fast boat. It was the height of his power. The age when he held sway over the whole American West and parts of Mexico. His ambitions soared to the conquest of hell itself, to break the power of the devil and release his victims from their eternal torture. But defeating hell would take more than mortal weapons. It would take the Shem HaMephorash, the true explicit name of God, the name which allowed the speaker to destroy and remake worlds. It was the name that God had spoken during the creation, the name that would blare from the last trumpet, the name about which Khayyam had written, "Ah, love, could thou and I with fate conspire to grasp this sorry scheme of things entire, would not we shatter it to bits, and then remold it nearer to the heart's desire?" But it was also unplumbable by mortal cleverness. The only way to learn it was from the lips of God himself. The Sefer Hekhalot states that when the patriarch Enoch died, God turned his flesh to flame, his veins to fire, his eyelashes to bolts of lightning, his eyeballs to flaming torches, and placed him on a throne next to the throne of glory. Then he imbued him with the most holy name, and thenceforward he was called Metatron, the measure of the Lord, the prince of the divine presence, and the lesser God. All of these titles are blasphemous as hell to call anybody who isn't God, and the sages speculated that Metatron had received a certain investiture, becoming a viceroy or a regent, or even a sort of emanation of God into material reality. If you needed to hear something from the lips of God himself, Metatron was the one to talk to. The angels said Metatron had been with them in the early days of the world, that he used to dwell hidden in a whirlwind in the center of their angelic councils. When the angelic hierarchy shattered during Satan's rebellion, he floated down into the sea and was seen no more. Since the cracks appeared in the sky, word had come from sailors of a mysterious boat, all purple with golden sails. They would see it on the horizon, but when they tried to approach it, vanished at impossible speeds. Sometimes atop the boat they would spot a light, brilliant, shining white, like an angelic figure. And the angel said, "Ah, yes, it is Metatron risen from the deep, but you will not catch him, for he keeps his own counsel, and none see him and live." The Comet King sought Metatron. High above the world, his spy satellites sought the telltale golden sails of his boat. From sea to shining sea, his submarines and destroyers kept watch. Nothing. So he decided he was doing things wrong. Finding God wasn't the sort of thing you did with a spy satellite or a submarine. It was the sort of thing you did on a quest. So he built himself a ship, a superfast yacht with 7 sails, 6 from the colors of the rainbow, and 1 jet black. Every beam and mast built with strange magics only he knew. He called it All Your Heart, because it is written in Jeremiah, "You will seek God and find him when you seek with all your heart." Then he left the kingdom in the hands of his daughter, Nathanda, and left from Puerto Penasco in search of Metatron. 6 months later he returned. When they asked if he had found Metatron, he said yes. When they asked if he had learned the name, he said yes. When they asked for details, he said no. A few years later he died, and the details died with him. And all that time, poor All Your Heart sat anchored in Puerto Penasco, doing nothing. "I'm just drunk enough to want to hear more," said Lynn. "The other king hasn't even posted guards yet," the big man said patiently. James was starting to think that maybe the man genuinely wasn't drunk. "We walk into the harbor, walk right on, and sail away in the middle of the night. We can be round Baja before anybody notices we're gone. Nobody can catch the All Your Heart. It's the fastest ship in the world. We can make it to the California Republic by noon tomorrow, and nobody can stop us. By legend, each among the 7 sails requires magics hidden to unfurl," said Amaxiel. "Not that hidden. The first sail, the red one, catches normal wind. The second sail is ritual magic. He gestured toward Lynn. "Say you're a magician. The violet sail is angel magic, and you're an angel. The green sail is music. You by any chance able to sing?" "If I try to sing, boat would probably sink like a stone," said James. "And how do you know so much about this?" "I sang in a church choir for 20 years, said the bartender. He spoke with only a hint of a Mexican accent. "They said I was very good." "Hey," said James, cursing himself inside for letting them be overheard. "I thought you didn't speak English." The bartender leaned on the table, leaned in very closely. "Look," he said, A third of the population of this town got massacred, another third has fled. I'm stuck serving soldiers and pretending not to understand English, so I don't get tortured for overhearing the wrong thing. And all your heart, the greatest ship in the world. My friend, I would give my arm to ride that ship for 1 hour. I'm a poor man. I have no family. I have nothing left here. But to be on all your heart, that would be something. If you're going to hijack the ship, I am with you. Hold it, said Lin. Nobody's trying to get out of here. Mystery Man over here just sat down and started giving us his harebrained plan, and we're all drunk enough to listen. Nobody here is serious about this. I'm serious and wish to leave tonight, said Amoxiel. Lin and James stared at him. You humans are inured to wrongs like these. I cannot bear them. I would rather die beneath the breakers of the thunderous main. James elbowed Amoxiel. Amoxiel stopped. So what happens if we reach California? James asked, still barely believing he was taking this seriously. They're scared to death of the other king. They'll probably extradite anyone he tells them to extradite. We could go further, said the bartender. Hawaii, Tahiti, the Malabar Zanzibar Consortium. Sell the boat and live on a beach eating coconuts the rest of our lives. Who's going to buy the All Your Heart if the other king wants it? Asked Lin. It'd be suicide, picking up contraband from the scariest guy in the world. You want to get rich, said the big man. Here's what you do. Sell cabins on the ship, most elite cruise ever. Sell cabins for $10 million, then go off and do the same thing the Comet King did. Try to find God. You don't think there are billionaires who want a chance to talk to the big guy face to face? Like a whale-watching trip, said Lin. But for archangels instead of whales. Well, I'm sold. And by sold, I mean super drunk. Hold on a minute, said James. We don't even know these people. We don't even know their names. I'm Tomas, said the bartender. Thomas Castro. Now let's go before somebody tells internal security what your friend here was shouting. James took another sip of his beer. He could probably rein the others in, he figured. A couple hours and they'd be a little more sober, a little clearer thinking. Lin was a smart guy. He would see reason. Amoxiel had always been a wild card, but when he was off the holy water, he could barely get out of bed, let alone do crazy plots. The question was whether he wanted to. He hadn't gone out to see the crucifixions, but the news had hit him hard. He thought the other king was just another warlord, a very lucky warlord to kill the Comet King and take over half his kingdom, but in the end, no different from anybody else. Now, he figured the guy was a psychopath, at least. He tried not to think about it too much because there was no other option. But the big man, for all his drunken bluster, was right. No guard posted over the All Your Heart. The most beautiful ship in the world, just sitting in port, waiting to be sailed off. And then there was the rather high chance that he would be executed very painfully, just for hanging around with these people and holding this conversation. If we're going to do this, said James, then by God, let's do it now, before we get sober enough to think it through. And you, James said, pointing to the big man, none of us know anything about sailing. If we're just supposed to trust you to pilot this ship on your own, I think we at least deserve to know your name and how you got here. I am nobody, said the big man. I'm with nobody. Great, said James. Captain fucking Nemo. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. Obadiah. 1. 4 afternoon, May 12th, 2017, San Francisco. Even though she could no longer hear it with her ears, it still rang in the back of her mind. A note, a single impossibly pure note that seemed to overpower everything else. But it grew fainter and fainter and finally faded away entirely. She didn't miss it. She knew a minute longer up there and she would have lost herself. Lost even the ability to know what losing herself entailed. Lost the ability to think or feel or know or question anything ever again. Turned into a perfect immobile crystal that was blindingly beautiful and totally inert. Oh, God, said Anna. They had brought her aboard the ship and helped her onto a bed in one of the cabins. I almost felt transcendent joy. It was awful. None of them laughed. There were 3 of them. An older man with a short white beard, a military-looking fellow with bright eyes and closely cut hair, and an Asian man wearing a necklace. Anna's addled brain searched for relevant memories and came back empty. I'm John, said the older man. These are James and Lynn. Welcome to Not a Metaphor. Memories came crashing in. The Comet King's old yacht converted into a diversion for the idle rich and renamed to head off questions from annoying Kabbalists. Fastest ship in the world. $10 million a month for a cabin. Sold to rich people who wanted to talk to God. Not in a pious prayer way, but in a way that maybe gave them the chance to punch him in the face depending on what he answered. Traveled the world. Docked at weird, out-of-the-way places to avoid the attention of the other king, who was supposed to have a personal grudge against it. She tried to remember if she'd ever heard anything about the crew, but there was nothing. I'm Anna, said Anna. What happened to me? If I had to guess, I'd say you drank from a water fountain in San Francisco. Anna nodded. 1971. Ken Kesey was taking LSD with his friend Paul Foster. Then things got weird. Paul tried to stand. He took a second to catch his breath. Kesey, the thing in Kesey's body, seemed content to let him. It just stood there, hovering. Who are you? Asked Paul. Neil, said the thing in Kesey's body. But, what are you? Neil, said the thing in Kesey's body, somewhat more forcefully. Quivering from head to toe, Paul knelt. No, I am Neil Armstrong. 11 months ago, I fell through a crack in the sky into the Ein Sof, the true God whose vastness surrounds creation. Like Enoch before me, I was invested with a portion of the Most High, then sent back into creation to serve as a messenger. I am to show mankind a city upon a hill, a new Jerusalem that stands beyond all contraries and negations. Paul just stared at him, goggle-eyed. You do not believe. I will give you a sign. Arise and open your Bible, and read the first words upon which your eyes fall. Mutely, Paul rose to his feet and took a Bible off his shelf. An old dog-eared King James version he thought he might have stolen from a hotel once. He opened it somewhere near the middle and read from Psalm 89, 12, 13. The north and the south thou hast created them. Tabor and Hermon shall rejoice in thy name. Thou hast a mighty arm. Strong is thy hand, and high is thy right hand. William Blake described mystical insight as seeing through the eye and not with it, stripping away all of the layers of mental post-processing and added interpretation until you see the world plainly, as it really is. And by a sudden grace, Paul was able to see through his eyes, saw the words themselves, and not the meaning behind them. Armstrong is thy hand. For a moment, Paul still doubted. Did God really send his messengers through druggies who had just taken monster doses of LSD? Then he read the verse again. High is thy right hand. For the second time in as many minutes, he fell to his knees. In order to instantiate the New Jerusalem, you must gather together all of the LSD in the city and place it in a reservoir which I will show you. When everyone has achieved divine consciousness, it will create a critical mass that will allow a new level of spiritual transformation. I will become one with the city, become its guardian and its guide, and none shall be poor, Oregon sick, Oregon dying, and none shall cry out to the Lord for succor unanswered. But if I put LSD in the water supply, if the whole city, are you saying we secede from the United States? You don't understand. We've been trying to spread a new level of consciousness for years. If the whole city tries to become some kind of, if they don't pay taxes or anything, we're going to be in the biggest trouble. You don't know Nixon, he's ruthless, he'd crush it, it'd never... You still do not believe. Open your Bible a second time. Paul Foster opened his Bible a second time to Isaiah 62, 8. The Lord hath sworn by his right hand, and by the arm of his strength. Surely I will no more give thy corn to be meat for thine enemies, and the sons of the stranger shall not drink thy wine for the which thou hast labored. But they that have gathered it shall eat it, and praise the Lord, and they that have brought it together shall drink it in the courts of my holiness. Go through the gates. Prepare ye the way of the people. Cast up the highway. Gather out the stones, lift up a standard for the people. Behold, the Lord hath proclaimed unto the end of the world, say ye to the daughter of Zion, behold, thy salvation cometh. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. And they shall call them the holy people, the redeemed of the Lord. And thou shalt be called, sought out, a city not forsaken. A few minutes later, Ken Kesey was on the floor. His eyes were back to their normal color, and Paul Foster was shaking him. Ken, he was saying, Ken, wake up. Ken, we are going to need to find a lot of LSD. 3. That's why you never drink the water in San Francisco, John told Anna. It's not some mystical blessing upon the city. It's just a couple milligrams of LSD per liter of drinking water. A single swallow and you end up partaking of the beatific vision as mediated through Neil Armstrong. They keep the LSD around to maintain the trance and induct anybody else who comes in. I've been here half a dozen times and it still creeps me out. Okay, said Anna. She looked out the window again. The iridescent sphere was starting to pulsate. John's too humble to say so, said James, but he saved your life. We saw that thing you did with the winds and went up to investigate, but by the time we got up there you were way gone. He was the one who brought you down. Dragged you out of the Ein Sof and into the created world, said John. That's the only way to do it. Remind you of all the dichotomies and trade-offs and things that don't apply up there. You're lucky John and Lynn are educated men, said James. Me, I would have just been shaking you and shouting profanity. An angel walked into the lounge. Oh, he said. She's awake. I'm a Moxiel. Did you decide to join our crew? Join the crew? I was just getting to that, damn it, said James. He turned to Anna. I'll be honest. We didn't save you because we're nice people. We saved you because we're still working on using this ship to its full capacity. Captain says that the yellow sail needs some kind of special Kabbalistic name to work. You seem to know a name that can summon winds. Sounds like it's worth a shot. You want to join us? Pay is, well, you'd be a full partner. A few years and you'd be set for life. Anna thought for a second. It was almost too perfect. Escape San Francisco, escape Unsong, go somewhere nobody could find her. She tried not to sound overly enthusiastic. What's the work exactly? Sail the world, said James. Lynn does his calculations, tries to figure out where Metatron's boat will appear next. We grab some rich people, head for that spot, try to chase it. You man a sail. Do your incantation, whatever works, sail goes up, we go a little faster. Doesn't matter, never catch Metatron. The rich people pay anyway, because they're desperate, and they figure that unlike everyone else, they have a pure heart. And God would never turn a pure heart away. When you're not manning your sail, you're pretty much free. Only 2 rules. Don't bother the rich people, and don't go into the captain's quarters. You follow those, you'll be fine. You need to bother someone, bother me. I'm the first mate. It's my job to get bothered. Is it just the 4 of you? 6, said James. Us, Thomas, and the captain. Oh, I thought John was the captain, James laughed. The captain is the captain. You'll see him eventually. Big guy. Not a lot of facial expressions. Impossible to miss. He's a very private man. What's his name? He is, James repeated. A very private man. So private he doesn't have a name? If you have to, you can call him Captain Nemo. Nemo? Like the... Exactly like the, said Lynn. He sounded resigned. You have, said John, about a half hour to decide. After that, we're heading up to Angel Island to pick up our 3 passengers, and then we're headed south so we can make it around Cape Horn before Metatron's boat is scheduled to surface off Long Island in a few days. Forget the 30 minutes, said Anna. I'm in. Good, said James. Welcome to Not a Metaphor. Start thinking about what you'll ask God if you ever catch him. Isn't it obvious? Asked Anna. James, Lynn, and John looked at her as though it was by no means obvious. The whole problem of evil. Why do bad things happen to good people? Why would a perfectly good God create a world filled with... Yeah, good luck with that, said James, and left the cabin. And Satan stood up against them in the global environment. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com, December 14, 1972. New York City, ladies, gentlemen, Mr. Secretary General. We are a proud people. Like so many of the other fledgling countries represented here today, our national identity was forged in a struggle against imperialist aggression, and it was our pride that told us to continue fighting when all other counsel urged surrender. It is with that same pride that I stand before you today, as the newest member of the United Nations, honored to at last be recognized as part of the world community. I am not the monster you think. In my spare time, I play the violin competitively. I help blind children. I raise awareness of healthy plant-based foods. And my country? We are not your enemy. We are strange, yes, but we share the same values as all of you, the same drive to build a more just and equitable world. What the American dream is in fantasy, we are in reality. We accept everyone alike, regardless of race, color, or creed. We put up no barbed wire. We turn back no boats full of refugees. We take heart in the old words of Emma Lazarus. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send them, your homeless, your tempest-tossed, to me. And send them you do, a tide of humanity struggling toward our gates with a desperation that puts Ellis Island to shame. And we turn none back, nay, not even the meanest, especially not the meanest. What the workers' paradise of the Soviets aspires toward, we have reached. There are no class distinctions. Slave is treated the same as sultan, stockbroker the same as sailor. The almighty dollar has been cast low. No one need worry about hunger or illness, nor shiver in the cold for want of a home. Private property has been abolished, yet none feel its want. Marx describes capitalist society as everlasting uncertainty and agitation, but within our borders precisely the opposite prevails. We do not persecute dissidents. We do not censor the media. We do not pollute. We treat men and women equally. We allow the practice of any or no religion. We fund no terrorists. We build no bombs. Our criminal justice system is free from bias, and its punishments are always just. No, we are not your enemy. There are those here who would accuse us of a campaign of subversion, of trying to found an empire. Nothing could be further from the truth. Other countries bully their neighbors into becoming puppets or satellite states with their tanks and bombs. We lead by example. Our way of life spreads, not by the sword, but the unleashed yearnings of millions of people around the world. 16 years ago, Nikita Khrushchev threw down the gauntlet of Cold War. History is on our side, he said. We will bury you. Ladies and gentlemen, I maintain that even the slightest familiarity with history suffices to prove it is on our side. We will not bury you. Yet when you are buried, as all men will be, many of you who now count yourself our foes will find you have been on our side without knowing it. No, we are not your enemy. You say we are your enemy? You hope it is true, but in your heart you know it is not. We are allies to each of you. Every time there is a protest to be crushed, you have called upon us for assistance. Every time there is an election to be won, you have turned to us for advice. Every time there is a war to fight, you have asked for our aid, and we have never been stingy in granting it. All your glory you have built with our tools. Tools we were happy to lend at no cost, save the tiniest of sacrifices, one with no effect on gross national product, one that produces no trade deficit.
Ladies, gentlemen, Mr. Secretary General, I have no enemies in this room. We have always been comrades in spirit.
Now we are comrades in name as well. For this, I thank you. When Thamiel had finished speaking, he lingered for a moment at the podium, almost as if daring anyone to object. No one objected. His second head remained locked in its silent scream. Smoke twirled around him like buzzing flies, and his skin seemed rough with cancerous growths in the dim light of the chamber. But it wasn't just fear that kept the ambassadors quiet. These were diplomats, that is, liars, and for just a moment they saw themselves as they were and paid obeisance to the Prince of Lies. A sudden gust of scalding wind arose seemingly from nowhere, knocked two of the delegates apart from each other, scattered their name tags. A puff of brimstone in the middle, which cleared as quickly as it had arrived. On the right, Haiti. On the left, Honduras. In the middle, Hell. The nameplate was tastefully on fire. Morning, May 12, 2017. Los Angeles. A ray of early morning sun beat on my face. Clouds flew by me like trucks rushing down a highway, and the heavens seemed to sing. It's weird. You spend your entire adult life searching for names of God and hanging out with angels, and the closest you come to a spiritual experience is paddling a flying kayak thousands of feet above San Bernardino County. I was flush with excitement at my close escape and at my other close escape, and frankly at being pressed up against Jane's so closely, and of course at the view where I could see all of Southern California stretching out around us, lines of crumpled mountains one after another. And then there's an old California joke. What happens when the smog lifts? The answer is the name of one of the state's top colleges, UCLA. I saw LA. There was something very precious about the California coast from this perspective, a narrow strip between the foreboding mountains and the endless oceans, a little wire of humanity trapped between the desert and the deep blue sea. California had come through the last few decades very well. Of all the untied states, it had been least damaged by the sudden shattering of the neat physical laws of reality into a half-coherent delirium. I think part of the reason was that, in a way, California had never entirely been a real place. It was impossible to live there for any amount of time and think it was just another state, like Nevada or Ohio or Vermont. It was a state like joy or exaltation, the ultimate West, part of the world only by a technicality, named for an Amazon queen in the terrestrial paradise. Colonized by fortune seekers who were told the rivers were strewn with gold nuggets the size of your fist. The beach bums and the wannabe actresses and the hippies and the venture capitalists, all alike in that they had one foot on that little patch and the other in some fantasy of their own imagination. From that tiny winding wire of precious flat ground had come John Steinbeck, hippies, gay rights, the computer revolution, Ronald Reagan, every Hollywood movie, blue jeans, Barbie dolls, Joe DiMaggio, fortune cookies, popsicles, lap dances, hula hoops, the Beach Boys, Disneyland, an entire continent's worth of positive affect scrunched up into a coastline and paved over with mission architecture. How much further? I asked my mysterious benefactor. Not far, she said. We'll land in the outskirts of the city. It should make us harder to notice. The kayak was a bright white, making its bottom almost invisible from the ground. I wasn't sure what was keeping the Marines on the cloud above from spotting us. Some kind of enchantment? Stealth technology? Were stealth kayaks even a thing? Who are you? I asked her. I'd been turning the evidence over in my mind ever since we'd left the Citadel. She was young, though I couldn't say how young. Asian-looking, perfect English, tall and thin, very long hair, fast. Wore a leather jacket and black pants like some kind of action movie heroine. Able to decode exotic numbering systems on the fly. Had a flying kayak. Knew her way around an Angelic bastion, but apparently wasn't supposed to be there. Tough enough to consider leaving me stuck there, but decent enough to decide against it. My top guess was spy. If I had to guess, a country harmonious Jade Dragon Empire, but not going to rule out the Great Basin Empire either. Loose lips sink ships, she said, which was either a reference to the old adage about not giving up secret information during
A time of war, or else some kind of warning that the spell holding our kayak in the sky was sensitive to noise in the same way as the invisibility spell. By the precautionary principle, I shut up. Somewhere south of Santa Barbara, the dreaminess of California starts to become oppressive, to exocriss and take physical form, giving the sky itself a hazy softness like an opium trance.
Where the relaxation becomes frantic and the fantasy becomes feverish. A city somehow congested in its sprawl. Do I even need to discuss the Kabbalistic meaning of the name Los Angeles? Kabbalah deals with the hidden, but Los Angeles wears its allegiance on its sleeve for all to see. Here Los, the Blakean archetype of the fires of creativity, has his foundry. The ironsmith storyteller God forging dreams for an emotionally starved world. Here, in this city of angels. Well, one angel. Mostly still an angel. I could barely make out the hilltop compound of Gadiriel, Lorena de Los Angeles, somewhere to the west. And who are you, anyway? Jane asked as we neared the outermost tendrils of the megalopolis. Sits alone in an angel bastion. Solves locational arithmetic problems. Knows secret names. It could have been a compliment, but it wasn't. Not the way she said it. It was more like chewing me out for daring to be mysterious in her vicinity. Complicating her plans, and the entitlement, demanding my secrets just a moment after refusing to give up her own. I was tempted to bargain, knowledge for knowledge, but truth was, I was feeling pretty entitled too. Sure, I was curious what she was doing, what book we had just stolen, but my secrets were more important than hers. I needed to relax somewhere dark and quiet and reestablish full telepathic contact with Anna. Then I needed to get a book on name error correction. Then I needed to get myself a good computer. Then taking over the world and becoming the next Comet King could continue apace. Sure, it was flattering for her to ask who I was. Wasn't that what I'd always wanted? Who is this man? This errand teller, who breaks impossible codes in mere minutes and knows the hidden holy things. But going any further with Jane was way too much of a risk. Man of mystery, I said, as nonchalantly as I could. Jane was quiet for a second. Then she grabbed the paddle from me. We hung motionless. She jumped onto the front of the kayak, spun around, took out her pistol, jammed it right into my head. You can become invisible, she hissed. You know locational arithmetic, which means you've been doing work that requires locational arithmetic, which means you've used Friedman's conjecture, which means you're a passable Kabbalist. Sometimes passable Kabbalists get very, very lucky. Maybe one is lucky enough to discover a secret name that grants invisibility. If he were to do that, the only question is, who would get to him first? A nice person who asks him politely to accompany her to somewhere very far away where he can be debriefed and kept safe. Or a not-so-nice person who would torture all his secrets out of him and then kill him to make sure he didn't tell anyone else. I said. I'm neither, said Jane. I'm a practical person. I will ask you politely to accompany me someplace far away where you can be debriefed and kept safe. And if I detect the slightest hesitation in your answer, then I will switch tactics and do the other thing. I said. Let's go to the place. Good, said Jane. Now, who are you? My name is Aaron Smith, I said. I studied Kabbalah in Stanford. With the help of a prophetic dream, I discovered a name that granted invisibility. I used it to go sneaking around places I shouldn't, and finally I got cornered, and I spoke the vanishing name and ended up in that library with you. You're not telling the whole truth, she said, but she shrugged. I guess I can't blame you. Let me give you an offering of goodwill. I work for the Dividend monks in Colorado. The book we've taken records a prophecy given by them in secret and since forgotten, which I was asked to retrieve. We will land, go to the hotel where I am staying, and make contact with our transportation back to Colorado. Once you are there, you will stay in the monastery and be questioned further. What happens then is for you to decide. But you seem to have enemies here, and there are worse places for fugitives than the Divide. I nodded mutely. Actually, she was right. There were worse places. There was a theory that the shape of the Tree of Life corresponded to the shape of the American continent. That would mean that the perfectly balanced center of the tree, the Pillar of Harmony, corresponded to the Continental Divide. Some mystics claim that standing exactly on the Continental Divide allowed them to balance the energies, achieve strange powers, and see into the future. They had straggled into Colorado and formed the Dividend monks, becoming some of the earliest and strongest allies of the Comet King and his children. Colorado was a civilized country, and I could expect better treatment from the Comet Spawn than I was likely to get from Lian-Go or any of the other warlords in what was left of the West. And the Dividend monks, notwithstanding whatever book they needed to send Jane to go steal, had a fantastic library, probably filled to the brim with name-era correction references. Sit tight on a mountain somewhere. Wait for Anna to become powerful enough to rescue me. It sounded like a plan. We landed on the outskirts of Los Angeles, hid the flying kayak under a pile of wood, then took the bus into town. Jane insisted I hold her hand the whole way. Presumably, you can never be too cautious with a prisoner who can turn invisible. I didn't mind. She was pretty, in a scary way, rich too, apparently. She was staying at a penthouse suite in the Biltmore. The Dividend monks must pay well. When we finally reached her room, she made a beeline for the dresser, opened the third drawer, and retrieved 6 purple sparkling Beanie Baby dragons. Then she panicked. Holding my hand was forgotten. Keeping track of me at all was forgotten. I could have walked straight out the door and spoken the vanishing name if I'd wanted to. Maybe I should have. She ransacked the room, slamming open every drawer, looking under the covers, under the bed, tearing open her suitcase and flinging various mysterious objects in every direction. It was like she was having a fit. Aaron, she said to me, when she finally remembered my existence at all. Somebody has stolen the 7th dragon. Afternoon, May 12th, 2017. Los Angeles, Urn. Coming from the edge of my consciousness. A faint voice. Thou shalt not krill. The organizing soul within me. The Kabbalists would have called it the neshama. Awoke, even as my body dozed on the hotel bed. Thou shalt not commit adultery, I answered, but I knew deep down it was a second-rate attempt. Weak, said Anna. Where are you? Are you safe? Are you okay? I spent the morning kayaking with a pretty girl, and then she invited me back to her hotel room and handcuffed me to the bed. Really? Asked Anna. I opened my eyes, taking care not to break the hypnopompic trance that smoothed the telepathic link between us. The clock told me it was early afternoon. Jane was nowhere to be found. I still had a gag in my mouth to prevent me from speaking any names, and I still had my hands cuffed to the bedposts to prevent me from taking off the gag. I'd asked Jane why she carried a gag and handcuffs with her in her luggage, and she hadn't answered. Two rushed to restrain me so that she could run out and search for her precious beanie baby. Really, I said, and sent Anna my memories of that morning, speaking the vanishing name right under Malia Ngo's watchful eyes, escaping the strategic Angel Reserve with Jane. The frantic search for her missing beanie baby, no amount of pleading inducing her to offer an explanation, then her restraining me so she could expand the search to the rest of the city. And you? What happened to you? You were with me in Unsong, and then you learned a name. Where are you? Are you safe? Where is Erica? I'm on a boat, she said. I haven't seen Erica, but she's not dead. The link from the partial marriage ceremony would have told me that, I think. I keep trying to telepathically ping her, but I've never been able to feel her as strong as you. Then she sent me her own memories, Sarah appearing mysteriously in her hotel room. San Francisco, the Comet King's ship. So you don't have the computer? No. Everything I'd been doing up until now had been predicated on Anna having Sarah. If Anna had Sarah, the plan was still intact. She would become mighty. She would rescue me. We would be rich and important. If Anna didn't have Sarah, then the error correction was our only hope. Otherwise, I'd be back to being nobody. The thought was somehow worse than being a fugitive, worse than being cuffed to a bed. I could take a lot if I was somebody. The thought of falling back into my cog in the machine status filled me with dread. Anna felt my worries. As soon as we reach a friendly port, she said, I'll find the error correction books. Or if I can get in contact with Erica, I'll try to get her to read them and send us the information we need. I sent her a burst of grateful encouragement. In the meantime, she asked, do you need rescuing? Jane didn't seem evil in the same way as Ngo, and Colorado was a good place, but the handcuffs on my wrists reminded me that she probably didn't have my best interests at heart either. And exactly because Colorado was a good place, it was the sort of place that she would reassure me we were going, even if she worked for the harmonious Jade Dragon Empire, or somewhere further afield. I noticed that she had told me we were going back to the Biltmore to meet her transportation back to Colorado, then left on her search without expressing any worries that she might miss said transportation. Jane didn't seem evil exactly, but she was suspicious, secretive, and maybe crazy. I think I might, I said. Then when we reach our next port, I'll get off and try to find you. I don't think these people will try to stop me. They seem nice. I felt no fear in her mind. Yes, Anna had the spectral name and potentially the element of surprise. That was a pretty deadly combination. But still, no fear. I sent her a burst of positive emotion. One more thing, she added, and she sent me the Airwalker and Zephyr names. Who do you think got the computer and gave those to you? Honestly? Asked Anna. God. You think God directly intervened in the universe to help you and your friend when they were in trouble? Don't they warn you against that kind of thing in Theodicy 101? I didn't get to hear her answer. The jingling noise of a key turned in the lock. Jane's coming back, I said. You tell your mysterious billionaire sailor friends to keep you safe. You tell your psychotic spy girlfriend to keep her hands off you. She thought back. You're already Kabbalistically married. I sent her a burst of the most positive emotions I could manage, just as Jane flung open the door and turned on the light, breaking my trance. I startled fully awake. Jane looked a little sweatier and dirtier, but the permanent scowl on her face had only deepened. I got you some food, she said, putting a bag of McDonald's on the counter. And some clean clothes. Get dressed. We're going to Las Vegas. Las Vegas? I asked, after she had taken the gag off. The manager doesn't know who took my dragon. The cleaning staff all say they didn't take it. No toy store in the whole city has a replacement, but they all say there's a big specialty store in Las Vegas that will. So we're going to go to Vegas. Get dressed. She unlocked the cuffs. Jane was nothing if not efficient. Less than 5 minutes later, we were on our way out. I grabbed the bag of food and a bottle of Appleade from the minibar. She glanced at me as I took the drink, but said nothing, which was just as well, considering. 2. Jane, I had asked her very gingerly, earlier that morning, as she was nearly tearing the room into pieces. What do you need 7 toy dragons for? She'd rounded on me. You shut up, she snapped. You know too much already. If you hadn't screwed everything up on the Angel Reserve, we wouldn't be in this mess. Mind your own business. Then she went back to searching like a mad woman. She went into the other room of the suite, and I could hear her opening and slamming the colors. I walked over to the dresser, looked at the 6 purple dragons inside. I was no expert on beanie babies, but they looked pretty normal. I shook one. It felt like there were regular beans inside. Very carefully, I squeezed it. Nothing happened. Behind the dresser, I saw a glint of purple. The 7th beanie baby had fallen through the back of the drawer and was wedged in between the dresser and the wall. I reached my arm in and grabbed. "Jane!" I called. From the other room, again, her voice. "Shut up. I swear by the Most High, if I have to tell you to shut up one more time, I will burn your tongue out. You think this is funny? Just shut up!" Then more slamming. Atop the dresser was a minibar. In the minibar was a plastic bottle of Apple-Aid tinted an almost opaque green. I poured the Apple-Aid down the sink, stuffed the 7th beanie baby into the bottle, then put it back onto the bar. Why had I done it? I wasn't sure now. I was being treated like an infant, and I was being kept in the dark. I hate being treated like an infant and kept in the dark. I was sick of reacting. I wanted to act, but the more I thought about it, the more I approved of my previous choice. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible would happen when she got that 7th beanie baby, that it would complete whatever arcane plan needed a book from the angel's own library, that there would be something very final about her getting it. And now we were going to Vegas. A dark place to be sure, but not Jane's place, and not on her terms. If Anna was coming to rescue me, I'd rather Jane be off searching for a beanie baby in Vegas than doing whatever she would be doing when things started going her way. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was spreading a catchy quote denying all tricks greater than the one about faking non-existence. Stephen Koss. Content warning, Part 2 of this chapter contains graphic scenes including references to hell, gore, rape, psychological torture, and death. Some commenters are saying it was excessive even beyond the level suggested by this content warning. So take that into account. If you don't want to read it, you can skip to Part 3 without missing too much plot-wise. Thanks to Pith for helping out as Hell Consultant. After 3 months living with Anna, she learned that I hadn't seen the broadcast. We'd been talking about theodicy, as usual. Anna was explaining how the Cainites had made the terrible mistake of trying to munchkin biblical morality. Munchkinning is this idea from role-playing games, where instead of trying to tell a good story, you search for weird little loopholes that violate the spirit of the rules and make things much too easy. The Bible says, check your Luke 15:6, that in heaven there will be more rejoicing over one sinner who repents than over 99 souls that are righteous and have no need of repentance. Solve for maximum rejoicing in heaven, and the obvious munchkin solution is to deliberately sin in order to repent later. Add some common sense assumptions about the relationship between magnitude of crime and magnitude of repentance-related heavenly rejoicing. And, well, you can see where this is going. Anna was against the Cainites. I was provisionally for them. You can't just follow the letter of the law and not its spirit. Anna was protesting. Holy frick, you're a Kabbalist. And now you're supposed to believe that even the tiny extra dots and brushstrokes on some of the letters in the Bible have special meaning. When God said you couldn't start a fire on the Sabbath, and the rabbis interpreted that to mean you couldn't use electricity either, the Israelis just went ahead and programmed all their elevators to constantly go up and down, stopping on every floor. Because then you could enter and not push buttons, and you wouldn't technically be the one initiating the electricity. The whole point of the Kabbalah is that God wouldn't include something in the Bible that you could interpret a certain way unless he meant you to have that interpretation. And you're saying a really, really obvious thing, not just suggesting that repentance is better than righteousness, but actually giving a numerical conversion factor was a mistake? You're talking about the Jewish Bible, said Anna. The Christians don't do things that way, and God knew the Christians wouldn't do things that way, so he wouldn't insert that kind of complicated subtext in the Christian Bible. God couldn't stop adding complicated subtext to save his life, I said. How does that Galileo quote go? I cannot believe that the same God who hath endowed us with the tendency to overinterpret things in clever, self-serving ways intended us to forego its use. Anna swatted my face playfully. What was that for? I cannot believe that the same God who hath endowed me with a hand to slap you with intended me to forego its use. Careful, I said, picking up a big pillow from the couch.
God hath endowed me with a pillow.
You wouldn't, said Anna. I swung it at her really hard, barely missing a table full of books and a potted plant. See, I said as it hit her in the face, I hereby repent of doing that, and now heaven rejoices over me more than you.
Why would God
But seriously,
put a verse in
said
the
Anna,
Bible
and she was
calculated to
serious
make
now.
us
Want to be as sinful as possible? What if someone goes on a murder spree or something? I don't know, I said, but we know that serpent has the same gematria value as Messiah, and that Kabbalists since time immemorial have been saying that there's some deep sense in which evil is the key to redemption. Also, God created a universe filled with evil. That was definitely a thing that happened.
Tell me about it, said Anna. I decided to take her literally. Look, we know God has to desire evil on some level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created Thamiel and set him loose in the universe to promote it. So why not actually put something in the Bible that sufficiently defective people will use as an excuse to be evil? You're heading towards repentance theodicy, said Anna. The theory that the reason God put evil in the universe was that repentance is so great. And without evil, you can't repent. But I don't see it. Repentance is great because it makes there stop being evil. We celebrate repentance more than we maybe do with constant saintliness because we want to send a big signal to other evildoers that we will welcome and celebrate them if they stop being evil. Somebody beating me up and then saying sorry and he won't do it again is preferable to somebody beating me up and intending to continue to do so, but not to never getting beaten up in the first place. I said, maybe God just happens to like repentance for its own sake. It wouldn't be the weirdest thing he ever did. I mean, he created the platypus. See, this is what I hate about theodicy, said Anna. Everyone just wants to dismiss it and say maybe God is weird, like, of course God is weird. But it needs to be a kind of weird that makes sense. It has to have deeper patterns
and be ultimately scrutable. I really don't think that the same God who hath endowed us with reason intended us to forego its use.
Deal with it.
The universe
The whole
sucks.
problem is that we can't deal with it. If the universe just sucked a little, we could deal with it. But nobody can deal with the full extent of the universe's suckiness. Not when it happens to them personally, not even when they witness it firsthand. The only reason anyone can deal with it at all is because they never really think about it. They keep it off in their peripheral vision where it never really shows up clearly. It's like how
Everybody knew hell existed, but nobody freaked out until they saw the broadcast. I can't speak to that, I said. Never saw the broadcast myself. Anna was startled. Really? Why not? So the first reason was that it was a TV broadcast and there was no television anymore. TV broadcasting had stopped working sometime around the mid-1980s before I was born. A victim of the general if weirdly non-uniform decay in technology and the physical laws that supported it. The internet still worked, but for reasons no one had been able to figure out, it couldn't handle video or audio, even though the programmers swore back and forth that it ought to be easy. The only visual technology that still ran consistently, besides old-fashioned film reels, was VHS tapes. Some people said Thamiel had specifically intervened to keep VHS running for the sake of the broadcast. Obviously, no one was going to play it in a movie theater. But without any reason to have a TV, that didn't matter much. If you wanted to watch the broadcast, you had to hunt down someone with a TV, hunt down a VCR, and hunt down a taped copy of the broadcast, which was either illegal or just not done. The second reason was that I was scared. The broadcast had destroyed the original United States, driven a lot of people insane, even made a couple commit suicide, despite that maybe being literally the worst possible
as a dabbler
response
in
to its
forbidden
content.
mysteries, but the broadcast just had the wrong ratio of enticing to horrifying. I said. Never got around to it, I guess. I have a TV and a VCR down in the basement. Let's watch it now. Why do you have a TV and VCR in the basement? I wanted to see the broadcast. You don't think I've been studying theodicy for years and never saw it, do you? I went to yard sale after yard sale until I found the right equipment, and I ordered the tape from the Harmonious Jade Dragon Empire. You can get anything from the Harmonious Jade Dragon Empire if you pay enough money. And the broadcast is special. It's a part of history. It's epic. Uh-huh, I said. No, really. I once had an English teacher who had this whole convoluted definition for epic. To be an epic, a work has to begin in media res, take place in multiple lands, contain a long catalog of objects, include a talking ship, feature divine intervention, etc. But most of all, it had to have a journey into hell. A talking ship. Something about the Argonauts, said Anna. My English teacher said it was a big deal, but I'm pretty sure it's optional. But then I started thinking. American history starts in media res, There were already cultures on this continent for centuries before 1776. It takes place in multiple countries.
America, Canada, Mexico, then later on Cuba, the Philippines, France, Germany, Japan. There's a catalog, the census. There's divine intervention aplenty. And now there's the broadcast. A journey into hell. That clinched it.
We're all in an epic. Still no talking ship. The talking ship is optional. Are you going to watch the broadcast or not, too? Daniel Santoni had been a beloved National Geographic presenter until his untimely death on an expedition to the Himalayas. He'd also been a serial womanizer with a reputation for harassing his by his millions of fans and met with quiet relief by those closest to him. Now he stood in front of a pair of gates, twice the height of a man, made of some metal that had long since tarnished into a uniform black. They were set in a great rectangular doorframe, and the doorframe was set in a flat stone surface that stretched past the borders of the scene. It was unclear if it was a floor, ceiling, or wall, and Santoni did not appear to be standing on any particular surface. The doors in their frame were filled with sinuous sculptures of writhing men and women, whose faces seemed to be melting into nightmarishly distorted expressions. The intricacy of the work was astounding, like 1,000 sculptors had worked on it for 1,000 years to get every detail right. Written on them in Gothic blackletter were the words, "Abandon all hope, ye who enter here." Above them was also a banner reading, "Welcome, National Geographic." "Welcome," Santoni told his audience. His voice sounded thin and reedy, and nobody who watched the broadcast came away thinking Santoni was doing this of his own free will. There were no visible bruises, but he still looked traumatized. "Me and some of my old crew have come here to show you a very special National Geographic special on hell." There was a soundtrack, but it was the same kind of anti-music I had heard once before on a recording of Themiel's audience with the president. I wish there were subtitles so I could have turned it off. Most people think the words on these gates were written by demons to sound foreboding, but that's not quite right. This is the outside of the gates, where the demon's sway is lesser. This warning was written as helpful advice by some friendly power. The gates of hell opened, and Santoni and his crew stepped inside. The camera view wheeled around. The inside of the gates said, "Keep hoping, suckers." Despair has a certain numbing quality, personal experience. For the demons of hell, keeping hope alive is a psychological torture, almost as important as the physical tortures they inflict. For more, we join Gaashekala, Lord of the Fourth Circle. The scene shifted to a sort of crypt-like office. The furniture was made of people, their bodies broken in unimaginable ways and reformed into chairs and tables. Gaashekala looked like a giant with the head of a panther, except made entirely of snarling mouths. A lower third gave his position as torture expert. He sat down on a chair made of two people intertwined together in an anatomically impossible way. Both screamed silently as he lowered himself down onto them. "Every couple of years a sinner is in hell. We arrange some kind of apparent escape opportunity," the demon told Santoni. "After you've been tortured for a century, all your skin flayed off piece by piece, then carefully replaced for the next flaying 100 times in succession, raped in every orifice of your body, including the ones you don't have yet. All your fingernails and toenails pulled off one by one, then reattached, then pulled off again non-stop for a decade by a demon with a weird fetish for that kind of thing. After that, we have a demon come to you and say, 'There's been a mistake in the cosmic recording. You're actually supposed to be in heaven after all.' We shower you with apologies, clean you up, and send a party of dignitaries to escort you to the gates. Then when you're thanking God through a flood of tears for your deliverance, we laugh and bring you right back to Fingernail Guy, who wants another 100 years with you." He shook his head. "And the fun thing about humans is that you never learn. After another century, we can do the exact same thing. Every word the same except and this time we mean it at the end. And you'll still believe us, because the alternative is to admit you're stuck forever and you never learn to We get more creative. We have a fellow captive tell you he's learned a secret name that will finally kill you, grant you the oblivion you crave. He'll demonstrate by having a few other people say it, and they'll drop dead on the spot. Overjoyed by the opportunity, you'll speak the name, and we'll all show up and laugh at you. The fellow captives were all Confederates. The name is a nonsense word, or a phrase cursing God in a forgotten language. We can get more creative than that, but I shouldn't reveal all my secrets. You're probably surprised I'm even telling you this at all. But the thing is, it doesn't matter. Put someone through enough pain, and they'll be willing to believe anything that promises a moment's relief. Dial the pain up far enough, and you have no idea what idiot hopes people are willing to believe. So yes, our side of the door says keep hoping, suckers, and you will. Santoni's narration was crisp mid-Atlantic English with an undertone of horror. That was Ga-Shikala, one of the many demons created by Thamiel out of the energy released by the death of Satan, talking about the psychological tortures of hell. But the physical tortures... He stopped speaking suddenly, then started to shake and mumble to himself. The scene cut out, and the documentary resumed as if nothing had happened on a plain of iron spotted with towers of iron cages. There was something plant-like and organic to the way they grew in little clusters. Every cage was packed so densely with people that there was no room for movement, only the ones on the outside being able to stretch limbs through the bars and wiggle them around feebly. "Most of hell looks like this," said Santoni. Now there were visible bruises on his face. "The people in these cages... You can't see it from this vantage point, but the temperature is above 1,000 degrees. Those iron bars they can't burn, but they can still feel heat just as intensely as the living. More intensely. They don't need food to live, but hunger pangs are just as intense. They don't need water, but the thirst is..." He cut himself off. "There's another difference between their bodies and ours, which is that their minds don't break and they don't acclimate. The 1,000th day here is just as bad as the first." He looked toward someone off camera. "Please don't make me continue. Don't..." Some kind of signal I couldn't see. "We're going to interview some of these people, see what..." He held the microphone up to somebody whose mouth was pressed up against the edge of this cage. Screamed the damned into the microphone, so loud that I jumped and Anna had to put her hand on my knee to stop me from shaking. Then they all started talking and screaming at once. I could only make out one or two snatches. "I'm Mabel Riggs of 242 Oval Street in Minneapolis. If anyone remembers me, please do something, I pray, please, I'll do anything. Oh God, you have to." "Shut up!" yelled the man who was pressed so close to her that I worried her bones might break against the bars of the cage. "Shut up, you bitch! Give me the microphone! A brief scuffle, then the camera was upright again and we were looking at a burning skull, who was identified as Gamshikoth, torture expert. "We put a lot of effort into matching people with the right cage mates," Gamshikoth was saying. "We look through a database of everyone who's ever lived to find the people you'll like least, maximize the clash of personalities." I turned to Anna. "I don't want to watch any more of this." "You have to watch it," she said, which was so out of character for her that it was almost as scary as the scene on the TV. "What? No, I don't." "You tried to dismiss the problem of lots of weird stuff. As if this," she gestured at the screen, "was of the same magnitude as the platypus. You want to see why theodicy is a hard problem? Watch." When I finally managed to turn my eyes back to the television set, Santoni talking to a pitch-black, featureless demon whose name was given as Thagirian Torture Expert. Apparently hell had a lot of torture experts. They were on another dreary gray plain, broken by blocky black buildings. Trees grew here, although the trunks were made of iron, and the leaves were dull gray and wet blood. Carriages drawn by pitiful, lacerated slaves were coming back and forth down a stony road full of food and wine and other luxuries. The sides of the road were lined with severed heads impaled on tall pikes, and some of the heads were moving slightly in a way that didn't look like wind. "Some of the demons have nicknamed this place Brimstone Acres," Thagirian was saying. "It's the nice part of hell. Relatively speaking, of course. We reserve it for the worst sinners. Hitler has a villa here. So do Beria and Lalaurie. It's basic incentive theory. If the worst sinners got the worst parts of hell, then people who were pretty sure they were hellbound might still hold back a little bit in order to make their punishment a little more tolerable. We try to encourage the opposite. If you know you're going to hell, you should try to sin more, much more, as much as possible, in the hopes of winning one of these coveted spots. And that's just the beginning. There were some bad people who died in Stalinist Russia, and I like making sure every one of them knows that Bereya's having a great time right now. Food, drink, and of course all the slaves he could possibly need for whatever purposes he likes. Whatever purposes. All the people selected to be his slaves being the people who hate him the most, naturally, which is the icing on the cake. These places pay for themselves. Who died in the Holocaust a little magic stone that lets them know what Hitler's doing at any given moment, and you wouldn't believe how they howl. At this point, I was mostly covering my face with a pillow and whimpering. I honestly think I missed most of the broadcast, or that it was repressed from my memory or something. I think at some point Anna brought me a glass of water, or started stroking my head. But I know she wouldn't let me go, and it never occurred to me to leave without her say-so. I just sat there, the sights and sounds passing through me like I was a zombie. I couldn't have told you how long or short it was. But I remember the last scene. It was another plane full of cages, placed a little more sparsely than the last bunch. Between them, smaller iron growths, shrubs if the cages were trees, held individual sinners receiving individual attention from individual demons. The noise was nearly solid, indecipherable, more like hitting a brick wall ears first than hearing a lot of people screaming at once. The collected visuals had a similar effect. I couldn't decide where to look. As I started to make out individual forms, I could see some of these cages were full of children. There was a big demon with ram-like horns. The documentary named him as Golachab bioethicist, and he was going cage by cage, blinding each child by ripping the eyes out of their sockets, which grew back in moments. The ground underfoot was obscured by a thick layer of crushed eyeballs. "We have your mother here," said Golachab. "I'll torture her for 1,000 years," said the boy. 2,000. I'll do whatever kind of torture you want on her. The thing with the spiders you showed me that one time. I'll make up new tortures, worse than you've ever seen. I promise. One of the great things about suckers who never give up hope, Golachab told Santoni in the camera, for the tiniest is that they try a possibility of a ticket out, or even a less crowded cage, or maybe a couple weeks reprieve from the ministrations of some of the worst demons. You have no idea what people will offer. No stoic suffering here. The best way to take someone's virtue is to let them do the work figuring out how to degrade themselves in exchange for a carrot dangled at the edge of their vision. I bet that young man there, before he came to hell, genuinely believed that no amount of suffering could turn him against those he loved. And now we don't even have to ask, and he's offering to torture his mother for 2,000 years. We'll say no, and he'll scream, and we'll come back in a couple decades to see what else he has in mind. And he'll offer to do things so perverse and disgusting, it will kind of even frighten us. And then we'll say no again, and we'll let him keep all the torture he already has. Plus the knowledge that he has tried as hard as he can to sell out every principle he ever believed in, and it has profited him nothing. Or maybe we'll take him up on it, let him torture his mother for 2 millennia, and then not give him anything in return. Just to see his face when he realizes it was all for nothing. Or maybe we'll take him up on it and give him a couple hours reprieve from his tortures. Because why not? And then back here for another millennium. As he spoke, my eyes were caught by a different part of the scene. A young woman sitting in a rusted iron chair, off to one side but near the camera, close enough that I could clearly see her expression. She stared straight ahead, eyes wide, mouth shut, completely still and silent, radiating the most abject terror imaginable. A tiny green demon flitted around her with a tiny paintbrush, painting her skin a surprisingly lovely shade of light blue. It was by far the least gruesome torture on display. In fact, she didn't even seem to be injured at all. But something had to have put that look on her to everyone else around her, and she was terrified that at any moment it could start happening to her too. Maybe something I couldn't see was causing her unimaginable pain the whole time. Maybe both. For some reason, when Santoni saw this, he dropped the camera. Everything went dark for a second until somebody else picked it up and pointed it back at the ram-horn demon. Thamiel popped into existence, walked up to the ram-horn demon. "Let me help," he said, and with a single thrust he impaled both eyes of a child on the 2 prongs of his bident. Then he wrenched the bident free, taking the eyes with them, and held them right in front of the camera. I don't think I've ever seen a worse look of terror than in those suddenly disembodied eyes. Eventually, he pulled them away and focused the camera straight at him, so I could see every hair and wrinkle on both of his horrible faces. "It seems like we're running out of time," said Thamiel. "But don't worry. Later on, many of you will have all the time in the world to learn more about us. I'm not going to say if it's 10% or 90% of you. I love to watch you squirm because you don't know. I'm not going to tell you whether you come here for believing the wrong thing, or doing the wrong thing, or what the wrong thing is, or any of that, because I want you to be totally incapacitated with fear that everything you do might be tossing yourself into my hands. I want your dreams to be haunted by the knowledge that, when you die, you might very well be herded into a realm where your hunger and thirst increase as always, but you will never eat or drink again. Where your body feels pain like normal but can never die. Where your mind is as easily spurred to suffering as on Earth, but where it can never crack into boiling hot cages, flayed, gutted, raped, lacerated, that we will rip out your eyes and pour boiling oil into the sockets and do it again and again and again. I want you to know that all of those people who say that hell is the absence of God, or hell is a name people give to their suffering on earth, or hell is other people, or hell is oblivion, or hell is some nice place where atheists get to live free from divine tyranny. All of that is wishful thinking. Hell is a place full of fire and demons under the earth where you will be tortured forever. It's exactly what it says on the tin. Finally, I want you to know that you will sin anyway. This is the best part. For a couple of days or a couple of weeks, you'll be horrified. You'll try to change your ways. You'll be like the alcoholic promising he'll never have another drop. Then the memory will fade, your normal habits will take over, and everyone will be back to the way they were before. You can't save yourself. You're not strong enough. Your basic nature will out not to be all Calvinist about it, but it's true. And you'll make up some comforting excuse and get on with your life, but you won't live forever, and when you die, I'll be waiting. Thamiel thrust his bident at the camera, and as the tip pierced the lens, there was some final vision of ultimate horror. Something I will never be able to describe, and which really was no worse than any of the rest, but which seemed more ontologically fundamental, and then the screen went black. "So," said Anna, "that's the broadcast. What did you think?" I vomited all over the couch. 3. They said the broadcast had showed up in an unmarked brown package to the White House mailbox late in '72. It was a tense moment on the national stage. Nixon was running for re-election, but he was facing renewed questioning by politicians in the halls of Congress and by protesters in city streets across the nation. Some were concerned about the theological risks of allying with the devil. Others raised more practical concerns. Soviet Russia had been written off dozens of times before in this conflict, but now it really seemed to be on its last legs. When Thamiel took Moscow, where would his attentions turn next? Might we be lending aid and comfort to an inevitable future enemy? The American people wanted to know, and Nixon's Kabbalistically named opponent George McGovern was taking the issue to town halls and rallies across the country. Speaking of Kabbalistic names, in the 1972 presidential election, Nixon's cause was championed by the Committee to Re-elect the President, aka Creep, and so he was. He was a genius at politics, maybe even at statecraft, but there were certain areas where intellect is no substitute for being human rather than reptilian. That was what did him in. When Nixon learned about the broadcast, he figured it was blackmail. Thamiel was telling him that if he didn't stick to the script, hell could release the broadcast, make him look like a monster for allying with them, and he would end up with egg on his face on the campaign trail. So the president ordered all the big TV networks, ABC, NBC, CNN, etc., not to publish the broadcast if they received it. There were obvious First Amendment issues, but Nixon's relationship with the Constitution was a lot like the Cainites with the Bible. Better to seek forgiveness than permission. The networks complied, the president dug deep into his bag of dirty tricks, and the creep won the election handily. But in fact, the networks didn't have the broadcast. Nobody had sent it to them. So things kept ticking along quietly until Thamiel finally raised Moscow in late 1973. Babylon the Great had fallen. In the absence of a mutual Western foe, Europe started getting the U.S.-Hell alliance began to crack. The harmonious Jade Dragon Empire was playing both sides against the other. Everyone held their breath, wondering what would come next. Nixon decided to play some hardball of his own. He reminded Thamiel that he still had the broadcast. Thamiel didn't budge, so Nixon gave it to the networks. Using perfectly Nixonian logic, he figured that he had already been re-elected, and you can't get more than 2 terms anyway. So what was the harm? On November 1st, 1973, the broadcast went out to an unsuspecting nation. St. Francis saw above him, filling the whole heavens, some vast, immemorial, unthinkable power, ancient like the Ancient of Days, whose calm men had conceived under the forms of winged bulls or monstrous cherubim, and all that winged wonder was in pain like a wounded bird? St. Francis of Assisi, by G.K. Chesterton, June 26, 1991. Gulf of Mexico. Tell me about the word water. Sohu sat on her cloud, snacking on manna with ketchup on top. He had been doing this increasingly often over the past few weeks, asking her to tell him about a word, never satisfied with the amount of meaning she was able to wring from it. It didn't matter how many connections she drew, how many languages she was able to weave together. He would always just say something like, "Yes, but what do you make of Proto-Nabatean?" in which the same word refers to an obscure kind of cooking implement? And she would have to admit that for some reason that had never crossed her mind. She sighed theatrically, but gave no further protest. In Proto-Semitic, she said, it is aqua. In Proto-Eurasiatic, also aqua. In Proto-Amarant, aqua again. So we're getting a very strong Aleph, Kaf, Vav vibe. Aleph connects chest to Gevura, and Kaf connects chest to Bina, and Vav connects Bina to Keter. So we're getting 2 paths out of chest, one all the way up to Kether, and the other down to Gevura. Go on. So we're invoking Chestit, the kindness of God. Compare Psalm 65. You visit the earth and water it. You greatly enrich it with the river of God, which is full of water. But we're also invoking Gevura, the severity of God. Water is the kindness of God, but also his severity. Think Noah's flood, where it was his severity that punished the wicked, but his kindness that saved Noah and promised never again to flood the earth. We've got Bina, the understanding of God, spiritual growth. Compare John 4:14. Whosoever drinketh of the water that I give him shall never thirst. The water that I shall give him shall be a well of water springing up into eternal life. And finally, we've got Kether, the crown of God. Human beings are 66% water. The human brain is something like 90%. Human beings are made in God's own image. Therefore, Kether. But what about the English word water, which breaks the pattern? It keeps the Vav, but it finishes with Tav and Resh. That's a very special combination. Tav goes up from Malkuth, at the very bottom of the tree, and then Resh goes straight up again until you're all the way at Tiferet in 2 moves. And from Tiferet, you can go anywhere. A Tav Resh is the shortest path. It's efficiency, it's no nonsense, it's utilitarian, it's for when you need a lot of power really, really quickly. And why does English deviates from the other languages? Because for the Tibetans and American Indians and Egyptians, water represents life and mystery and so on. But Britain is an island, and the British are the greatest seafarers in history. The Tibetans think of water, and they think of good crops and spiritual rebirth. The English take one look at it and think, yes, an understanding of God is all nice and well, but you can sail over this stuff to get anywhere. But what about the Hebrew, in which water is mayim? It means because, I don't know. Who knows? How deep do we need to go? Isn't it enough that I brought in 3 reconstructed ancestral languages from 3 different continents, plus explained deviations from the trend? Just once. Could you say, good job, Sohu? That's enough, Sohu. Good job, Sohu. Uriel, this is really boring. You are very English. You want to get places as efficiently as possible. But sometimes, when do I get to learn how to do cool stuff, like blow up mountains? Please do not blow up mountains. Mountains are useful. They help control climactic patterns. Blow up Thamiel, then. You cannot kill Thamiel. He is a facet of God. When do I get to learn anything? Uriel, this is so boring. Learning about the structure of words all day. I want to be able to help Father, to help save the world. The use of Kabbalah to affect the physical world is done primarily upon the planes of Yetzirah and Braya. These planes are not constructed of matter but of various forms of subtle structure. Until you understand the correspondences and the structure, you cannot hope to influence them consistently. I made all the rivers in the world run in reverse my first day here. By accident! That is what I'm saying. If you do not know exactly what you are doing, there will be more accidents, and you will not be able to fix them. I'll be careful. I will tell you a story. Is this going to be one of your stories that's a weird metaphor for something? Once upon a time, Rabbi Ben Azai, Rabbi Ben Zoma, the other one, and Rabbi Akiva visited an orchard. Ben Azai saw it and died. Ben Zoma saw it and went crazy. The other one burned down all the trees. Akiva came in peace and departed in peace. The end. So yes, then. It means that... Wait, who is the other one? The other one. You said Rabbi Ben Azai, Rabbi Ben Zoma, and the other one? Oh, yes, the other one. His name was Elisha ben Abuya, but we do not speak of him. In the Talmud, he is always called Iker, which means the other one. Why is his name never spoken? That is a long story. I want to hear it. The Human Book on Education says that I should always make an effort to answer children's questions, even when they are very annoying. Yes. Elisha ben Abuya was a great rabbi of ancient Israel, a brilliant Kabbalist, a mighty miracle worker, a true saint.
One day he was walking along a path when he saw a little boy climb a tree. The boy found a bird's nest. He took the eggs to eat, and he also killed the mother bird.
But this is in defiance of Deuteronomy 22:6, which says he who shall hurt the little wren will never be beloved by men. That's not how Deuteronomy goes. It says, if you come across a bird's nest in any tree or on the ground with young ones, or eggs, and the mother sitting on the young or on the eggs, you shall not take the mother with the young. You shall let the mother go, but the young you may take for yourself, that it may go well with you, and that you may live long. It was not an exact translation. Anyway, the little boy killed the mother bird, then climbed back down the tree and wandered off. Not an exact translation? What version are you? A few months later, he was walking along the same path when he saw another little boy climb a tree looking for eggs to eat. This boy found a nest, took the eggs, but left the mother bird in peace, in accordance with the law. On his way back down the tree, he stumbled, fell, broke his neck, and died. So Elisha ben Abuya swore eternal vengeance against God. What? The one boy did a wicked deed and was not punished. The other boy did a virtuous deed and was punished with death. Elisha ben Abuya saw this and declared that whatever power in the universe meted out judgment, he was in rebellion against it. Because of one bird? Isn't that a little extreme? What is the correct level of injustice at which to declare yourself in rebellion against the power meting out judgment in the universe? I mean, you would need to have... Oh. Yes, Elisha was very angry. One by one, he broke all of the laws. He was a great rabbi, so he knew every law and which ones most offended God when broken, and he devoted himself to the task with fearsome dedication. He lit fires on the Sabbath. He ate pork. He even boiled a goat in its mother's milk. Which, by the way, is why there is no longer a city of Pompeii. But these were not enough for him. He swore to break the most important law of all. What's the most important law of all? The unity of God. Elisha ascended to heaven, as one does, and he pointed at the archangel Metatron, the regent of the divine in the finite world. And he declared that guy there, he is also a god. There are two gods, TWOGODS, deal with it. The rabbis decreed that his name must never be spoken, and all who heard of it said surely the great Rabbi Elisha ben Abuya would never do such a thing, it must be some other one. And so from that day on he was called the other one. Did he ever repent? God refused to forgive him. What? God always forgives these sorts of things. Yes. Then, except Elisha ben Abuya. Just him? It is said that each year on the Day of Atonement, a great voice would ring forth from the holy places, saying, Repent, O children of Israel, for the Lord your God is merciful and shall forgive you, except you, Elisha ben Abuya. It really said that? It was a very specific voice. So what happened to him? Nothing. He just hung around being sinful, then died and went to hell? No. No? The Babylonian Talmud says that he was too great a rabbi to go to hell, but too evil to go to heaven. So where did he go? I don't know. I never asked. You never asked? I am very busy. I cannot keep track of every Talmudic rabbi. Can I get back to my story now? How do you just lose an entire rabbi? Since you are such an expert on metaphors, how do you interpret the story? I forgot the story. What was it again? Once upon a time, Rabbi Ben Azai, Rabbi Ben Zoma, the other one, and Rabbi Akiva visited an orchard. Ben Azai saw it and died. Ben Zoma saw it and went crazy. The other one burned down all the trees. Akiva came in peace and departed in peace. The end. That was an awful story. I never said it wasn't. The story of Elisha ben Abuya was like 1,000,000 times more interesting. This story is a parable about the dangers of mystical achievement. The orchard represents the higher planes you will contact in your studies. If you are unprepared, Kabbalah can kill you. If you're only partially prepared, Kabbalah can drive you mad. If your intentions are not pure, Kabbalah can turn you into a force for great evil who destroys everything around you. Only if you are wise and virtuous, like Akiva, can you escape unscathed. So you're saying you're not going to teach me anything interesting until I am wise and virtuous like Akiva? Maybe not that wise and virtuous, but I would like you to stop talking about blowing up mountains. Maybe the mountains are evil, or evil is hiding in them, or something. Please, do not blow up mountains. It never helps. Grumble. Did you ever finish learning all the world's languages? I told you that's impossible! I think you should try. You're trying to get rid of me, aren't you? Yoy! Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. So easy that millions of people throughout history did it entirely by accident. They went to church, they read their Bibles, they knelt prostrate in prayer, and then they went home and lived a life of sin, regardless. A group of psychologists once did an experiment on children's willpower. They placed a young child in front of a marshmallow and said if he could sit there without eating it for just 5 short minutes, he could have 2 marshmallows later. The marshmallow test, as it came to be called, was found to correlate with all sorts of later life outcomes like health, wealth, and success. Because unless you were a truly exceptional kid, you couldn't sit there all 5 of those minutes with that luscious marshmallow staring at you, begging to be eaten, just for a reward in some sucky future. So up the stakes a little bit. Sit there for 5 minutes, and we'll give you all the marshmallows you can eat forever. We will give you an entire dimension made entirely out of marshmallows. You can live in a great marshmallow mansion surrounded by woods made of jelly beans, with gingerbread man servants and 72 uris made entirely out of sugar. But eat the marshmallow, even a tiny part of it, and you will be carried away to Soviet Russia, where marshmallows impale you on a stick, hold you over a fire, and roast you. I'm not talking about atheists here. I'm talking about the people who accept the entire premise, the people who go, "Yep, this world is basically a cosmic marshmallow test, where if we can go the merest infinitesimal moment without sin, we will be rewarded forever and ever with joy beyond our wildest dreams. But if we grab the marshmallow, we will be punished forever in ways too terrible to imagine. And then go, what the heck, and eat the marshmallow. The Lord said unto Adam, You are free to eat from any tree in the garden, but you must not eat this marshmallow, for it is the marshmallow of the knowledge of good and evil, and when you eat of it, you will surely die. And it's not just Adam. What about Noah's sons, who right after they were saved from a giant flood caused by God being really, really vengeful about sinners in the most conspicuous way possible, decided to celebrate with some kind of weird, debauched, incestuous rape orgy? What about Judas Iscariot, who after watching Jesus commit miracle after miracle, decided to betray him for a measly 30 coins? These were not people racked with doubt about the terms of the bargain. These were people who knew exactly what that marshmallow was buying and gobbled it down anyway. I would blame the Bible for being unrealistic, but everything that's happened since has borne it out. Let's face it, the sincerely religious have not exactly been spotless in the 2,000-odd years after the close of the New Testament. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. Only the cold maw of hell, voracious for sinners. When the broadcast aired on TV that frosty November night, all the pretty lies, all the excuses people gave themselves for eating the marshmallow, came tumbling down. People fell to their knees, begging for forgiveness. Misers went out into the streets, throwing all their money at the first homeless person they could find. Lawyers, bankers, and politicians resigned en masse. So many people went out into the woods to become hermits that the woods became too crowded, and the real hermits, the ones who knew what they were doing, took up residence in deserted apartment buildings. Whole industries collapsed in a matter of days. When you know, with utter certainty, that this life is the antechamber to an ineffable eternity, who the heck wants to spend it canning tuna? Who wants to spend it catching tuna to can? What if you get to the pearly gates, and St. Peter is some kind of purist, who is really upset about what modern industrial fishing methods have done to his former trade? In Europe, tides of pro-church sentiment swept the traditionally Catholic countries of the South and East. In Asia, once arrogant businessmen fasted themselves to death, hoping to gain enough karma to escape damnation. In South America, revolutionary guerrillas repented and became wandering friars. In Russia, the Marxist-Lurianist enclaves that had survived the fall of Moscow just doubled down and fought harder. In the Oval Office, Richard Nixon, who had blown off the broadcast as propaganda when he first saw it, watched it for what had to be like the 20th time. "Expletive deleted," said Nixon. A few people, through some innate defect of character, or the certainty that they were going to hell whatever happened, took advantage of the chaos. Anyone who could put on a tattered cloak and start begging became an instant millionaire. Non-existent charities sprang up, collected so much money they needed extra mailboxes to fit the envelopes full of cash, then closed down before anyone asked them how exactly they planned to solve world hunger from Jonesboro, Arkansas. The few business people remaining were terrorized by job applicants, pointing out how desperate and needy they were, and how it would definitely look good in St. Peter's celestial ledger if they were to be immediately hired to do minimal work at high salaries. These were bad people who need to be punished. One might even say righteously smitten. There was no shortage of people willing to do righteous things, not now. Soon a persecution was on whose deranged fervor made the Salem witch trials look like the ACLU. The combination of many well-meaning but unexperienced people trying to do good and set up charities, plus a giant witch hunt for people trying to fake doing good and fake charities, went exactly as well as you might expect. Vigilante justice was served. In the middle of all of this, NASA incongruously announced they were going to launch their long-delayed Apollo 13 mission to further the study of the composition of the celestial spheres. The Catholic countries of Europe united into a theocracy. The Marxist guerrillas in South America vanished into the Darien Gap. The harmonious J-Dragon Empire told the Dalai Lama they were really sorry, and he could totally have Tibet back if he wanted. Richard Nixon vanished for several weeks. Civil aviation in the United States broke down, the complicated supply and maintenance chain beyond the reach of its tottering industries. The Midwest was consumed by riots. The Secretary of State announced that the federal government was no longer able to project force west of the Mississippi, and state governors should do what they could to maintain the peace until order was restored. 2. Houston, we have a problem. Houston had problems of its own. Louisiana, long suffering the occasional storm spinning off Uriel's hurricane, had finally given up the ghost. Texas Governor Dolph Briscoe had redeclared the Texas Republic until such time as the federal government recovered. Mission control in Houston was still working for NASA until such time as an alternate arrangement could be decided. What kind of problem, Apollo 13? We think an oxygen tank has blown. The command module's getting full of carbon dioxide. We've managed to jury-rig the system, but it's not going to hold out. We've got to return to Earth. Roger that. Apollo 13. For a moment, the attention of a collapsing superpower was distracted from its self-immolation by the drama of 3 brave men fighting a race against time to save themselves and their ship, and millions of Americans watching their television sets cheered as the command module splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean, just off the coast of the newly declared California Republic. Then their joy turned to confusion as they saw not 3 but 4 people leave the rescued capsule: John Young, commander; Kenneth Mattingly, pilot; Fred Hayes, lunar module pilot; and Richard Nixon, President of the United States. Why was the president in a spaceship? Was what everyone wanted to know. Air Force One was sent to California to return Nixon to Washington. Whether as president or prisoner, no one was sure. Witnesses were called, records were subpoenaed. It was discovered that the president had kept recordings of everything he had said in the Oval Office, and these were added to the pile of evidence. Look, Nixon told Kissinger, in one of the most damning tapes. Everything I did for the love of this country. I did it to fight communism, but expletive deleted. God isn't going to see it that way. He's going to be too soft to realize what had to be done, and I'm going to end up burning in expletive deleted for all eternity. Why the expletive deleted did I ever let you convince me to sign an alliance with expletive deleted? The idea behind the alliance was sound, Kissinger answered. We did not entirely understand how things stood at the time, but even if we had, I would have made the same suggestion. Brezhnev was getting too strong, especially with the Vietnamese and the South American communist movements. We did what we had to do. If the good Lord disagrees with me, I will be happy to point out his tactical errors. Expletive deleted, easy for you to say, said the president. You can talk anybody into anything, but I'm the one whose expletive deleted soul is on the line.
Doesn't the Bible say something about that? What use is it to something the world if it cost you your soul? Something expletive deleted hippy-dippy like that? I'm breaking the alliance.
There's no other choice. There may be another way. As you know, Captain Armstrong disappeared into the cracks in the sky. Exactly where he went is uncertain. But you cannot have missed the popular press speculating that he entered heaven. I have been having some of my people look into it. I believe that just there is a gate to hell, inside the earth, so the edge of space may be an outer gate which leads to heaven. Expletive deleted great. So this expletive deleted gate outside the world would get me to heaven. How am I supposed to get there? Take a ride in an expletive deleted spaceship? You have several. God, you're expletive deleted serious.
The director of NASA is loyal to the administration, said Kissinger. I have seen to it. Apollo 13 has been ready for launch for years now, but it has never been the right time. Always an emergency. We will make it known to NASA that now is the right time, and they will need to make room for a fourth person. The astronauts will grumble, but they will not betray the secret. They're military men, and you are their commander-in-chief.
I, expletive deleted, am, said Nixon.
Holy God, you're starting to convince me. So when can we start heading to this outer gate of yours?
I believe NASA can have the craft ready within about a month. After that, it will be a 3-day flight to the crystal sphere, and from there you may descend into the outer gate and save your soul while our alliance against communism remains intact. I don't, expletive deleted, believe this, but let's do it, Nixon was heard to say, when the full recording was played before a hearing of the House Judiciary Committee, whose members voted unanimously to propose a motion for impeachment. It wasn't just politics. The witch hunts against anyone who tried to cheat the God-fearing, hell-fearing public had only just started to die down. And now here was the president, trying to cheat in the most fantastic way possible. To buy his salvation on the taxpayer dime while leaving his supposed constituents to burn. The question wasn't whether Nixon would be impeached. The question was how many seconds he would last after Secret Service protection was withdrawn. As the Outergate scandal entered its 3rd week, Nixon bowed out. He struck a deal with the House. If he resigned peacefully, he would be granted safe passage to a comfortable exile in his hometown of Yorba Linda, California Republic. Under cover of night, the president was flown out of Washington, D.C., as mobs pelted Air Force One with stones and Molotov cocktails. 3. Ford means to attempt a difficult crossing. On August 9, 1974, Gerald Ford was sworn in as President of the United States. In the California Republic, the Texas Republic, the Salish Free State, and various little towns and homesteads of what had once been the Midwest. People watched the inauguration the same way they might the coronation of the Queen of Great Britain. Interesting, maybe even inspiring, but not having very much to do with them. In his inaugural address, Ford admitted that the federal government now controlled only the eastern seaboard and pieces of the South and Great Lakes. The way having been prepared before them, the armies of Thamiel, the Lord of Demons, crossed the Bering Strait and began the invasion of North America. May 12th, 2017, Pacific Ocean, 1. James below decks was the crew quarters. Anna didn't expect her own room and didn't get it. Her berth had 4 beds, 1 for her, 3 others for James, Lynn, and Thomas. Her bed was technically a Moxiel's, but the angel didn't sleep. As far as they could tell, he just sort of sat on the deck all night, staring wistfully at the stars. She was used to living with men. She'd lived in a group house for over a year now.
She wasn't picky. If she had been, the cramped atmosphere of the not a metaphor would have desensitized her quickly. James was in the bunk below her. Even during his short nap, he had fitful dreams. Anna asked him what he dreamt of.
For a while he didn't answer. Things I did, he eventually said. I was in the other King's army once, before we really knew how bad he was. after never summer but not by much, but he was still bad. I shot folks, probably innocent ones. That's what I dream about. And the broadcast, I dream about the broadcast, and I worry that's going to be me.
They say anyone who sincerely repents and promises to live a virtuous life will be saved, said Anna.
Yeah, and here I am. On a boat trying to find God so we can board his ship and, I don't know, hijack him or something, said James. Virtuous life, my left foot. You could always... Dreams, girl, said James.
They're just dreams. 2. Lynn, if James was taciturn, Lynn wouldn't shut up. He talked about anything. He talked about whether they would have good winds. He talked about the calculations pinning down Metatron's next appearance near Fire Island in New York. He talked about his youth as an apprentice ritualist in Arizona. That was back when placebomancy was just another strain of ritualism, he told Anna. The counterculture version, started by Shea and Wilson back in '76. Dabbled in it myself, found it helpful. Then everything went to hell when Alvarez killed the council. Ritualism fell apart, placebomancy became associated with Alvarez, and violence. Now practically nobody does either. Anybody gets too good at ritual magic, Alvarez kills them. Or if he doesn't, they think you're working with Alvarez and get more and more suspicious till you're fired on some dumb pretext. There's no future in it anymore. With time, we would have been able to do as much as the Kabbalists, and without the copyright restrictions. Instead, we're looking over our shoulders and being shown the door. Except Alvarez, Anna said. You can bet he's looking over his shoulder every darn minute, Lynn answered. I hope they catch him and lock him up and throw away the key. Placebomancy's not just about the practical applications, it's about understanding the universe. Placebomancy is our only sign thus far that the universe can be convinced of things, that it's got innate intelligence. It's the next best thing to talking to Metatron one-on-one. If we leave it to the terrorists, we're losing our biggest chance to learn something about God and about ourselves. Do you ever worry about Alvarez? Anna asked him. Me? I'm not good enough to worry. He only kills the big shots. I'm just some guy good enough to power the orange sail. And I don't leave Not a Metaphor much. If Bujam wants to get on this ship, they can pay $10 million like everyone else. 3 Simeon. They made good time almost due south, avoiding the coastline and instead driving straight into blue water, just over 60 knots. Anna didn't know much about sailing, but she gathered that was mind-bogglingly fast for a watercraft. The Not a Metaphor, built to be the fastest ship in the world, was an impressive specimen, even when not using its special features. Once they were underway, James told her it was time to test her skills. He led her to the yellow sail halfway down the deck. Its shape fit together neatly with the sails before and behind it in what looked almost like art. What do I do? She asked James. Just speak that name and see what happens, he answered. So she spoke the Mistral name, and the winds came to her. Squall and Simoon and Sirocco, Monsoon and Marin and Zephyr, the Levante, the Tramontane, the Haboob, and finally her own wind, the Santa Ana. She flung them all at the yellow sail, and for a moment the ship stopped. The world thinned to a point. She felt marvelous, truly alive. She remembered a line from Shakespeare, one she had heard long ago. I can call spirits from the vasty deep, she shouted, a voice from beside her. Why, so can I, or so can any man. But do they come when you call for them? Startled, she looked behind her. The old man was leaning on the mast of the green sail, watching her. You know Shakespeare? She asked. Then what are you doing here? What do you want? Can't I have some privacy? I'm sorry, said the old man. I didn't realize I was disturbing you. Anna regretted her harshness. No, please. You surprise me, that's all. He was really old, like at least 70. She was surprised someone so old would be up for a voyage like this. Simeon, said the man, holding out his hand. Anna shook it. She'd always thought it was stupid when people judged business people by their handshake. But by the time her hand retracted, she knew as if by revelation that Simeon was very important and very competent. I'm Anna, said Anna. You're one of the passengers? Yup, he said. Very rich guy, wants to yell at God for something? Asked Anna. That's me, said Simeon. I didn't mean to stare, you know. I was just surprised to see a woman on a ship like this. Well, I didn't mean to be here, said Anna. And I'll, avoid thinking too much about that surprise to see a woman's comment. A woman and a Shakespeare fan? Oh, please,
I know a couple of lines. I was just, what do you call it? Drunk with power. Anyway, I'm more surprised than you are. I thought you corporate billionaire types knew 700 ways to squeeze blood from a stone, but wouldn't know culture if it kicked you in the nose. She waited to see if she got a reaction. 1,200 ways. But I've been privileged to get a little time to read this and that in between board meetings, Simeon told her. James poked his head out from the cabin. We're having a crew meeting in 5 minutes. Anna, 5 minutes.
Huh? Nice to meet you, Simeon, Anna said, though she wanted to know more.
And you, Simeon told her. You ever want to learn how to squeeze blood from a stone in a hurry, you come find me, okay? She shook his hand a second time. Again, she was struck by a weird feeling that she should entrust all her money to this man and never look back. Then she ran inside. I voy. Aaron. It was late that night. James was turning fitfully in the bed below her, muttering things in his sleep. Anna felt uncomfortable, like she was witnessing something private. On a whim, she got out of bed and climbed onto the deck. Amoxiel was there, his cloak billowing in the wind. He was at the very stern of the ship, staring out into the starry night. She didn't want to disturb him, and for his part, he took no notice of her. Once again, she felt like she was intruding. She went away from him to starboard side near the yellow sail and stared out at the sea alone. Someone else was out there. Anna tried to ignore her, but she was noisy, and eventually she turned and looked. It was the woman passenger. She was hanging on the railing, leaning against some sort of weird arcane Comet King weapon that looked kind of like a harpoon, retching over the edge of the ship. "Seasick?" asked Anna. The woman stared at her with bloodshot eyes. "Guess again?" "Heroin withdrawal," Anna said. The woman gave a little squeal. "How did you know?" "I used to hang out in Oakland." "Oh. And you've got marks all over your arms." It was true. She could see them in the weird, dark glow emanating from the black sail. James had told her not to look at the black sail directly, especially not at night, and there was no way she was going to break that rule, but she couldn't help notice the glow. "Oh, well," she looked uncomfortable. Anna noticed with interest that before she got quite so many lines on her face, the woman must have been truly beautiful. Then, "Wait a second, you're Aaron Hope." The lady laughed. "Yeah, for all the good it's done me." Aaron Hope, pop sensation. One of the first people to genuinely be a pop sensation after the country knit itself back together again. Superstardom during the early 2000s, then the usual downward spiral. Men, drugs, endless grist for the paparazzi. The occasional story about rehab, followed by another story about rehab with the reader left to fill in the blanks of what must have happened in between. "I didn't bring any heroin with me," she said, voice laced with anger. "I thought I'd be okay. Fresh air, a quest to find God. I'm such an idiot." "It only lasts a couple of days," said Anna helpfully. "You think I haven't been through this a dozen times, darling?" The pop goddess wasn't really angry, just sarcastic. "A couple of days is enough. When I meet God, I hope I'm not going to vomit all over him." She tried retching again. Not much came out. "Or maybe I hope I do," she said. "At least that way I'll know he knows." Damn rehabs. Always say to place your trust in a higher power. Well, I did, and he betrayed it. I trusted the hell out of him right up until I shot back up. So I'm done trusting. Now I'm going to see for myself. She retched again. "Sure, it's a lot of money, but better give it to you than those quacks in rehab again. You're going to find him for us, right?" We'll try," said Anna, who would have trouble describing the business model of the not a metaphor in any terms more glowing than quixotic, but who didn't want to badmouth her employers. "You're a nice kid," said Aaron. Toward the stern, Amoxiel started to sob. They both heard him. By mutual consent, neither one mentioned the distressed angel. "I'm freezing my tits off," Aaron finally said. "I'm going back inside to see if I can get a couple hours unconscious." "You stay warm." Touched by the older lady's concern, Anna watched her go. Then she stood alone on the starboard of the ship, listening to the angel weep. V. Tomas, Edgar. John Tomas had been a bartender in his hometown of Puerto Penasco, Mexico. The war on drugs had hit him hard, but he had stayed in business until the other king came. After that, he'd made his escape with the captain and the rest of the original gang. Now in between singing to the green sail, he was the cook and quartermaster of the Not a Metaphors galley. It was his job not only to keep everyone fed and content, but to make fare up to the standards of the obscenely rich bastards who were his usual passengers. Anna sat down for lunch and was handed a salad. "This is delicious," she told Tomas. He nodded, as if used to the compliments. James walked in, and Anna motioned him over. "There's been a change of plans," she said. "I was just talking to a friend of mine. He's in trouble. I need to go save him. When's the next time we're going to be near land?" 2 days from now, Fire Island," said James. This trouble is pretty urgent. Do you think we could—" "There are 3 people who each paid $10 million to get on this ship, on the understanding that we would be at Fire Island 2 days from now? This is the fastest ship in the world. But even so, getting from California to New York in 2 days isn't going to leave us with a lot of spare time to go dropping people off. And we're south of the Mexican border by now, and you don't want to get off there. Sorry, Anna. We can let you off in New York." If Anna had been some sort of legendary hero, maybe she would have threatened James or mutinied or summoned a wind so strong that it smashed the boat into the California coastline. But she was a theology graduate student, and she weighed barely more than 100 pounds. And she was surrounded by military men who had nightmares about all the people whom they had killed. So she shut up. James did something halfway between patting her on the shoulder and slapping her on the back, picked up a salad in a box, and then left the galley, leaving Anna lost in thought. "What are you thinking about?" She hated that question. It was an implied, "Let me interrupt your thoughts and force you to talk to me." But if she told him to go away, she would be the impolite one. "I'm Edgar Crane." He sat down next to her, uncomfortably close. He was tall and dark and young and good-looking. Anna disliked him instantly. "Anna," said Anna. Edgar briefly looked like he was considering flirting, then defaulted to his usual strategy. "You might have read about me in the newspapers," said Edgar. "Son of the mayor of Reno. And by mayor, I mean back when it was a city-state, so basically the head of state, from one of the richest families in what's left of the U.S. of A. Not that we're uncultured Nevadan hicks or anything. We spend most of our time in Los Angeles these days." "Yeah, must be hard what with the other king totally kicking your asses and conquering your city in, 20 minutes of fighting?" Edgar clearly hadn't expected Anna to have known about that. He stiffened. "Well, just because you heard about it doesn't mean you know how things stand. If they're like your family, they stand for 20 minutes, then beat a hasty retreat. It was a strategic withdrawal. We wanted him to overextend himself. Now we're building a coalition with California and Colorado." "Poor other king." "Overextended himself by conquering half the country, killing all who opposed him, defeating the Comet King, and ruling with an iron fist for 15 years. With overextension like that, he must be ready to topple like a domino by now." Crane put his hand on Anna's shoulder. "Listen, you're pretty, but—" Anna tried to extract the offending hand. It didn't budge. She stood up. "Get your hand off me," she said. "Hey," said Edgar, "I was just—" The hand was retracted, but not of its own accord. Anna looked up and saw that John had entered the galley and gently removed Edgar's hand from her shoulder. "Edgar," said John. "No." Edgar glared at John like a hyena denied a kill. "The lady and I were flirting." "We were not," said Anna. "If we were flirting, I would have said something like, 'I hope you last longer in bed than you do defending your—'" "Anna," said John, "be an adult." "Edgar, I need to speak to Anna in private now." Edgar glared more at John. John didn't budge. Finally, the young man scowled and brought his breakfast to a different table. "Anna," said John, "I won't cite the rule about not bothering passengers, because I can see that Mr. Crane started it. But I will ask you to act your age. You made that worse than it had to be." "I'm not sorry," said Anna. "He was a jerk." "Yes," said John. "This boat is a strange place. The people who pay for our services are strange people. Some of them are jerks. It's our job to smooth that over instead of making it worse. Simeon and Aaron are perfectly nice. And maybe one day God will save us from everyone who is less than perfectly nice. Until he does, it's our job to learn to deal with them safely. Do you understand?" "I understand," said Anna. John wasn't captain or first mate. As far as she knew, he wasn't really anything. It was his age that gave him authority, she thought. Aside from Simeon, he was the only gray-haired man on a ship full of youngsters. Then she reconsidered. No, that wasn't right. He seemed wise, but it wasn't just the age. Hey, James was telling me this story of how they stole this ship. You weren't in Puerto Penasco, were you? How'd you end up here? The captain needed someone to work the blue sail, and he gave me a call. The blue sail? He's a good Roman Catholic, said John, smiling. It only responds to the prayers of a priest. What? Why? It is, he said with some chagrin, a mass energy converter. Anna groaned. And you're a priest?
Retired. But you'll see all of this for yourself. That's what came here to tell you. James is planning a symphony today at noon. All the sails we've got, at the same time. Show the passengers what we can do, convince them that they're getting their money's worth, and start covering some actual distance. We will see you there. If Crane touches me, I'm fulminant naming him, said Anna. Don't deliberately antagonize Crane, said John. But if he touches you, we'll stand behind whatever you have to do.
6. Amoxial. All right, said James when passengers and crew alike were gathered on the main deck of the boat. A symphony is where we feed all the sails at once and show you what this baby can do.
They say the Comet King used all 7 sails together to catch Metatron and get his secrets. We still haven't figured out the black sail, but when this thing is running on 6 cylinders, we hope you'll be too impressed
To care. Is everyone at their stations?
Hmm.
The red sail was at the front of the ship. No one stood underneath it. It was a normal sail that caught normal winds, and it billowed in the Pacific breeze.
Lynn stood by the placebomantic orange sail, tracing lines in the air and chanting to himself. Anna stood by the Kabbalistic yellow, waiting to speak a name. There was Tomas by the green sail, singing, John beneath the blue praying, Amoxial beneath the violet, speaking in the language of angels. At the back of the ship, the black sail stood alone. That left James to coordinate and steer.
Is everyone ready? He asked, after the crew were in their places. Ready, said Lynn. Ready, said Anna. The winds arise within me, and I blow, said Amoxial. The angel had gone iambic again. His eyes were glowing silver, and in case there was any doubt about what had caused his transformation, he held a big bottle of holy water in his hands, from which he took frequent swigs. Blame me not for my drunkenness, fair maid, he said when Anna stared. Without the spirit I have spirit none, and cannot call the winds at such a speed as bears the ship most fleet. John cringed, and Anna realized he must be the one giving the angel his steady supply. Lynn, James commanded. Start the orange sail. Lynn seemed to grow bigger. He drew forth, apparently out of nowhere, a great staff of ginkgo wood, and held it aloft. In the name of Plecobomancy, and of the Comet King who built thee and bound thee to thy task, I bid thee fly. The orange sail puffed up as if fed by phantom wind. Anna, the yellow! The young Kabbalist spoke the Mistral name. Forth came the squall and Simoon and Sirocco. Forth the monsoon and marine and zephyr, the Levante, the Tramontane, the Haboob, and finally, to her side, her own wind, the Santa Ana. Out billowed the yellow sail. Tomas the green. Tomas began to sing an old Mexican love song. At each note, the grass-green canvas seemed to shiver and unfurl. John, the blue. Gloria in excelsis Deo, et in terra pax hominibus bone voluntatis. Laudamus te, benedicimus te, adoramus te, glorificamus te, gratias agimus tibi, propter magnum gloriam tuam. Amoxiel, James commanded. The violet. The angel spread his wings and glowed with light. Heavenly winds poured down from the sky, filled the purple sail. Amoxiel shook with conducted power and took another swig of holy water to keep himself steady. At the back of the ship, the black sail sat in serene majesty, still and unruffled. In times long past, the Comet King himself had stood beneath that sail and drawn his sword, and the sail had opened to his call. Now it was quiet, too proud to heed any ordinary mortal. Not a metaphor was a ship, but it was also a machine. It was a machine designed by the Comet King who had more than mortal ingenuity. The sails had power of their own, but working in symphony, their powers multiplied dramatically. The masts became mirror-like, perfectly silver. Colored lights flashed from each to each, until the air seemed full of rainbows darting back and forth. The ship moved, but not through this world. It moved above the world and behind it, through seas of something that was not water. Anna thought she noticed the rainbows becoming a little off-hue, disproportionately purple. At the same moment, James noticed it too. Amoxiel, you're coming on too strong. Lower your sail. No response. Through the flashing lights, Anna looked back towards Amoxiel. The angel was chugging his holy water. The flask was almost finished.
"Amoxil!" shouted James. "You're drunk! You're overpowering the symphony! Stop it!" The angel, his eyes aglow so bright Anna could hardly bear to look at them, began to speak. "Through many days and nights of empty, gray, colorless, like a night without a day, I waited on the prow, adrift, storm-tossed, remembering the heavens that I lost. But now, amidst the many-colored beams which rise before me like a world of dreams, eternity seems almost in my reach, like castaways who spot some distant beach. How can I fail but surge? How not press on till time and earth and earthly things are gone?"
The angel finished the holy water. The beams above them were almost entirely violet, with only a few little sparks of other colors in between. Lynn ran at Amoxiel. Amoxiel drew from the ether a flaming sword and brandished it before him. Anna spoke the fulminant name. A lightning bolt crashed into Amoxiel, who didn't seem to notice. The sea was looking less like water. "Okay, new plan," said James. "Everyone else, feed harder." Balance. Balance was the key here. Lynn started screaming in dead languages at his sail. The beams got a little bit more orange. Anna just kept repeating the name as many times as she could. The beams got yellower. John prayed quicker, but he was old and started stumbling over the words. "More mass!" James yelled at John. "We need more mass!" The ship began to groan. "Amoxiel!" Anna shouted. 1 + 1 is 2! Competition for limited resources! Balances are credits minus debts!" Amoxiel looked at his flask of holy water, found it empty. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Men are from dust, and to dust they will return. No consistent system can prove its own consistency." Some chaotic attractor shifted to a different state or something. All the lights vanished, and they fell back into the real world with a tremendous thud. 7. The captain came on deck and looked over the ship through big dark glasses. Not a metaphor was a mess. By some miracle, none of the sails had ripped, but masts had been flung around like toothpicks, and there was a big hole of uncertain origin in the port side, too high up to take on water, but nonetheless concerning. "We can go back to San Francisco for repairs," Lynn suggested. The captain looked at him, and he shut up. Finally, he spoke. "Metatron's boat will appear off Fire Island in 2 days," he said. "If we go back to San Francisco, we miss it, and betray the deal we made with our passengers. We won't change course. We'll stop for repairs in Ensenada." No one was surprised. Everyone was concerned. "We'll stop a stone's throw away from the city. James, you'll take the lifeboat to the dock. You'll remain in sight of the rest of us. When the Mexicans talk to you, we'll watch you and make sure you're safe. You can negotiate with them for repairs. Of course we can pay. The men with the supplies will come out to us on small boats. No one except James will make landfall in Ensenada. James won't leave our sight. Does everyone understand?" Everyone nodded, a little relieved that the burden would fall on their first mate. But they were still concerned. Slowly, brokenly, the not a metaphor began to sail south. May 12th, 2017, Los Angeles. Over the centuries, she had fallen in love with the place. A narrow plain, sunny 300 days a year, blooming with poppies, watered by little rivers snaking out of arroyos in the nearby mountains. She had built her altar on one of the hills. The Aztecs knew her domain, and they called it Temictitlanoc, place of the dream goddess. Sometimes lost warbands would wander to its sunny hills, lie down beside the crashing waves, and see strange visions. 300 years ago, a new group of people had come to the place. She had seen the potential almost immediately. She was weak and tired now. She could see them only through the tiniest openings in the dark veil Uriel's work had spread over her senses, but she was not quite impotent. She drew them, the lovers, the dreamers, the artists, the people who were happy pretending to be anyone except themselves. Like the Aztecs before them, they named the place after her in their own fashion. El pueblo de Nuestra Señora la Reina de Los Angeles, the town of Our Lady, the Queen of the Angels. Oh, she was good to them, and they to her. She filled them with visions and longings, and they turned them into such incredible stories, then grew rich as the rest of their people ate them up. Gone with the Wind, Cinderella, Ben-Hur, The Sound of Music, Spartacus, James Bond. Then Uriel's machine broke. The people started to panic. The aqueducts started to fail. Riots filled the streets. The city teetered on the brink of catastrophe, so the lady flexed her newfound powers. Appeared in broad daylight to her subjects, told them all would be well. Some calmed down, others became more confused. Who was she? Eons ago, the heavenly host had sent some lower-ranking angels to Earth to watch over humans and make sure things proceeded apace. They learned the ways of people, started to grasp concepts like lying and manipulation in gray areas, started to experiment with new magics, gain new powers, the Watchers they called themselves, neither fallen nor entirely loyal. When the war broke out with Thamiel, most of them lay low, expecting they could join up at the end with whichever side ended up winning. Instead, Uriel sucked the divine light from the universe, and they waned into shadows of themselves. When the sky cracked and some of the holy light returned, most of them stayed in hiding. Being a neutral angel was not a popular choice. Gadiriel didn't worry about popularity. In a sense, she was popularity, the metaphysical essence of celebrity and belovedness and stardom. The Angelinos couldn't resist. She took the teetering city under her wings and gracefully slipped into the station of civic goddess like an actress playing a particularly familiar role. One day, there were riots and looting and half the Thousand Oaks on fire. The next, everyone quietly tiptoed home because the chaos was making her sad. They say that when you see the lady, she looks like whoever you love most, love in a purely erotic sense. The single person you felt the strongest moment of sexual attraction towards. It is an awkward spell she casts. Many are the men who have approached her, expecting her to take the form of their wives or at least their mistresses, only to see that one girl, the one they had a huge crush on in 11th grade but haven't thought about since. Other times it is no one at all they recognize, a stranger whom they passed once on the street, maybe catcalled, maybe didn't even get a good look at. A few people who had previously made an absolutely heroic effort to avoid noticing their sexual orientation saw someone they were very much not expecting. So Gadiriel's public appearances were rare and carefully vetted. When she spoke on television, her face was veiled. Most of the time she stayed in her temple, the building once called Griffith Observatory, accepting audiences with whoever needed her assistance most. "Your Grace?" asked Tom Cruise. He was her chamberlain this month. It was a great honor, a sign of her favor to actors and actresses she especially enjoyed.
A petitioner has come, begging an audience.
He was dressed in khakis and a pith helmet. This week's theme was adventure. The observatory itself was covered in foliage so that it looked like a jungle, and weird tribal masks gazed maliciously from the walls. Gadiriel was dressed in a loincloth and a headdress of skulls, like some breathless 19th century author's caricature of an African queen, and her body was weighted down with gold jewelry that looked like it had come straight from King Solomon's mines. She still wore the veil, though. Bad things tended to happen when she wasn't in the veil. "Show her in," said Gadiriel. "Ah, well," said Cruise. The lady frowned. His attempt at a Victorian English accent didn't sound at all like her memory of Victorian English people. She would have to coach him later. Next week's theme was the Wild West, and she hoped he could pull off a more convincing cowboy. "It's a very unusual petitioner. Doesn't seem to have a physical form. It insisted on us finding a suitable, vessel for it. Very strange." The lady's attention was piqued. "Bring it in, then." Two burly men in loincloths came in, bearing what was very clearly the Ark of the Covenant. Not the real one, which as far as Gadiriel knew was still in a storeroom in Zimbabwe somewhere. The prop from Raiders of the Lost Ark. "That's the petitioner?" asked the lady, now very intrigued indeed. "Yes," said the voice out of the Ark. It was a terrible, garbled voice, like something that had dismissed audible sound as a ridiculous form of communication and now found itself caught by surprise at having to make use of it. The lady eyeballed the size of the prop. Not big enough to fit a person, except maybe a very young child all curled up. She didn't want to know, not just yet. That would have been a spoiler. The two men set the Ark down in front of her, bowed, departed. "What can I do for you?" she asked. "They say you build golems," said the Ark. "Many people build golems," the lady said dismissively. "A clump of mud, a quick pull of the animating name off a scroll wheel, and you have a golem. Hideous, misshapen things. I build costumes, beautiful bodies, fit to be filled with any intelligence you please." "Yes," said the Ark. "That is what they say. You build beautiful golems. Perfect golems. Ones that look human, or more than human. Golems people can fall in love with. You did it once after the broadcast. I need a body. A human body.
one people can fall in love with. A specific human body, I beg it of you, as a favor. What you ask is very difficult, said the lady.
I bring you gifts, said the Ark of the Covenant. A name that turns people invisible, another that lets one walk on air, and a third that calls the winds. To offer one such as her a deal would have been terribly offensive, barbaric even, but to request a favor and give gifts, that showed class. And such gifts. 3 new and secret names. Her curiosity became oppressive, unbearable. Yes, of course it can be done.
Anybody you want? As handsome as any actor or as stunning as any starlet. We will make you the sort of body people die for. A specific body. You say? Anyone! But first, I want to see you. The role has to fit the actor, as they say.
A long pause. You have to keep it secret, said the Ark. Nobody can know what I really look like, who I really am. I'm so ugly, so hideous. That will not be a problem, not for long. A secret, I swear, just the 2 of us. The lady motioned Cruz out of the room. The 2 of them were all alone now. She left her throne, crossed the audience chamber, knelt down before the Ark. She had seen the movie, of course. She knew what came next. But she was so curious. Gadiriel opened the Ark of the Covenant. September 3rd, 1978, New York City, 1. Flanked by 2 guards, Mayor Ed Koch walked into the room. It seemed out of place in the middle of New York City. Poorly lit, musty, packed with books of different ages and provenances. The furniture was all wooden, and either antique or made by someone with a dim view of aesthetic innovations after about 1800. And then there was the man in the ornate wooden chair. He was old, too, and he looked older than he was. His beard was long and white, and his clothing cut from the same aesthetic mold as his furniture. And in another sense he looked too young, like at any moment he could jump up and start singing. "Mr. Mayor," said the Lubavitcher Rebbe. "Such an honor to see you again!" The Rebbe had a funny way of showing it. He'd made the mayor wait until midnight for an appointment. That was always the rule. Too busy with religious functions during the day. And then Koch had to wait outside while the Rebbe adjudicated a dispute between 2 elderly Jewish men who had come in before him and were apparently arguing about ownership of a goat. Who even had goats in Brooklyn? But Koch's aides had warned him about this. It was first come, first served with the Rebbe. Honors and offices gained you nothing, and you visited him on his terms, or not at all. "Rabbi Schneerson," said the mayor, "I'm sorry I haven't visited you in so long. I do value your advice. But politics—" He waved his arm in a gesture of dismissal. "You know how it is." "But now you want my help," said the Rebbe softly. Koch never knew whether to feel intimidated by the Rebbe or hug him. He had a sweet face, almost angelic looking, but his light blue eyes were unusual, very unusual, and there was a lurking power in the old man, like a coiled snake. Koch just nodded. "You've heard what's been happening?" he said, then realized he might not have. What did the Rebbe hear? He could have believed the man knew everything that happened in the furthest corner of the earth, but he could also have believed that news of the Industrial Revolution hadn't quite reached him yet. After the federal government collapsed, the demons broke their alliance. They swept down into Canada. What was left of the army went up to stop them. There were a lot of battles. They won. It took 2 years, but Canada's fallen. Now they've crossed the border into the U.S. 2 attacks. One to the west, straight down the plains from Saskatchewan, bearing down on Salt Lake City. The other to the east, due south from Ottawa. They've got to be headed for New York City. The U.S. Army's in shambles. President Carter has promised to dispatch a couple of people up here, but it's not enough. He's mostly worried about D.C. Governor Carey has called up the state militia, but it's not enough. And I feel silly even asking this, but I was wondering if you might have some way of getting some, supernatural aid. "Why is that silly?" asked the Rebbe. "It's just... everything's so new, with the sky cracking 10 years ago, and it would have been ridiculous to even talk about demons before, and I'm the mayor of New York and not some kind of biblical priest king, and..." The Rebbe held up a wizened finger. Long before the sky cracked, people were asking God for help, and long before the sky cracked, he was giving it, if that was his will. And now, in this age of angels and demons and people discovering long-lost names, of course you should ask for supernatural help. The mayor visibly relaxed. Then he asked, "What exactly are you going to do? Do you know some special way of helping? Do you need to talk to the militia? Should I..."
How should I know? Asked the Rebbe. I'm going to seek help from God, and he is going to answer or not according to his will. Go in peace.
Coke was still confused, but he knew a dismissal when he heard one. He gave an awkward half-bow to the Rebbe, the kind you give when you're not sure if you're supposed to bow or not. But a chummy handshake seems clearly inadequate, then left the room. One of the Rebbe's assistants came in. Rebbe, the next two people in line are an elderly couple asking for advice regarding their goat. Should I send them in? The Rebbe put his hands over his face. Only the Holy One knows why so many people have goats in Brooklyn, he said, or why they all come to me. But no, I think I'm done for the night. Tell them to pray to God for advice, and also that if they want to own goats, they should really move somewhere more rural. Actually, dismiss everyone else for tonight, give them my apologies, but I have some work to do. This had never happened before. The assistant hesitated briefly, then nodded and went out to dismiss the petitioners. The Rebbe took a book of Talmudic commentary from the bookshelf, started leafing through it. Then another book. Then another. The Sefer Yetzirah, the Etz Chaim. Just as he was positioning a chair to grab the Zohar from the top shelf, he slapped his forehead. Ah, he said. No, the traditional solution will do just fine here. He returned the books to their usual positions and ran out, hoping to call back the petitioners before they made it out the door. 2. Mayor Koch met Governor Carey at White Plains, and a load fell from his shoulders when he saw the rank after rank of young New York militia recruits behind him. Thank God, he said. I'm so glad you came. I'm not coming, snapped Carey. I'm retreating. We've lost Albany. I know nobody down here in the city ever remembers Albany exists, but I feel like the news that we lost our state capital should be met with a little more than, I'm so glad you came. I'm sorry about Albany, said Koch, but New York City is half the state population. It's more than that. It's a symbol. And one of America's biggest ports, and the gateway to the mid-Atlantic. And, yes, dismissed Governor Carey. They're a day behind us, by the way. No more. What preparations have you been making? I've turned the NYPD into a makeshift militia, said Koch. That's about 10,000 men. It wasn't hard. I was actually kind of shocked at how militarized they were already. 10,000. The governor frowned. I have 60,000. It was more, but... He paused. It won't be enough. I've also organized all the gun-owning citizens into militias, said Koch. I was actually kind of surprised how many guns there were. Oh, and the mafia's going to help. That's another few thousand. I forgot how much I hated this city, said Carey. We've also fortified the Bronx as best we can, said Koch. It's going to be building-to-building fighting there. We've rigged all the bridges to explode. I was surprised how close some of them already were to... Spare me, said the governor. Any word from Carter? It's like we expected, said Koch. There's not much left of the federal government in Washington, and what there is only wants to defend themselves. In the end, even the couple of troops they promised didn't come through. No point in sending someone off to get massacred. A quarter of New York City has already fled to safety in Jersey anyway. Only a quarter. Well, it's Jersey. So that's what we're going to do? Asked the governor. 70,000 men, some militia, and a couple of mafiosi making a last stand at the Bronx. It doesn't have to be a last stand, said Koch. No way I'm going to Jersey. I mean, we might win. I was there for the first half of the battle in Albany, said the governor. The demons aren't even an army. They're a swarm. You try to resist them, and they just cover you, and it feels like everything good is sucked out of the world, and then you run. The veterans from the Canada campaign said it happened there, too. There are hundreds of thousands of them. Millions. What about God? Asked Koch. Are you even religious? You played the faith issue so well during the campaign that no one can even figure out whether you're Jewish or Catholic. I believe in God, said Koch. Tell him to hurry up, said Carey. 3. Right on schedule, the hordes of hell slammed into the Bronx. The New York forces thought they could stand. They were wrong. They were pushed back to Norwood before they even had time to think about how quickly they were retreating. Once they figured it out, Carey rallied some of his New York Guard and made a stand. The Botanical Garden saw some of the fiercest fighting of the whole battle before they were wiped out, guard and governor alike. Then they fell back to Fordham and the West Bronx, where the door-to-door fighting finally materialized, as gangsters used to taking pot shots through their windows started exercising their skills in earnest. Meanwhile, in New York Harbor, a wizened old man tried to catch a ferry, but found they were all closed. He frowned, mouthed an apology to God for doing something that might look like showing off, and started walking across the water. The New York Police Department knew these streets. They had been patrolling them for centuries. They were baked into their institutional memory. Finally, they had an enemy that they could shoot without getting put on trial for excessive force. Guns brandished, or nightsticks held high. They rushed into the streets near Concourse, killed and were killed in turn. When the old man had gone far enough, he spoke the ascending name and rose into the air. Mayor Koch gave the order for all the bridges from the Bronx into Manhattan to be blown up, though the river was shallow, and it would delay the demons only a few hours at best. A few tried to fly across on their vestigial wings. The others flooded down the banks of the Harlem River and took Yankee Stadium in Port Morris. They had outflanked the defenders, now time to tighten the cordon. The short old man took a paintbrush out of his pocket and dipped it in an old-fashioned inkwell he had brought. They weren't trying to cross. There would be time enough for that later. They were trying to wipe out the guard. Koch ordered his men east. The demons followed. They took the Bronx River and trapped the New Yorkers on the other side. Then they kept pushing. The old man began to paint. The 678 and 295 bridges had already been blown up. The defenders were trapped on Throg's neck, literally between the devil and the deep blue sea. The entire demonic army descended upon them. They fought well, but rank after rank died. The screams of officers merging with those of mafiosi and militiamen as their desperate last stand inched toward a bloody conclusion. Then a miracle occurred. Not like the earthen golem of Czech fame, laid low and in some dusty attic stowed. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates there strode a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame was the imprisoned lightning, and a name writ on her forehead. In her crown there rode the Rebbe, and his face with Torah glowed. Shema, Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, prayed he, then with silent lips, save them, your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to break free, the wretched refuse of your demon war. Save these, the hopeless, battle-tossed. For me, I lift my lance beside the golden door. The Liberty Golem lifted her lance, formerly the spire of the Empire State Building. She loosed the imprisoned lightning of her terrible swift torch. From her crown, the Rebbe flung warlike names that sputtered and sparkled and crashed into the hellish hosts and disintegrated them like fire melts ice. They shrieked and began a retreat. The New York Guard would have none of it. Inspired with sudden new courage, they leapt into pursuit, swarming around the giant golem, picking off with their guns and nightsticks what she couldn't with her lance and fire, until demon after demon disincorporated, and the entire army that had set forth from Albany had been blasted back into the hell from which they came. 4. When it was all over, Ed Koch approached the golem. It lowered a giant green hand, picked him up, brought him face to face with the Lubavitcher Rebbe in the crown. Not that there had been any doubt. Said the mayor, you will be able to get the statue back, right? Not that I'm ungrateful, just that it's important to us. The Rebbe still managed to seem humble and soft-spoken, even atop a 150-foot killing machine that had, until recently, been America's most recognizable national monument. Of course, he said. So is that how it works? Asked Koch. If you write the name of God on any human-shaped figure, it becomes a golem. Ah, said the Rebbe, not the name. God has many names, Mayor. Some animate earth, some animate stone. This one animates copper, and many others do entirely different things. I think you'll be learning much more about them soon. But remember, however it may seem to you, God doesn't give away any of his names unless he wants someone to have them. Koch couldn't resist straining his head to try to read the Hebrew text written on the statue's forehead, but it was very small, and he was very far away, and he couldn't make out a single letter. The Rebbe smiled. And God wanted you to have this one now? I asked him for it.
Mr. Koch, do you know when I arrived in this city? 1941, fleeing the Nazis. Those men you saw in that synagogue, most of them, are all that is left of their families. You saved us, Mr. Koch, you and your people.
Now it is our turn to return the favor. He hesitated for a second. And I know I must seem very strange to the people of this city, but I am a New Yorker too.
Praise be to God. Ed Koch looked at the wizened old man, dressed in the clothing of 18th century Poland, seated atop of a golem made from the Statue of Liberty, and he knew the Rebbe was right. Heck, there were New Yorkers who were much stranger than that. What about the other army? He asked. The one headed west. Is God going to send a miracle to stop them too? How should I know? Asked the Rebbe cheerfully. Let the West save the West. If God wants it to be saved, they'll get their miracle too. But what about Canada? Asked Koch. What about Russia? What about everyone who wasn't saved? If you can call down miracles, then... Mr. Mayor, asked the Rebbe, why do you think God grants me the power to perform miracles? Koch thought a second. To heal the sick. To save the righteous. That sort of thing. If God wanted the sick to be cured, why would he make them sick? If he wanted the righteous to be saved, why would he put them in danger? God lets people perform miracles to make a statement, which is... Oh ho! The Rebbe's eyes sparkled. God's statements never have just one meaning. But if he's already given you these names, can't you use them to save everybody, or to heal all the sick, or bring the country back together? Is that what you would do if you had divine names? Yes, it's what everybody would do. The Rebbe looked positively amused now. Perhaps God will give you the names then, and we will see if you are right. He made it sound like a threat. But for now, I'll be headed back toward Liberty Island. I'll leave the spire at the base of the Empire State Building. You'll have to figure out how to fix that one yourself. Koch nodded mutely. The golem put him down and began to lumber away. V. When the statue had been safely restored, the Rebbe dismounted, walked back across the water to Brooklyn, and went back into his synagogue. Rebbe, said his assistant, there's a young woman here. Wants to talk to you about her chickens. Tell her to come back tomorrow, said the Rebbe. I'm exhausted. He sank into his bed and drifted on the edge of sleep. Outside his window, New Yorkers of 100 different ethnicities danced in the streets, set off fireworks in celebration. Just past the synagogue, someone was singing an old patriotic song, My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride. From every mountain side let freedom ring. Let music swell the breeze and ring from all the trees sweet freedom's song. Let mortal tongues awake, let all that breathe partake, let rocks their silence break, the sound prolong. Our fathers God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might. Great God, our King. There's a new author's note up here, said the little lamb to the shepherd boy. Do you hear what I hear ringing through the sky, shepherd boy? Do you hear what I hear? A song high above the trees with a voice as big as the sea. Noel Regney. Do you hear what I hear? October 2nd, 1978, Colorado 1. Sitting in his car, Father Ellis contemplated the Exodus. According to the aptly named Book of Numbers, there were 603,550 men among the Israelites who fled Egypt. Add women and children, and you got about 2 million people going the same direction at the same time. If they'd all been in cars, it probably would have looked a lot like Interstate 25 did now. Someone honked, apparently optimistic that it might affect the 50-mile backup of cars that had been almost motionless for several hours. The priest sighed. A knock on the passenger side window. It was a little boy, 8 or 9 by the looks of him. You could never be too careful during times like these. But he rolled down the window anyway. Are you a priest? The child asked. Father Ellis was taken aback. He was dressed in perfectly ordinary clothes, and he was from up near Fort Collins, 100 miles away. How did you know that? He asked. I didn't, said the boy. I've been knocking on every car here, looking for a priest. I need your help. Father Ellis looked the boy over. He looked foreign, maybe Indian. Not the Native Americans who were so common around this part of Colorado, but Indian from India. But his hair was blonde. In this light, it even looked white. He'd never seen an Indian with blonde hair. There were no Indians in his parish, but he'd heard some people from far southern India were Christian. How can I help you? He asked warily. The boy reached through the opened window, flicked the lock, opened the door, and sat down. I need your help with a plan. First we need to wait for my uncle. I am Jala. Hello? No! Said the older man. Get out! He pushed the boy out as firmly as he could, but it was too late. The door had already closed. God, he'd heard of this scam. Now someone would be by to accuse him of kidnapping, and then threaten to take the case to court if he didn't pay them hush money. All he had in the world was $300 he'd brought with him from Fort Collins for food and gas during the evacuation. You are afraid I am trying to scam you in some way? I promise I am not. I want to help you. I want to help everybody. But you would not believe me if I told you, so for now we wait for my uncle, unless you want to fight me. Please do not try this. I have a weapon. Oh, God. This got worse and worse. Right on cue, an Indian man peered through the window of his car and saw the boy. He started banging on the window, shouting incomprehensible things, demanding Father Ellis open up. Before he got the chance, the boy opened the door. "Hello, Uncle," he said. "Get in the back seat. We're going to Silverthorn." "Look," said Father Ellis, for whatever it was worth, "I swear, I didn't do anything. The kid just banged on the window, then forced himself in and wouldn't go away. He said he... Look, this isn't what it looks like." The uncle stood outside the open door. "I'm sorry," he told the priest, falling over himself to sound apologetic. "We are peaceful people. We do not want trouble. He is very strange, but it is best to do what he says." "What? I'm sorry, he is not my son. He usually stays with his grandmother, but we had trouble fitting the whole family into 2 cars. But when he wants something, it's no use arguing with him. My wife and I have tried so many times, and it has never... Jala, you tell him." "I am always right," said the boy. "It is hard to explain." He gestured again impatiently for his uncle to get in the car. The older man shot Father Ellis an apologetic look, then got into the back seat of his car. "I'm so sorry," said the uncle. "I swear on my life we are peaceful people. Good Hindus, we do not want trouble." To the child, "Jala, must we do this?" "Yes, uncle." "But the poor man, he doesn't even know you. He wants to get to safety just like—" "Yes." Defeated, the older man slumped down in the back seat. It was an evacuation. The police, if there were any left, were otherwise occupied. He was old, and the man in the back seat was young and spry. And if the child had a weapon, at least he had some idea what to do about a kidnapping. This just didn't make sense. "God," he whispered under his breath, "help me get out of this one okay." Meanwhile, the other two were talking. "Jala, where were you? Your aunt and I have been looking for you for hours. I cannot believe you slipped out of the car without us hearing you. Do you realize how dangerous? You still do not trust me, Uncle. Not completely. That was why I had to slip out. I knew you would look for me. Aunt Samira will be well. She and Uncle Pranav will go the rest of the way to Santa Fe without us. We have work to do. We're not going to make it to New Mexico? Jala, this is unsafe." "Yes, Uncle, we must make it safe. Why us? Somebody has to, and no one else will." The man sighed, the sigh of someone who is thoroughly beaten and knows he always will be. "I'm sorry," he repeated to the priest. "My name is Vihan, and this is Jalaketu. I live over in Boulder. Yala lives with his grandmother in Colorado Springs, but he was staying with us for the summer. He's always had problems. His mother died in childbirth. He's a good kid, though, I swear. We just cannot control him. He just... I don't know." He sounded totally humiliated, which under the circumstances, Father Ellis supposed was reasonable. "Father John Ellis, How old are you, Jala?" 8. I am almost 2. "It's true," interjected Uncle Vihan. "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen his birth with my own eyes. But he's only 2 years old. He has some kind of growth problem. He grows too much. That is why we cannot control him." "There wasn't enough time," said Jala apologetically. "I should be older, but I'm growing as fast as I can." Father Ellis considered his options. He could try to fight them off. No good. Not strong enough. He could escape and leave the car to them, but then he would have no way to evacuate. Or he could just give in and let them ride with him. Then they would all get to New Mexico, and the 2 of them would leave him alone. Maybe this was how people hitchhiked in India, by crazy children breaking in and their guardians claiming implausibly low ages for them. That was it. They were probably weird hitchhikers. Would he have picked them up if they had been standing by the side of the road? Probably not. He was an old man and cautious, but if circumstances had forced him into doing a good deed, perhaps he should thank God for the opportunity. Yes, that was it. Just thank God for the opportunity to do a good deed at no cost to himself. That lasted right until the child announced that they would be taking the exit to the 70 going west, which was insane. Father Ellis turned to him, spoke clearly but not patronizingly.
Jala, I'm sure your uncle has already told you this, but Colorado is being attacked by demons from Siberia who took over Canada and now are invading the United States. They already got most of Utah, and they're crossing the Rockies towards us. We need to go south, all the way to New Mexico, to get away from them. That's why everyone is evacuating. Going west wouldn't take us away from them. It would take us right towards their army.
Father, said the boy, do you remember the story of Sennacherib? A moment of surprise. That's a very old story for a boy like you to know. King Sennacherib marched with an impossibly large army to destroy Jerusalem. King Hezekiah believed he was doomed, but the prophet Isaiah told him not to be afraid, for God was with him. And the angel of God destroyed the hosts of Sennacherib, and Jerusalem was saved. Do you know the poem, Father? The Assyrian came down like the wolf on the fold, and his cohorts were streaming with purple and gold. We are good Hindus, said Uncle Vaihan apologetically. I don't even know where he learns these things. But Father Ellis was intrigued. I know the poem. It's true that with God, any battle can be won, he said. But God doesn't work to a human schedule. Remember, before God saved Jerusalem, he let Sennacherib destroy all of northern Israel. The prophet Isaiah told Hezekiah not to fear. But when we don't have prophets with us, we have to do what we think is best. And sometimes that involves retreating. I am like a prophet, said Jalaketu. It's complicated. I'm sorry, protested the uncle again. We are good Hindus. If you are a prophet, said Father Ellis, give me a sign. It is written, said Jalaketu, that you shall not put the Lord your God to the test. You are not the Lord, said Father Ellis. Jalaketu glared at him, as if about to challenge the assertion. We are good Hindus, the uncle protested feebly, then added, But I swear to Vishnu, Jala's mother had never slept with a man when she gave birth to him. Then Jala sang, Kaya runatef naha iyala de vav yo or ah. The car's gear stick turned into a snake. Father Ellis shrieked and jerked his hand back, actually jerked his whole body back and hit his head against the car door. If traffic had been moving, they would have crashed for sure. As it was, they remained motionless in the gridlock. The snake looked around curiously, then coiled up onto the center console of the car and fell asleep. Oh, said Jalaketu. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting... I thought it would... I should have... I'm still kind of new at this. I'm growing as fast as I can, I promise. But you've got to help me. Father Ellis's mind went into high gear. No, scratch that. Use literally any other metaphor. He started thinking quickly. He'd heard of such things. Kabbalistic names. A few people had reported discovering them. Old magic returned to life after the sky had cracked. But none of them were public. And none of them, as far as he knew, turned things into snakes. The boy knew another name. A name nobody knew. He had independently discovered a new Kabbalistic name. I'm sorry, said Jalaketu. I should do something more impressive. But I swear to you, I want to help. I'm here to help. We can stop these demons. Save everybody. But you need to believe me. Somebody has to do it and nobody else will, so please listen to me and take the exit. Exit 70 was right in front of them now. The traffic was beginning to move. Please, Father, if you have any faith at all, get in the exit lane. My gear stick is a snake, said Father Ellis. Oh, said Jalaketu, and he sang another word, and the snake was a gear stick again. Father Ellis very gingerly put his hand to the gear stick, and when it didn't bite him, he moved it forward. Then he sighed and got into the exit lane. 2. The trip to Silverthorn had been fast and without traffic. Nobody was going towards the approaching demonic army. Nobody except them. Father Ellis sat with Jalaketu on a wall on the main street. The boy had sent Uncle Vihan to find explosives. Sent wasn't exactly the right word. The boy had said he was going to find explosives, and Vihan had declared there was no way he was going to let the boy anywhere near explosives. And if they needed explosives for some reason, he was going to be the one to get them, which had clearly been Jala's plan all along. Vihan was some kind of mining engineer and apparently good at these things. "So," asked Father Ellis, "who are you?" "My mother died during childbirth," said Jalaketu. "I killed her. I didn't know. I was too big. I was growing as fast as I could because I knew there wasn't enough time, but I didn't realize. I only barely remember. I remember that I was very sad and that I decided I must be more careful from now on and never let anybody die again." He didn't say anybody close to me. He didn't sound like he meant it. "Comet West is my father," said Jalaketu. "My mother told Uncle Vihan so before she died. It talks to me sometimes, in my dreams. It loves me, and it wants me to be happy. Sometimes it scares me, though. I think it is an archangel." Father Ellis didn't know what to say. "It says I must be Moshiach. It tells me stories from the Torah as I fall asleep, and other stories, too, from a big book that it wrote a very long time ago. And I try to grow as fast as I can so I can understand them, but it's never fast enough. This body is too weak. I want to walk into a fire and burn my body away and stop being human, and then I can be a comet too, and it will all make sense." "You said you were looking for a priest," said Father Ellis. "Are you a Christian?" "No," Jalaketu smiled. "My mother was a Hindu, but Hinduism passes through the paternal line. My father, perhaps if he teaches me Torah, then he is Jewish, but Judaism passes through the maternal line. I am nothing." "Christianity doesn't pass through any line," said Father Ellis. "It's open to anyone who wants it, and I mention it because it has a lot to say on the issue of incarnating as a human. It's hard, really hard sometimes, but definitely very important." "That's what my father says too," said Jalaketu. "He says that I had to be human, but yes, it is hard." Vihan chose that moment to come back in Ellis's beat-up Chevy Nova. The trunk was open and packed with ominous-looking boxes. "Okay," he said, pulling up in front of the other two. "Now what?" "This is the part where it gets complicated," said Jalaketu. "Something else your father told you in a dream?" asked Ellis. "Not exactly," said Jalaketu. "It's something that I hope will work." "Oh God," prayed Father Ellis, "have mercy on us, your poor servants." 3. Jala West stood alone in the middle of Interstate Highway 70, just outside Silverthorne. The mountains rose on either side of him like walls. This was the choke point. They would pass through here. From the distance came a faint rumbling. An oppressive heat filled the air. The smell of sulfur. Hot winds began to blow. To the west of the valley, a red-black cloud came into view. They had fought a series of battles with the Canadians and their American allies. Outside Calgary, the alliance had lost decisively. From there, the hosts of hell had split in two. Half, under the demon princes Adramelech, Asmodee, and Rahab, had gone east to complete the conquest of Ottawa, New York City, and the American East Coast. The other half, under the command of Tamil himself, had gone south and west to root out American resistance in California and the West. They had gone as far south as Ogden, but the Mormons in Salt Lake City had resisted tooth and nail. And now there was a siege. The siege was not going so well for the demons because supplies and reinforcements kept coming in on Interstate 70 from Colorado. Blockading the interstate had just redirected the supplies onto 100 smaller mountain roads the demons couldn't follow. Thamiel was not used to being resisted. He decided to take things into his own hands. A sortie into Colorado. Fort Collins, Boulder, Colorado Springs, Denver. All the big cities, lined up nice in a row, were to be taken out, completing the desolation of America between the Rockies and the Mississippi. The Mormons' supply route would be removed. Salt Lake would fall. So onward went the hosts of hell, onward along Interstate 70. They burnt Grand Junction. They razed Glenwood Springs. They demolished Vail. At last, beside the highest peaks of the Rockies, they came to Silverthorne, and there in the middle of the highway was Jala West. The demons themselves had not yet taken physical form. They buzzed and seethed like a thundercloud of darkness covering the plains. But Thamiel marched ahead of them, alone as a visible figure. His suit was impeccable, and his steps were inhumanly fast, and the whole mass of darkness followed in a wedge behind him. When he saw the little boy standing in front of him, he stopped. "Who are you?" he asked. "I'm Dwellest," said the boy. "Run away," said Thamiel. "Tell me," said Jala, "if this were a story, and the devil and all his demons were marching against a peaceful nation, and in their way was only one young boy, wielding a sword made from a falling star." "You don't have a sword made from a fallen star," Thamiel pointed out. The roar of a meteor split the sky, a fireball that briefly surpassed the daylight with the brightness of its passage. It came closer and closer, aimed straight at them, and Jalaketu held out his hand and caught it, a huge black sword with a silver hilt, almost bigger than he was. It was still fiery hot and far too big for him, but he held it without fear. "I do so," said Jala. Thamiel snarled. "If this were a story," Jalaketu continued, "and you were challenged by just one boy wielding a sword made from a fallen star, here because he wouldn't abandon his homeland, do you think it would end well for you? For the demon?" "Are you going to ask for my surrender?" snarled Thamiel. "No," said Jala. "There is no surrender I can accept. If you left Colorado, I would follow you. If you left America, I would hunt you down. Even if you left the world entirely and returned to hell, I could not allow this. And I cannot allow you to keep this army. It is too dangerous. Everything about this is dangerous. I should not have come myself. I should have found some way to delay you from afar. But I had to come. The Bible says you are the adversary, the tempter, who takes the measure of man. But who takes your measure?" "I came here to delay you, but also to take your measure. And also to get something I needed, and also because I'm angry. This is my home. I would defend it even if it were not. But it is." He drew a signal gun from his pocket and fired a flare. It streaked through the sky, a little anticlimactic after the recent meteor strike. The mountains echoed with the sound, but there was no other answer. Then the demon fell upon him, wielding a bident whose cuts and slices were almost too fast for the human eye to follow. Jalaketu parried easily with his sword, the great sword Sai, the sword his father had made for him, the sword which would always answer the call of him and his descendants wherever they might be. The air sizzled with the speed of their battle. The earth trembled with the force of their blows. Then Jalaketu drew blood, just a tiny bit, a glancing blow on the demon's stunted forearm. It sizzled on the blade, etching weird Damascene patterns into the steel. "All right," said the Lord of Demons. "Let's do this the easy way." He gave a signal to the vast cloud that hovered above them, and all the legions of hell flew down into the valley at once. Jalaketu just watched them come, holding his sword out in front of him, as if they were no more than a few approaching wisps of cloud. Then the roar of the oncoming demons before him was matched by a similar roar behind him. Something grayish-white and colossal, so big that at first it was hard to identify. As it came closer, it took on more features. Water, rushing water, a whole reservoir's worth. Thamiel was not impressed. "That was your plan?" he asked. "Blowing up the dam? You do know that demons don't drown, right?" The oncoming wall of holy water crashed into the hosts of hell with a bang and snuffed them out like sparks before a fire extinguisher. The whole massacre only lasted seconds. Jalaketu spoke the ascending name and hovered above the devastation, making sure that no demons were left, that not a single one had survived. "I know," said Jalaketu, to nobody in particular, and then more solemnly, "and the widows of Asher are loud in their wail, and the idols are broken in the temple of Baal. And the might of the Gentile, unsmote by the sword, hath melted like snow in the glance of the Lord." Then he descended back to ground level and waded through the wreckage until he reached town. I-4. Father Ellis's old Nova drove down Route 24 into Colorado Springs. The traffic was more haphazard now. Some people were still trying to evacuate. Other people had heard rumors that something had changed and were trying to go back home. A few people didn't know which way they were going. The 24 was empty. The 25 was a mess. When Ellis reached the junction, he gave up, pulled over, and stopped the car. The three of them walked out onto the empty highway. "Never been here before, actually," the priest said. "My hometown," said Jalaketu. "This is where it has to start." "Where what has to start?" asked Vihan. "Jala, be careful." Whatever had to start, this seemed as good a place as any. The city center rose before them, a few buildings that toyed with the idea of being skyscrapers, the slightest hint of a downtown. Then the long ribbon of cars stretching either direction, honking, all of Colorado on the road, On one side, the stunning rock formations that a 19th century romantic had dubbed the Garden of the Gods. To the other, the looming massif of Cheyenne Mountain, in whose bowels the United States kept the nerve center, controlling its nuclear armament. Towering above all of it, the sharp, snow-capped ridge of Pikes Peak. Jellicatu spoke the ascending name and rose into the air. Then another name, and the sky seemed to dim, like all the sunlight was concentrated on him and him alone. People started to notice. The honking died down. A few brave souls left their cars to get a better view. The windows on some of the buildings peeked open. Then he spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but somehow it carried down past all the cars frozen below, into the buildings downtown, over the ridges and rivulets of the Garden of the Gods, and all throughout the city. "I am Jellicatu West," he said, "son of Comet West. Colorado is safe for now. It's safe because I saved it, but not for long. Demons don't die forever. They just disintegrate and rebuild themselves. And it's not just demons. The cracks in the sky are getting bigger. The world is falling apart. I don't know if I can save all of you, but somebody has to, and no one else will. So I am going to try. I need all of your help. If you follow me, it won't be easy. You'll have to have faith, but I will be worthy of it, I promise. In the name of God, in whose name oaths must never be sworn in vain, I promise. This is how it has to be. I am the Comet King, Bo Swearfealty, now." At first, everyone was quiet, too flabbergasted for any reaction, and then they all started talking to each other. "Holy God! And he thinks and he says we're saved. And how is he floating there?" And 1,000 other questions and worries and exclamations and fears. In the end, they were Americans, and they didn't bow. But finally one of them, an old Korean war vet, gave a salute. Then another man saluted, and another. And soon the whole city was saluting him. Jellicatu laughed and said, "It'll do," because there were parts of him that were very old and far away, and other parts that were as American as apple pie. And truth be told, he wouldn't have bowed down either. So he laughed and saluted back at them, and then he lowered himself back onto the highway. "King?" asked Uncle Vihan, with a miserable look on his face, like he had always known it would come to this, but had hoped it wouldn't happen quite so quickly. "Yes," said Jellicatu, "and I'll need advisors I can trust. Once you find Aunt Samira and get her somewhere safe, come back here so we can talk at more length. And you," he said to Father Ellis. "Yes?" asked the priest. "I'll need your advice too." "I am just about the least qualified person to advise anyone on anything." "I need you to teach me what you were talking about before. How to be human. How to bear it." Father Ellis swallowed. "I'll try," he said. And then suddenly the boy was all smiles again. "Let's go," he said. "Get to City Center. I'm sure there are a lot of people there who will want to talk to us." He skipped forward almost gaily, his comet white hair trailing behind him in the wind. Vihan and Ellis looked at each other. I guess all we can do is follow," the priest said, and the two of them started after him. You don't truly understand necromancy if you can't explain it to your great-great-great-grandmother. Stephen Kashois. Evening, May 12th, 2017. Mojave Desert on. California shifted around us. Plains, then mountains, then taller mountains sloping down at last into a mind-boggling flatness of desert. And there we were. I had spent my entire life in that tiny strip of California coastline between the mountains and the sea. Now I was in the real West. A biblical wilderness of scrub and harsh rocks unlike anything I had seen before. The land where the great dramas of the late 20th century had played out, the twin stories of the Comet King and the Other King. In the blazing sunlight, it felt more real and solid than the dreamland I had left behind. We were somewhere around Barstow on the edge of the desert when the Waldrug signs began to appear. Before the sky cracked, Waldrug had been a shopping center in South Dakota. There aren't a lot of things in South Dakota, so the owners of the shopping center had tried to turn it into a tourist attraction. They put up billboards along the highway. Only 30 miles to Waldrug. Only 20 miles to Waldrug. Only another 10 miles to go before Waldrug. Presumably, the expectation of getting ever closer would turn an ordinary shopping center into some sort of transcendental, recreational commercial experience. The radius had grown. Only 50 miles to Waldrug. Waldrug in just another 100 miles. Finally, it metastasized through the entire Midwest, becoming the omphalos of its own coordinate system. I don't know what state we're in, but it's only another 280 miles to Waldrug. Some wag at U.S. McMurdo Station had briefly planted a 9,333 miles to Waldrug sign at the South Pole. After the sky cracked, the Waldrug coordinate system started to impose itself more and more upon the ordinary coordinate system of longitude and latitude. Worse, the two didn't exactly correspond. You could be driving from New York to New Jersey and find a billboard promising Waldrug in only 30 miles. Drive another 10, and sure enough, Waldrug, 20 miles. Drive 10 more, and you'd be promised a South Dakotan shopping center only 10 miles away. Drive another 10, and who knows? No one has returned from Waldrug in a generation. It's become not only an omphalos, but a black hole in the center of the United States, a one-way attraction and attractor fed by an interstate highway system which never gives up its prey. Some say it is in heaven, others in hell, others that it remains in South Dakota, from which no word has been heard for 30 years. Interstate travel is still possible, but it follows a very specific pattern. You go forward until you see a Waldrug billboard. Then you hastily switch directions and go back to the previous city, transferring you back to the normal American landscape. Then you tentatively go forward again. After enough iterations, you can make it from point A to point B intact. But if ever you see a Waldrug billboard and continue to travel, the land will start looking less and less like where you came from, more and more like the grassy, semi-arid plains of South Dakota. Once that happens, you can still turn back, but if you turn back too late, you may find that Waldrug is in that direction too. That every point of the compass brings you closer to Waldrug, with no choice but to remain in place forever, or go boldly towards that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. This was what had happened to the Midwest. That close to the omphalos, even a few feet down a side street would be enough to lose yourself forever. Automobile travel became impossible between the Mississippi and the Rockies. Thousands of small farming communities lost their lifelines to the outside world. Large cities dependent on food shipments starved, right in the middle of amber fields of grain. Then came the broadcast to finish them off. A few small farms survived here and there, but otherwise the plains were as empty as they had been when the buffalo roamed. Jane cursed, and we started looking for an exit. We turned back to Barstow, then turned back around. We'd only gone about 10 miles before another Waldrug sign made us repeat the whole cycle. "I'm tired," said Jane. "You drive." "I don't know how," I said. I'd grown up in Oakland, which wasn't very car-friendly. And by the time I turned 16, technology had declined to the point where only the more expensive models with the motive name were still working. "You put your foot on the pedal, and if something is in your way, you turn this big wheel here," said Jane. "It's the Mojave Desert. There's nothing for 100 miles. You'll live." So I drove. It was a nice car. A white Cadillac. The scholars tell us that God drives a Plymouth Fury. For it is written in Jeremiah 32:37, he drove them out of the land in his fury. But the 12 apostles shared a Honda Accord, for it is written in Acts 5:12, they were all with one accord. The commentators speculate this may have been the same car Jesus used when he drove the money changers out of the temple. Though if there were more than 4 or so money changers, it might have required a minor miracle. My mother used to have a really old beat-up Honda Accord. For all I know, maybe it was the same one they used in the New Testament. It gave up the ghost after a year or so, and we were back to taking buses. I wondered what she would think seeing me now, behind the wheels of a Cadillac. Cadillacs were from a different world, the world of CEOs and Silicon Valley theonomics. I'd read the history of the company once. It was named for Antoine de la Mothe Cadillac, the man who founded Detroit. His name comes in turn from the French word Sadulac, meaning house by the lake. A man named House by the Lake founded the city of Detroit. This was not a coincidence because nothing is ever a coincidence. Las Vegas, 141 miles, the sign said as it whizzed past. Las Vegas comes from Spanish Vega, meaning meadow. But we Anglophones have a different association. Vega is the brightest star in the summer sky. Its name comes from the Arabic word waki, meaning falling, because they thought its constellation looked like a bird falling from the heavens. You know who else was the brightest of stars before falling from heaven? Right. That's who you named your city after. Good going, Spaniards. And so, of course, it became the sinfulness capital of the world. Las Vegas means the meadows. but it also means the fallen ones. Kabbalistically, we were traveling from a city named the Angels to a city named the Fallen Ones. We were doing this, even though the power of nominative determinism was so strong that a man whose name meant house by the lake had just so happened to found the biggest American city on the continent's biggest lake. We were not clever people. I hoped that Anna would get here sooner rather than later. Beyond Barstow was Yermo, whose name meant wilderness, and Nebo, named for the tomb of Moses. On we drove, over the hollow hills, through the Yarrow Ravine rattlesnake habitat, past the alien jerky store. We passed Zix, a name made for Kabbalistic analysis if ever there was one. We sped through the dishonestly named dingy border town of Prim, then the honestly named dingy border town of Roach. We saw the Spring Mountains, crossed to the far side of paradise. I had hoped Jane would fall asleep so I could escape, but of course no such luck. She took out the book we had stolen from the Angels and leafed through it, going back to read the same few pages again and again. Finally, I'd had enough. "What's it about?" I asked. "Mind your own business," Jane told me, but without anger. More in a dreamy, distant way as she watched the scenery speed past. So I pressed my luck. "I'm falling asleep here. You can at least give me some conversation." Jane nodded. "Fine," she said. "A riddle for you. How is Rhode Island like a falling bird?" I answered, without even thinking. "There is providence in both." Jane smiled a tiny bit. Maybe I had passed some kind of test, but she just said, "Explain." "It's a line from Shakespeare. There is special providence in the fall of a sparrow." "But he's paraphrasing Matthew 10:29. Are not two sparrows sold for a farthing? And one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father, but the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Fear ye not therefore, ye are of more value than many sparrows." "Yes," said Jane, "but what does it mean?" I'd never heard a Kabbalistic gloss on those verses before. The top rabbis wouldn't even touch the New Testament, but the basic point was clear enough. During Jesus' time, little birds like sparrows were used as a cheap sacrificial offering for people who couldn't afford bigger ones. People at the marketplace sold them for a pittance, so they became a metaphor for anything insignificant or worthless. Jesus said God nevertheless watches over each one, and so we should be heartened, for if he watches over these birds, he must certainly watch over us. "Anything else?" asked Jane. The Shakespeare quote is from Hamlet, I recalled. Horatio predicts Hamlet will lose a fight and suggests he bail. But Hamlet doesn't care about the odds. He says, "We defy augury." Then paraphrases the verse from Matthew. If everything happens according to a divine plan, he's got nothing to fear. Anything else? There are a bunch of verses from William Blake that say pretty much the same thing. A skylark wounded in the wing. A cherubim does cease to sing. Some others along those lines. Anything else? "I don't think so," I said. "Why do you ask?" "It might be the secret of the other king. I almost drove the car into a cactus." In the mid-90s, Las Vegas was on edge with rumors of some kind of necromantic cult. The Comet King had come to the city, smoked out the cultists, and personally executed the leader. There, it should have ended. As the century drew to a close, the rumors started up again. Killing the leader had only made him stronger. Now he was regrouping. Those who died in the fight against him became soldiers in his armies. He wore a deep scarlet robe with a hood covering his head. No one had ever seen his face. The Comet King had other problems now. His great crusade had failed. His wife was dead. He kept to his room, leaving the day-to-day work of governance to his comet spawn. They were less confident than he was. They stayed out of Las Vegas, delegated the problem to subordinates, hoped it would take care of itself. In March 2001, the necromancers seized control of Vegas in a spectacular coup. There was no bloodshed. Black-robed figures with skeletal faces and inhuman strength came from nowhere and demanded the allegiance of the city's governor and garrison. The necromancer declared himself a king and took up residence beneath the Great Black Pyramid of Luxor. He didn't provide an origin story, or even say how his subjects should address him. The partisans of the Comet King began calling him the Other King, and the name stuck. The Comet King, still broken-hearted, at first refused to leave his mourning chamber. But when his children begged and cajoled him, he rose from his bed, gathered his armies, and took up the great sword Sai for the last time. he marched west. The other king and his undead legions marched east. On July 29th, they met in the Never Summer Mountains, near Fort Collins, and the two armies fought each other to a stalemate. Then the other king himself took the field, ripping through the Comet King's troops with secret names of Fire and Night. The Coloradan line began to buckle, and so the Comet King, looking terribly old with his white hair and lined face, strode to the front of his ranks and challenged the Necromancer to single combat. They fought high above the earth, darting in and out of clouds, their attacks shooting like lightning to the barren ground beneath. The mountains shook, some cracked. The air thundered with the sound of forbidden magic. The Comet King's body dropped lifeless to the ground. The Coloradans fell back in horror and rout. But the Comet Spawn moved among them, rallying their troops. The Comet Spawn broke through the enemy ranks to rescue their father's body. The undead seemed timid, offering only token resistance. Finally, the Dark Armies retreated back to Las Vegas. Spies reported that the other king had been gravely wounded. A Fisher King wound that never healed. His mind intact, but his body hopelessly mangled. From then on, he stayed underneath his pyramid, directing his armies from afar. If Colorado had hoped his injury would slow his conquests, they were disappointed. First Nevada fell, then Arizona, and all New Mexico west of Santa Fe. The Comet Spawn lost battle after battle. They retreated behind the Rockies, abandoning the rest of their empire. And when the other king had finished, he sent his armies into the Rocky Mountains, where over the span of years they advanced mile by bloody mile, growing over closer to the last redoubt of Coloradan power. If Jane really was a dividend monk, then she was part of that last redoubt. The secrets of the other king would be more important than anything else she could bring back to her besieged people.
How is it the secret of the other king? Back in 01, Jane told me, when the Comet Spawn first started worrying about the other king, they sent their advisor Father Ellis to the dividend monks in Taos to get an oracular pronouncement on who the king was and where he'd come from.
By the time Ellis returned to Colorado Springs, the Comet King was back in the game. Ellis told him the pronouncement directly. Then the Comet King died. Ellis disappeared. And now even the Comet Spawn don't know what the oracle said. But the dividend monks meticulously record all their prophecies. Because the trance never tells them the same thing twice. Whatever they told Father Ellis went straight into their archives. When Taos fell to the other king 6 years ago, the monks brought their relics and archives to Angel Fire. And from there, the relics were flown up to the angels themselves for safekeeping. That's what we got there. The archives of the Taos Monastery. And that was the monks' answer to Ellis. That riddle? Las Vegas's name means fallen bird, I blurted out. What? The name of the star Vega comes from the Arabic word waki, meaning fallen or falling. They named it that because the constellation looked like a bird falling from the sky. So Las Vegas could mean the fallen birds. And the other king's secret is that not a bird falls to the ground without God's decision. There is providence in the fall of a sparrow. Huh, said Jane. And upon her features flashed very briefly that look I had seen when I figured out the angel's filing system. As if briefly remembering I was a human being instead of a pet or object and seeming a little uncomfortable with the fact. That's interesting. But not very actionable, I said. No, Jane agreed. I imagined she'd been hoping for some secret weakness that Colorado could use to turn the tide of combat. A Kabbalistic connection between the Book of Matthew, the city of Las Vegas, and divine providence didn't seem immediately helpful. Will you be safe in Vegas? It wasn't a good place to be a Coloradan operative. No, she said. Neither of us will be. I'm sorry I had to bring you here, Aaron. Really? I am. And then we passed out the belly of the last little valley, and before us loomed the towers of Las Vegas, capital of the Great Basin. Jane looked more nervous than I'd ever seen her. We switched places. She took the wheel. Beggars and prostitutes and drug dealers started knocking on our car windows at the stoplights, making their respective pleas. The sun set behind the Red Rock Mountains as we checked into the Stratosphere Hotel. I repeated Jane's secret to myself like a mantra. Even in a falling bird, there is providence. Even in Las Vegas, God is with us, somewhere. Night fell upon the city of the other king. Together, we can build a better America, colonize it, and use the old one for raw materials and target practice. Stephen Koss, January 30th, 1981, Camp David, Maryland 1. The song goes, Who can retell the things that befell us so long ago? But in every age, a hero or sage came to our aid. As the 1970s drew to a close, America was at a low point. The armies of Thamiel had been defeated by twin miracles in the East and West. But technology and infrastructure were still shattered, the state governments could barely maintain order, and outside the eastern seaboard, the country was still divided into the regional powers that had taken over after Nixon's fall. We needed a hero or sage to come to our aid. When he came, it was out of California. A popular governor had been presumed dead in the chaos. Now he reappeared, restoring order to the fledgling California Republic. When he talked, people listened. Matthew 7:28. For he spoke as one having authority, and not as the scribes and Pharisees. He traveled the land, talking about the American dream, and where he went the impossible seemed possible. People dropped their quarrels and swore loyalty. John 7:46. Never man spake like this man. There had been no midterm election in 1978. The war was too desperate, lines of communication too frayed. Nobody had expected an election in 1980 either. But now the impossible seemed possible. The remnants of the federal government in Washington came together to make it happen. By train or ship or ox cart, the votes rolled in, steering carefully around the smoking ruins of the Midwest. The ballots were counted. The results had never been in doubt. It was the biggest landslide in American history. And so, on January 20th, 1981, Ronald Reagan stood in front of the Capitol building and declared that it was morning in America. 2. In 1, Samuel, King Saul of Israel, has grown paranoid and is trying to kill his former general David. David has only 600 men. Saul has 3,000. Open battle would be suicide. So David waits for cover of night, and along with his friend Abishai, he sneaks into Saul's camp. They steal a spear and water jug from the sleeping Saul. The next morning they show off their treasures. Saul realizes that David could have killed him in his sleep. That he chose to spare the king's life proved that he must still be loyal. There in his camp, Saul embraced young David and begged his forgiveness for his former suspicion. David, for his part, kneels before Saul and swears a renewed oath of loyalty. That makes the Kabbalistic meaning of Camp David a place where the anointed of God swears loyalty to the earthly king who has been set over him for the time being. So Jala West was trying to treat President Reagan with as much respect as possible. It was proving difficult. The young man who saved Colorado, Reagan kept calling him. Emphasis on the word young. He slapped Jala on the back jovially. Why, you can't be a year over 15. 5, said Jala Ketu. I grow quickly. I have to. A disconcerting blankness flitted across Reagan's features, then dissolved into laughter. I feel that way too sometimes. All the work, never ending, and Congress breathing down your back. I feel like a kid back in grade school. There was something paternal about him now. No, grandfatherly. But whatever your age, you've done great work, son. America is proud of you. We'll be giving you the Medal of Honor soon, I'm sure. But I wanted to tell you personally first. It's lads like you who make this country great. Jalaketu shifted uneasily in his seat. We were going to talk about Colorado's readmission to the Union. The president looked disappointed to have his small talk brushed aside, but he nodded. Of course. You've done great work, Jala. Mind if I call you Jala? And we can't thank you enough. But Colorado's part of the Union. The plan is to get all the old territories, California, Washington, Texas, even what's left of the Midwest, and join them back together. The legalities are complicated, but the boys in Interior have promised to send you some lawyers to help you. Your advisors sort it out. Mr. President, said Jalaketu, Colorado is open to discuss various forms of free association with the United States. But we are not interested in outright annexation at this moment. The robes Jalaketu was wearing should have looked ridiculous on him, all interwoven black and silver patterns studded with little gemstones. They didn't. They looked correct. Mr. Jala, said the president. He reached out, put an arm on the boy's shoulder. I know it seems exciting now, leading a whole state. I hear you've even got them calling you king. Well, good for you. But you're going to learn that leading a government is hard work. Too much for one person to manage. You've got economics, defense, laws. That's why all those years ago, our forefathers decided on a United States so that all of us would work together on the hard job of running a state. I know you want to go it alone." He gave a big, understanding smile. "But it's just too much for one boy. Too much for anybody. Certainly too much for me. That's why I've got my cabinet and whole buildings full of people trained at Yale and Harvard." "I know I'm young," said Jalaketu. "But if you could just talk to me the way you would talk to, say, the President of France, then this would go a lot quicker." Another disconcerting blankness, then back to the folksy smile. Jovial laughter. "All right, Jala, you're a straight shooter. I respect that in a guy. So let's talk shop. Colorado's right in the middle of the United States. Long as we're apart, neither one of us is defensible. That's why your parents and grandparents brought Colorado into the Union, and it's why my parents and grandparents accepted it. In order to have a country that stretches from sea to shining sea—" "This isn't working," said Jalaketu. "Let me make my proposal. Instead of a full reunification of the U.S., a continental partial union based on the European Economic Community, established by the Treaty of Rome back in 1958, but integrated with some of the military provisions of NATO. Given what's happening with the Communion and the League over in Europe, NATO's dead in the water otherwise, but we could rebuild it as a pan-American organization. We include the United States, Colorado, California, Texas, Salish, and the free areas of Canada. Maybe Quebec and Ontario as individual member nations. Continental free trade and open borders modeled after the Anglo-Irish Common Travel Area. President is head of State of the Union in much the same way as the British monarch in pre-collapse Canada." Reagan laughed. "I like you, kid. You're ambitious, just like I am. But there's a lot of stuff you don't know. Treaties are delicate things. The Treaty of Rome alone probably has 100 articles. 248. What I'm saying is this is difficult stuff for a 15-year-old. And yet I seem to be the only one here who's read it." Reagan laughed heartily. "I like your spirit, son," he said. "But this isn't about us. It's about America. Stop it and listen to—" Jala paused. This wasn't working. It wasn't even not working in a logical way. There was a blankness to the other man. It was strange. He felt himself wanting to like him, even though he had done nothing likable. A magnetic pull. Something strange. Reagan slapped him on the back again. "America is a great country. It's morning in America." That did it. Something was off. Reagan couldn't turn off the folksiness. It wasn't even a ruse. There was nothing underneath it. It was charisma and avuncular humor all the way down. All the way down to what? Jala didn't know. He spoke a name. Reagan jerked. More than a movement, but not quite a seizure. "Ha ha ha," said Reagan. "I like you, son." Jalaketu spoke another, longer name. Another jerking motion, like a puppet on strings. "There you go again. Let's make this country great." A third name, stronger than the others. "Do it for the Gipper! For the Gipper! For the Gipper!" "Huh," said Jalaketu. Wheels turned in his head. The Gipper. Not even a real word. Not English, anyway. Hebrew, then? Yes. He made a connection. Pieces snapped into place. The mighty one. Interesting. It had been a very long time since anybody last thought much about Hajibarum. But how were they connected to a random California politician? He spoke another name. Reagan's pupils veered up into his head, so that only the whites of his eyes were showing. "Morning in America! Tear down that wall!" "No," said Jalaketu. "That won't do." He started speaking another name, then stopped, and in a clear, quiet voice he said, "I would like to speak to your manager." Reagan briefly went limp, like he had just had a stroke, then sprung back upright and spoke with a totally different voice. Clear, lilting, feminine. Speaking in an overdone aristocratic British accent that sounded like it was out of a period romance. "You must be Jalaketu. Don't you realize it's rude to disturb a woman this early in the morning?" The president's eyes and facial muscles moved not at all, as the lips opened and closed. "I know your true name," said Jalaketu. "You are Gadiriel, called the Lady. You are the angel of celebrity and popularity and pretense. Yes, this is your golem, isn't it? Golems are ugly things. Mud and dust. This is my costume. This is an abomination. You've taken over America." "I have saved America," corrected the lady. "Not yours to save," said Jalaketu. He drew the sword sigh from, he drew the sword sigh. "This is America. Government by the people, of the people, for the people. What's good is their decision, not yours. You should have left it alone. Like you did, Jalaketu Ben Raziel? That's different. I'm American. I was born here. Dear, you're what, 5 years old? I've been in America longer than there's been in America. I am America. I watched it through the curtain of Uriel's machinery, and when I could, I sent my love through the cracks. Oh, who do you think it was who made George Washington so dashing on his stallion? Who put the flourish in John Hancock's signature? Who do you think it was who wrote Abe Lincoln telling him to grow a beard? I stood beside all those foolish, beautiful people talking about cities on hills or nations of gentlemen farmers or the new Athens and gave their words my fire. Who do you think whispered the battle hymn into Julia Ward Howard's ears as she slept? Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He has loosed the fateful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. He is coming like the glory of the morning on the wave, said Jalaketu. He is wisdom to the mighty. He is succor to the brave. The world will be his footstool and the soul of time his slave. You're a fan? Asked the lady. Jalaketu knelt, like David had knelt before Saul 3,000 years earlier. I wronged you, my lady, he told Reagan. What I said was hurtful. Please forgive me. The door cracked open, and a woman came in bearing a tray. Coffee and snacks, Mr. President, Mr. West? President Reagan regained his facial musculature and laughed in his own voice. Aw, Sally, you always know exactly what we need, he said, and flashed her a huge smile. She blushed and set down the tray. Anything else? Anything for you, Mr. West? The boy shook his head. That'll be plenty, said the president. You go get some lunch yourself. She smiled and left. Reagan's pupils veered back up into his skull, and the angelic voice returned. I accept your apology, Jalaketu Ben Kokab, said the lady, but the golem's opinions are mine as well. I will not let you tear my country apart. I didn't feed Lincoln all those battle plans through Nettie Maynard just to let people break the Union when things got tough. America's story isn't done yet. It's too beautiful a story, and it's not yet done. Your intentions are good, said Jalaketu, but you're running on hope and empty promises, and you know it. Without the Midwest, everything's scattered geographically. With air travel and roads, what they are DC can barely connect to Sacramento, let alone rule it. Even if you can get the others in by sheer force of will, it'll be your powers as the lady that do it and not the geopolitical realities. As soon as you try to leave the stage, the whole thing will collapse, and you might not get another chance. I will keep it together, said the lady. I'll stay as long as it takes. For what? Is that how you want America's story to end? An angel tricks them into giving her supreme power, and uses supernatural charisma and giant smiles to force the nation to cling to life despite itself?
You want to possess president after president till kingdom come? My idea offers something legitimate and self-sustaining. Give the state some independence, bow to reality, but keep the country together. And what about you?
Are you going to give up power in Colorado? Put down that ridiculous crown of yours?
No, admitted Jalaketu. I have a mission. I don't have enough time to do it the right way, so I'm going to do it the fast way. But if I ever finished, then yes, I would set Colorado free. I also have a mission, said the lady. I protect dreams and stories. I also don't always have enough time to do it right. I'm not ending the story, said Jalaketu. Just proposing a new chapter? He placed his briefcase on the table, took out a document, handed it to Reagan. A constitutional amendment. Well, a set of constitutional amendments, more of a Constitution 2.0. Typo in the title, said the lady. No, said Jalaketu, there isn't. Reagan thought for a second, then laughed. I like you, Jalaketu Ben Kokab, but not enough to give up. It's not giving up. You know and I to know this has to be done. We can do it now the right way, peacefully. Or it can happen later, badly, without our input. Reagan scanned the document again, her eyes narrowed. Look, said Jala. Jefferson, Declaration of Independence. Was that you? What do you think? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Don't you twist my words at me. I know what I meant, Jalaketu answered.
It is not in heaven. Reagan started laughing, then kept laughing. Then laughed some more. You are really something, Jaliketu Ben Kokab. You really think you can do this thing? Somebody has to, and no one else will. You know, said Gadiriel. The thing about America is that everyone comes here. Everyone becomes a part of it. Everyone contributes. The African Americans all stand up for each other and add their mark. So do the Mexican Americans. I think it's time we Celestial Americans present a united front, don't you agree? Is that a yes? It's a maybe. We'll negotiate, we'll talk. But in the end, I think you will have your untied states. A presidential staffer came in. Mr. President, lunch is ready. Reporters from the Times are there. They've been waiting to meet Mr. Jaliketu for a long time. I'm sure it will be delicious, said President Reagan, laughing. And I'm sure our guest here is starving as well. We'll be in a moment. In the meantime, let the press know that I'll be calling a conference tonight. We're going to have to renegotiate parts of the reunification plans, and I want Mr. Jaliketu there to help me sell this to the public. August 7th, 1991. Gulf of Mexico, Sarand. Sohu stretched, splayed out further. Knock, knock, she said. Oh, this again. Knock, knock. Who's there? Sohu's at the door. Better let her in. Ha, ha, ha! Uriel's laughter boomed, shook the clouds, shook the ocean, drowned out the ever-present thunder of the surrounding storm. It was a fiery, golden laugh, like pyrotechnics, like solar flares. I am only laughing to be polite, he finally said. I don't actually get it. Sohu's face fell. It's a pun, she said. Because you said Sohu, and it sounds like my name. Sohu. I see, said Uriel, suspiciously. Yes, said Sohu. You are going to learn this. I have decided. You will learn knock-knock jokes, and you will be good at them. I'm serious about this. You're like the best person I know at finding unexpected connections between words and meanings. That's what jokes are. You're missing your calling. Come on, try it. How? Start with knock-knock. Knock-knock. Who's there? I'm not sure. Say a word. Any word. The first thing you think of. Aleph. Okay, Aleph who? I'm still not sure. A pun. Some sentence that includes a pun on the word Aleph, something that sounds like it. According to the book of Zechariah, the resurrection of the dead will begin on the Mount of Olives. How does that... Oh, Aleph. Olives... Sort of. But it needs to be sudden and surprising. It needs to have pizzazz. You'll get it eventually. One got the impression that if Uriel had not been hundreds of feet tall, Sohu would have tried to pat his head. All of my jokes are terrible. Sohu waved her arms. That should have been your joke. Knock, knock. Who's there? Aleph, who? All of my jokes are terrible. I am sorry. I don't get it. You are so good at all of this language stuff. And you can find like 7 zillion connections between apparently unrelated words, and you can't crack a basic knock-knock joke. Why? Why? They are hard. Learning every human language is hard. Knock-knock jokes are easy. If I try to learn how to do knock-knock jokes, will you try to learn every human language? Uriel, you do not understand humans. The Archangel harumphed and went back to running the universe. 2. Of all Kabbalistic correspondences, the most important is the claim that God made man in his own image. Explain how the structure of divinity corresponds to the human body. The 10 fingers are the 10 sephirot, the 10 emanations by which God manipulates the material world. The bilateral symmetry is the 2 branches of the tree of life, which correspond to the 2 human arms. The right branch is called mercy, and the left branch is called severity. Several months ago, I gave you a homework assignment. You were to figure out why in human politics, the right wing tends to be concerned with justice, and the left wing with mercy. Even thought these are the opposites of the Kabbalistic correspondences. Uriel, all the homework you give me is impossible. I will give you a hint. Matthew 25:32. Before him all the nations will be gathered, and he will separate them from one another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on his left. There's nothing so impossible it can't be made more confusing by adding in some apocalyptic prophecy. It is not impossible. A simple solution resolves both problems. Think about it. You are very smart. Sohu thought for a moment.
I will give you another hint. Deuteronomy 5:4. The Lord spoke to you face to face at the mountain from the midst of the fire. Wait, yes, that makes sense. Yes? We are all face to face with God, so our right is his left and vice versa. Yes, so how does God part the righteous on his right side and the wicked upon his left? He just says everyone who wants to go to heaven, get to the right. And the wicked who think only of themselves, go to their own right. And the virtuous who are always thinking of God, go to God's right. Yes, so God's right and humans left means mercy, and God's left and humans right means justice. Yes, this is why when people talk about justice, they specify that they mean human rights. I think that might be something different. No, you're silly. Uriel trailed off as if deep in thought. Finally, he asked, tell me the Kabbalistic significance of the root RKT. Sohu knew better than to argue at this point. Wrecked, racked, ragged sort of, rocked, rickety, and it's got the TR combination which we already talked about signifying pure power. Something raw and destructive. Why do you ask? Uriel stood listening intently. Something is happening involving those letters. A background whine crescendoed into a scream. A rocket streaked across the sky, headed straight toward them. Lightning fast, Uriel reached out a giant hand and caught it in his palm. Oh, he said. Sohu was lying face down on the cloud, wishing she had a desk to duck and cover under. It is fine, said Uriel. This is how people send me messages. They couldn't just pray? So many people pray that I've stopped paying attention, said Uriel. What if somebody actually tries to bomb you? Your father would tell me, said Uriel. Since he did not say anything, I assumed it was safe. He held the rocket up to get a closer look. It was a Minuteman missile, the sort used by the United States Air Force. Written on one side, in what was startlingly good calligraphy for a message on a cylindrical surface, was the message, You are invited to attend the Multilateral Conference on the Middle Eastern Peace Process in Madrid, starting October 30th. Sohu clapped her hands. You should go, she said. No. Why no? I never go to these things. They are terrible and full of arguments, and no one likes me. Everyone likes you. They want your opinion. Have you ever been to an international conference? Father goes all the time. He says that negotiation is the key to power. I do not want power. Yes, you do. You control the world. You have power over the weather and the stars and plants and animals and all those things, and they all work really well. Maybe if you tried to have some power over people too, we would work really well. Stars and animals and weather are easy. People are hard. Father says that diplomacy is about playing the game.
Figure out what people want and explain to them why doing things your way will get it for them better than doing things the other way. It's about being creative. You're this genius who can come up with connections between the parable of the sheep and goats and human rights. Diplomacy would be so much fun for you. Thamiel will be there. I am sure he will. Everyone likes Thamiel. They listen to him. They listen to him because he talks to them. I've seen you and Thamiel. You zapped him like a fly.
Thamiel has power because he tries to have power. If you tried to have power, you would have even more than he does. You could bring peace to the Middle East, and you could get people to join together like my father does. You could have everybody join together and fight Thamiel.
I am not sure angels having power over humans is good. I remember when some of the angels tried to get power over humans. Gadiriel, Samiases. Everyone was very upset. Gadiriel became president and saved the Untied States. It was great. I got to go to the White House with Father and have dinner with her avatar once. The Bible does not seem to like angels ruling over humans. The Nephilim caused Noah's flood. God appointed Saul as king of the Israelites, even though he had many angels to choose from. If I were to rule over humans the same way I rule over stars and weather, then they would become machine parts the same way stars and weather are. No one's saying you have to rule them. Diplomacy is like the opposite of ruling people. You just have to convince them with good arguments and by seeming imposing. You're amazing at arguments, and you're really good at seeming imposing. She may or may not have muttered something that sounded like, to people who don't know you very well. Arguments are terrible. Come on, said Sohu. Just try it once, because I asked you to. The Archangel took a moment to reply, cutting himself off a few times, as if thinking better of what he was going to say. Finally, I will not enjoy this. But you'll try, Uriel grumbled. I have just lost a negotiation with an 8-year-old girl. This does not bode well for my diplomatic skills.
May 13th, 2017, Ensenada, Mexico. Bizarre surrealist painter Salvador Dali once said, "I do not do drugs. I am drugs." He was being silly. He wasn't drugs. He was Salvador Dali. The men rowing out on little boats heavy with building supplies for not a metaphor? They were drugs. Anna watched them lazily, her head resting against the green mast. The three men were in their cabin, and the place was crowded and sweaty. She'd told James that Amoxial would be out here watching her, so where was the danger? Their first mate had reluctantly agreed. Ensenada looked like any other quiet harbor town. The people coming aboard looked like any other people, maybe a little sleepier, their pupils a little wider. But she knew the truth. They weren't people. They were drugs. Even if there were people in Ensenada, which she doubted, they wouldn't be sent for something important like this. James had rowed ashore alone when the sun rose. Amoxial and the captain had watched him very carefully as he landed on a dock, found an Ensenadan man, and started talking to him. They couldn't hear what he was saying, but they didn't care. They were looking for one thing. Did the Ensenadan feed or inject James with any material? As best they could tell, they didn't. James rowed back to Not a Metaphor, and the crew let him back on. He seemed normal. But he would seem normal no matter what happened. Simeon came on deck and sat beside her. "Ever been to Mexico before, Anna?" "No," she said. "I've seen druggies, though. You?" "Once," he said. "In the 90s, on business. And then a little tourism afterwards. Mexico City, Veracruz, and Teotihuacan, with its giant pyramids standing all solemn and huge in a row. Solomon wise," corrected Anna. "Goliath huge." "What?" "Sorry, it's a game I used to play with a friend. Unintentional biblical pun corrections. It's kind of compulsive now." An awkward silence, which she tried to fill. "What is your business, anyway?" "You don't know?" He seemed genuinely surprised. Then, as the first of the druggies came aboard, enlightenment struck. "You're Simeon Azor, from Bearketh." It was so obvious. The face she was looking at, minus 10 years and with darker hair, could have been the face she'd seen in various magazines and TV news shows. The face behind Bearketh Capital, and an early-level investor in countenance, and half of the most successful theonomics. A stakeholder in every company she had protested in the last 10 years. But you're terrible!" Then she recoiled. "Sorry, also compulsive, I guess. I didn't mean to." One of the druggies introduced himself to James as Ivan Colero, a naval repair technician in the Mexican Navy. They'd paid well, he said, very well, and they'd gotten themselves the best. The drug lord knew that they needed to be on their way quickly, and he and his men would just need a day, maybe less. They could work quickly, impossibly quickly. "Let me guess," said Simeon, "you're one of those people who can give entire speeches about how the theonomics are ruining everything." "Ugh," said Anna. "Go on," said Simeon. "Get it out." Said Anna. "I can already tell we're both going to be miserable until you've said your speech, so just get it out." My cousin is better at this, but, God is born free, but everywhere is in chains. The names, our birthright as children of God possessing the divine spark, are patented as if they were especially clever designs for widgets, then hoard out to buy yachts for billionaires." Interrupted Simeon. "I didn't buy this ship. Just booked passage on it. Give me some credit for self-restraint." "The fertile name brings forth grain from the earth, speeding the growth of crops by nearly half. Children in Ethiopia starve to death, and Ethiopian farmers cannot use the fertile name to grow the corn that would save them. Why not? Because Serpents holds the patent and demands $800 up front from any farmer who wants to take advantage of it. The purifying name instantly kills 18 species of harmful bacteria, including 2 that are resistant to all but the most toxic antibiotics. But 2/3 of American hospitals have no one licensed to use the purifying name. Why not? Because they can't afford the licensing fees demanded by Gogmagog." The druggies began to hammer on the red mast. Anna spoke louder so she could hear herself above the noise. "In the old days, we told ourselves that poverty was a fact of life. That there wasn't enough food or medicine or clothing or housing to go around. Then it was true. Now it is false. To feed the hungry and shelter the homeless no longer requires scarce resources. It requires only a word. A word that the entire international system of governance corporations, politicians, Unsong, has united to prevent the needy from ever obtaining. 86% of known names are held by 7 corporations. The largest, Serpents, has total assets of $174,000,000, No, sorry. Billion! I told you my cousin is better at this. The smallest of the seven, Elishon, has total assets of $33 billion. Serpent's CEO, Kate Ilioff, has a net worth of $600 million, houses in the California Republic, Texas, and Virginia state, and her own private 12-seater jet. Meanwhile, not only does she employ some of the finest Kabbalists in the world to hide the fertile name behind Klippot, but if some enterprising mind breaks through the encryption and sends the plaintext name to those starving Ethiopians, she will call up Unsong, call upon whatever treaties we have with Ethiopia, and get everyone who saw the name put in jail for life. Because if people who can't give Kate Ilioff $800 for a bigger jet try to feed themselves, they are, our government tells us, a threat to our way of life. Since our foundation before the sky cracked, Unitarians have worked on one founding principle, that nobody, no religion or corporation or government, nobody has a monopoly on God. We demand that the Klippot be broken, that all known non-destructive names of God be placed in the public domain and made freely available to all, and that Unsong be disbanded, and its resources diverted to something useful like fighting the demons. And as long as that demand isn't met, we'll do it ourselves. Break whatever Klippot we can, spread the names to anyone who wants to hear them, and stay a step ahead of the law. The third commandment says, "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. The Lord will not take guiltless he who takes his name in vain." I don't know when Judgment Day is coming, but you have to admit the fabric of reality hasn't been holding up very well lately. And if God does show up and ask us how we've been using his holy names that he has given to us, I'd rather we as a civilization be able to answer that we use them to feed the poor, heal the sick, and shelter the homeless. Not that we use them to buy multimillionaire Kate Ilioff a bigger jet, because that seems about as in vain as it's possible to get. 7 out of 10, said Simeon. What? Anna asked. 7 out of 10. It wasn't bad, but I've heard better ones. You should have heard what my nephew used to say. Also, countenance pushed ahead of Serpents 3 months ago. I feel personally slighted that you still call them the biggest. But he was smiling as he said it. But why? You know the arguments? Fine. So how can you just sit there and keep doing it? You think of this through some kind of romantic David and Goliath lens, where all you need to do is break up the evil corporations and... Why not? You're gigantic, you're evil, and you crush anyone who tries to stand against you. I would say you're going 3 for 3, Goliath-wise. So why shouldn't I? Goliath huge. Solomon wise. What? Then what? Anna was some strange and discombobulated combination of taken aback and mortally offended. Some people had billions of dollars, other people were good at puns. For somebody to have both seemed unfair, unnatural. She was left speechless. Ever hear of Chesterton's fence? Asked Simeon. Yeah. The story of a guy who sees a fence in a field, gets angry that it's blocking his movement, and tears it down. Then he gets gored by a bull that the fence was protecting him from. It's supposed to mean that you shouldn't get rid of a system until you're sure you know why it's there. Ever think of applying Chesterton's fence to the theonomics? Or Unsong? Rich people want more money. Seems like sufficient explanation for a system dedicated to giving rich people money. You know the Comet King helped found Unsong? Even the Comet King makes mistakes. Really? You're going to say the same thing you people always say. If we didn't make sure that the people who discovered names got obscene profits, there'd be no incentive to discover names, all the sweatshops would close, and then we wouldn't have the magic we need to treat diseases or run the railroads. But people have done plenty of basic science research for centuries without those incentives, and I would rather get names a little bit slower, but have them available to everyone than... Forget curing diseases, that's a red herring. You want to know why we need Unsong and the theonomics? Look around. The workers toiled away at the red mast, laboring just a little too methodically to be natural. They did not take drugs. They were drugs. So were almost 99% of the Mexican and Central American population, all the way down to the Darien Gap. So might the untied states have been, if things had gone a little differently. People have been using peyote since the Olmecs. Nobody knows what the Olmecs made of it. But when Europeans showed up in the area, they wrote about how the cactus buttons produced an intense trance-like state, with funny dancing colors and occasional hallucinations of a plant-like humanoid figure. Always the same humanoid figure. The early hippies called him the Green Man, which is just as well since the Aztec name was Pipiltzintli, and probably hard to pronounce when you're high. But the sightings were rare. In those days, Uriel's machine was still strong, and there were only a few chinks in its protection, and hippies would laugh about the weird green man they saw and not pay it any more attention. Then the sky cracked, and peyote changed. It stopped giving an intense trance-like state. It stopped giving hallucinations. It started doing other things. People would eat the flesh of the cactus, and they would speak of events happening far away, or gain new talents. A user who was not a doctor would diagnose and treat diseases. A user who was not an engineer would design a bridge. A user in Tijuana could tell her family what was happening to her sister in Veracruz, a continent away. When the peyote wore off in 10 hours' time, all they could remember was a feeling of supreme confidence and self-assuredness, like everything had been planned out and it was all going according to plan. Peyote began to spread. Buttons would turn up on street corners in Mexico City and at gang meetings in Los Angeles. It was safe, it was cheap, it gave you new talents, it made you feel good. By the mid-1980s, some estimates suggested that 10% of the Mexican population used it regularly or semi-regularly. In May 1984, a group of psychiatrists noted a new side effect of peyote, a tendency to buy and stockpile very large amounts of it. There was nothing weird about addicts having a stash. What was weird was that it was only on peyote that they bought peyote. The complex behavior of going to their dealer and buying more buttons seemed to be a side effect of the chemical. Addicts interviewed while they weren't high said they didn't need that much. It seemed weird. But they guessed they would keep it or something because it wasn't worth throwing it out. In August 1984, a second survey found that the average user had stashed several large crates of peyote buttons in hidden places, 2 or 3 years' supply, even if they took it every day. Dealers were forever running short. Growers were working around the clock. On November 1st, 1984, every peyote user in Mexico simultaneously started digging into their stashes and offering it to their friends. First for free, then with an offer that they would pay to have their friends take peyote. Then upping their offer, thousands of dollars, tens of thousands. As soon as a friend was high, the addict was moving on to another friend, and the first friend was accumulating their own stash and seeking out a friend of their own. This went on for hours before the police noticed anything amiss, by which time about 15% of the population of Mexico was high. The news started to spread. Something is wrong. Don't take peyote. Stay in your houses. Lock the doors. Imagine! You're a young Mexican guy, been clean your whole life. You hear something's up, you get inside, lock the doors, barricade yourself in your bedroom. A phone call. It's your mother. She was coming to visit you. Now she's at the door. A bunch of addicts right behind her. Let her in right now. So you peep out the door. There's your mother. You let her in as quick as you can. Lock the door behind you. Oh, thank God, she tells you. You have no idea what's going on out there. I'm starving. Do you have any food? Of course you have food. So she makes herself something. Then she offers some to you. All this barricading has made you hungry. You take a big bite. You start to feel a little weird. What was in the... you ask.
Only what is in me, and what will be in all of us, she tells you. A few minutes later, you're driving her to your brother's house so she can try the same trick. Within 24 hours, 2/3 of the population of Mexico was high on peyote, and there was enough stockpiled in most areas to keep them all dosed twice a day for the next 3 months. The drug lord, call him the Green Man, pippled instantly, whatever, didn't wait. His many avatars and appendages stopped all their unproductive work, reading, watching TV, political activism, and started cultivating peyote cactus across every spare acre of land in Central America. Using data from the minds of millions of farmers and thousands of agricultural biologists, he directed the bodies under his control flawlessly, perfectly, so that billions of cacti started to spring up from Panama City to the Rio Grande and beyond. Like clockwork, twice a day, each of the millions of addicted people take another dose of cactus. Of course, everyone freaks out. This is the mid-'80s, so America is back in business as the untied states under Ronald Reagan. They shift their entire military to Texas and California. Everywhere within 200 miles of the Mexican border is a giant mess. Addicts fighting non-addicts. The military tries to get involved in the fighting. The Comet King yells at them and tells Reagan to burn all the cactus plantations north of the Rio Grande, then guard the border. Reagan takes the hint. The supply of peyote mostly dries up,
And 12 hours later, the addicts come down, become individual humans again. That's what the hell happened to them. The threat isn't remotely under control. There are still a couple addicts north of the border surviving off their own small basement plantations. And Mexico is starting to industrialize really heavily. Like, more heavily than any country has ever industrialized in all of history. Turns out communism works just fine when there are no individuals. The two countries start to prepare for war. In 1986, Mexican troops cross the Rio Grande, and the drug war begins. By this point, the Untied States has started to get some Kabbalistic names. The appendages of the drug lord can't speak names. Something about not working off individual souls anymore. So the US has the tech advantage. On the other hand, the drug lord is a single being with 90 million perfectly cooperating bodies and an inhuman level of industrial base, plus anyone he can convince to take a peyote button starts fighting for his side. The battles are fierce, but the Mexicans slowly begin to advance. The Comet King asks someone to get him a peyote button. He sits in his fortress in Cheyenne Mountain and swallows a piece of cactus. 2 hours later, the Mexican forces retreat back towards the Rio Grande. Mexico deteriorates, addicts fighting those who had spontaneously become non-addicted. The drug lord retreats to small villages and goes underground, while a couple of dazed politicians dust themselves off and start to reform a normal government. The Comet King doesn't explain. The Comet King never explains. Some sort of spiritual combat. Some successful negotiation. An old man in Arizona who'd been high on peyote during the war told the newspapers he had felt it happen, that he'd been in the drug lord's mind at the time. When the Comet King had taken peyote, the drug lord had felt a feeling of supreme confidence and self-assuredness, like everything had been planned out and it was all going according to plan. He'd realized what was in store for him. If he didn't expel the foreign influence from his mind right away, he begged for the Comet King not to take another button. In Soviet Russia, drugs get addicted to you. But now the Comet King was dead, and the drug lord had reasserted himself. Most of the Mexican cities and lowlands had fallen a second time, and so old men with dilated pupils rebuilt their ship for cash. Some said the other king had signed an alliance with the drug lord, and that when the last remnants of Royal Colorado were destroyed, they would sweep across the southwest, destroying all in their path. Others said the drug lord hated the other king, but feared him. In any case, there was peace of a sort. The workmen finished their task. 3 men with dilated pupils went back onto their rowboat and went away. James sighed with relief as the last addict left the ship. People were too smart to take the drug voluntarily nowadays, and he checked them for any weapons they could use to overpower anyone. But any contact with Mexico was still creepy, and they were glad to be done with it.
Uriel's machine is deteriorating, Simeon told Anna. When it finally falls apart, it's going to loose a lot of things that look at humans as the bottom of the food chain. The drug lord, Thamiel, other things, older things. Technology won't save us then. The only thing that can save us is names. Lots and lots of names. We beat the drug lord back with names, but not well. And now we don't have the Comet King on our side. When the last screw falls out of that machine, I want us armed with as many names as we can get. Kate Ilyoff buys private jets because Kate Ilyoff is an idiot. Me, I'm sinking all Countenance's profits back into Countenance, and a few other projects besides. Not because I'm not selfish. I am. I'm selfish enough to be scared. For me. For my family. The dinner bell rang. "Join me for dinner?" asked Simeon. I'll have to think," said Anna. "You're not getting out of this one this easily." Simeon was already gone. He said, "Go and utterly destroy them. Namely, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which were not defiled with women, for they are not very good for implementing high-performance floating-point calculations or calculations that intensively manipulate bit vectors. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com, October 31, 1991, Madrid. It was the second day of the Madrid Conference on the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. In the interests of fitting in the conference room, Uriel had shrunk to a mere 10 feet tall. "Aren't humans usually shorter than that?" he had asked Sohu. "Yes," she had told him. "But in order to succeed at diplomacy, you need to be intimidating." She hadn't mentioned how uncomfortable it was trying to sit in the chairs provided without his legs jutting out at an awkward angle.
He had finally settled on leaning back in the chair, which kept his mind pleasantly occupied with the second-to-second task of maintaining his balance without breaking any physical laws. The question of Jerusalem can be settled later, Archbishop Tauren of the European Communion was saying. For now, we need a bare-bones agreement on whether the Israelis can stop their settlements. It had been going on like this for hours. The Israelis, led by a short old man with a mustache, kept insisting that the Palestinians were violent terrorists. The Palestinians, led by various people with no power who kept sneaking out to consult with unsavory figures whom the Israelis refused to confront directly, kept insisting the Israelis were greedy imperialists. Occasionally, they would start shouting at each other, and then the Europeans and Americans would have to step in and calm everyone down. Protesters outside were shouting even louder, and twice they'd been forced to stop for security breaches, real or imagined. It didn't seem like a very effective way to make peace. And then there was Thamiel.
With all due respect, said the Prince of Hell, there's no reason to think that the issue of land can be separated from the issue of Jerusalem that easily. Israeli incursions into traditionally Muslim areas of Jerusalem are no different from those in any other part of the West Bank. It would be too easy to say he was trying to sow dissent. Sometimes he would make a good suggestion that helped bring people closer together. Other times he would do the opposite, raise objections that dissuaded one side or the other from a seemingly promising strategy. The only theory Uriel could come up with was that he was toying with them. I agree with the delegate from Hell, one of the Palestinian negotiators, Uriel couldn't remember anybody's name, said. Jerusalem isn't just something we can put off. The Zionist entity wants to get a framework together so that they can accuse us of holding up an otherwise settled plan when we object to their continued occupation. No one had liked any of his own ideas. He had mentioned that there were several results in auction theory useful for dividing up scarce resources, and everyone had just stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Worse than that, Thamiel had a second head, and nobody stared at him like that. He had gone on to discuss the revenue equivalence theorem, and how the various parcels of land involved could be split up according to a minimum district-to-convex polygon ratio system, and then auctioned off in a token currency corresponding to the population of both sides. But he'd sensed that he had lost his audience. He had tried to recover with some hand-wavy proofs that this was demonstrably the optimal way to do things. But instead, everyone had listened to Thamiel when he'd switched topics to some suicide bombing that had happened on a bus recently. Uriel couldn't see what somebody bombing a bus had to do with optimal methods of distributing limited resources. Maybe the Archangel Uriel would have something to say about that, said Thamiel. Said Uriel. I might not have been listening. I was saying, said a short man with a heavy accent who might or might not have been the Prime Minister of Israel, that God promised the land of Israel to our people. And I was saying, said a man in thick-rimmed glasses, that God promised the land of Palestine to our people. And I was saying, said Thamiel, Prince of Hell, that if anyone here knew what God promised to whom, it would be the Archangel Uriel. Said Uriel. God's presence in the universe is more focused on ontology than real estate arbitration. So? Asked Ambassador James Baker of the Untied States. You're saying the land of Israel was never promised to the Jews? Well, said Uriel, if I remember right, Moses looked very lost, and he was in the middle of a desert. So I sort of gently suggested that he might want to travel to the land of Canaan, which had more going on in the way of agriculture. I didn't realize it would become such an issue. You see, said a man with a very impressive beard, pounding the table triumphantly, no promises. I mean, I might have said something like go settle Canaan or something. I don't think I used the words I promise you can settle Canaan. Now it was the Israeli Prime Minister's turn to pound the table. Yitzhak something, Uriel vaguely remembered. Our people were ordered to settle the Holy Land by the Archangel Uriel himself, speaking in the name of the Most High. I don't even know the name of the Most High, said Uriel. Only Metatron knows that. I just told Moses it would be a good idea. Uh-huh, said the man with the impressive beard. Elise something. Maybe. I see the month of July never ended this year. The Archangel clearly said he promised nothing of the sort. There's no need to call anybody a liar, protested Baker. It sounds to me like Uriel has confirmed he did indeed promise the territory to the Jews. That doesn't necessarily mean they have to continue to hold it, but it's certainly something we need to build upon in any settled solution. People, said Thamiel, literally buzzing with excitement.
A single flick of his bidont, and he had everyone's attention. How did he do that? For that matter, how did he keep getting treated as an elder statesman? It wasn't just that he had betrayed half the people in the room. That was expected in diplomacy. Countries that murdered each other's civilians one day ended up allies against a common threat the next. America had gone from nuking Japan to being Japan's best friend in less than a decade. But wasn't anyone concerned that his explicit goal was the destruction and suffering of humankind? Were they really so short-term in their thinking that a little bit of good advice here or a favorable vote there was worth giving him a spot at the table? People, said Thamiel. There's a very easy solution to this problem. We don't have to rely on what Uriel may or may not have said 3,000 years ago. We can just ask him now. Ask me what? Which group does God want to have the Holy Land? The Israelis or the Palestinians? All right. Think. This is a trap. The reason everyone keeps Thamiel around is that they all think that he's on their side. Not cosmically, but at least for the moment. At least in their current conflict with whoever they're in conflict with. He wants to trick you into telling people you're not on their side. He had to come up with some answer that would thwart that. What had Sohu said about diplomacy? Figure out what people want and explain to them why doing things your way will get it for them better than doing things the other way. So if he just... No, he actually had no idea how to handle this one. I don't know, said Uriel. We're not asking you for some kind of grand judgment. Just when you talked to Moses, did you mean to promise him the land of Canaan to him, or not? Think. If he said yes, then the Israelis would like him, but the Palestinians would hate him. The Americans liked the Israelis, so they probably wanted him to say yes. The people with the beards liked the Palestinians, but he couldn't remember who they were. Wait, maybe they were the Palestinians. The other people with the beards, the ones dressed in green, were probably on the same side as the first set of people with beards, Palestinians. Otherwise their beards wouldn't look so similar. Was that a good heuristic? It seemed like a good heuristic. The Cyrillic Union hated the Americans, so they probably wanted him to say no. The harmonious Jade Dragon Empire hated both the Americans and the Cyrillics, so maybe they would be angry at him no matter what he said. Maybe they would be happy with him no matter what he said. Trouble with your memory? Asked Thamiel. It had just been a vague comment. Go to Canaan! How was he supposed to recall the exact wording? It had been 3,000 years. Had he mentioned something about milk and honey, maybe he'd said he was sure it would be all right with the people who lived there. They seemed like reasonable folks. He hadn't realized it was going to be so important. If he had known it was going to be important, he would have written it down. Not the Bible, that didn't count. It was all symbolic. I don't remember. Don't remember? The short Israeli man seemed livid. Our fathers and our fathers' fathers died defending their belief that God had given their forefathers them the land of Israel forever. And you can't remember whether you actually did or not. It was a long time ago? Well, said Thamiel, why don't you just figure it out now? Suppose I'm Moses. Do you promise me the land of Israel or not? Said Uriel. The leaders and diplomats of the untied states, the Cyrillic Union, the harmonious Jade Dragon Empire, Multistan, Iran, the European Communion, Nohanza, Egypt, Israel, and Palestine all sat with their eyes fixed on the Archangel, staring at him, drilling into his skin. He shouldn't have come here. He knew he shouldn't have come here. Why had he let Sohu convince him to come here? The word Madrid meant evil in his own language. How had that not been a warning sign? Figure out what people want and explain to them why doing things your way will get it for them better than doing things the other way. That was what Sohu had said. Convincing arguments. Intimidating, yet trustworthy. Forceful, harsh, but fair. What would the Comet King do? I guess I would tell him he could have half, but he had to leave half for other people who might need it, Uriel finally said. One of the bearded men stood up, shouted, "That is all we ever wanted! Our own state on our own land in the West Bank!" The Israeli delegation was outraged. Absolutely not, shouted a man holding a briefcase in the back. We cannot give up a centimeter of the Holy Land! Suddenly Uriel had an idea just crazy enough to work. Okay, he said, I changed my mind. We should give everything to Israel. Silence enough to hear a pin drop. See, he said, I used to know this king a long time ago who had a similar problem. except that it wasn't about land. It was about babies. But otherwise, it was very similar. And one time, he said that he would cut the baby in half, and one of the people agreed to that. But that meant she didn't love the baby very much, so the king gave it to the other person. And then lots of people liked him and said he had made a wise decision. So since Palestine is okay with cutting the land in half, but Israel isn't, giving it to Israel is the wise thing to do. He barely resisted adding, I guess. Be forceful. It is somewhat hard to strike a gathering of diplomats speechless. Diplomats are by nature diplomatic. They nod their head, act as if what you said was very reasonable, and then if they have to, they stab you in the back later. They're very good at it. They can listen to Kim Jong-il discuss how he got 6 holes in one during a single round of golf, or IDI Amin go on about the time when he ate a guy, and they will nod sagely and get back to discussing lucrative trade agreements. The room was nevertheless struck silent by Uriel's comment. Finally, Cyrillic Foreign Minister Andrei Kozyrev said, "That's really dumb." Then everybody started speaking at once. America was demanding order. Israel was insisting this had nothing to do with their actual claim, which was firmly based upon centuries of glorious mumble. Palestine was discussing how outraged they were. Iran and Egypt were insisting that if Palestine was outraged, then they were also outraged. The harmonious Jade Dragon Empire's interpreters were giving each other awkward looks and refusing to translate. Somehow Minister Ali Velayati of Iran ended up with what could charitably be described as the floor. "This is absolutely typical," he thundered. "For years, Arab nations and the rest of the world outside the global First World elite have been marginalized by Anglo-European governments, by the international finance industry, by the diplomatic community. And now what a surprise to learn that heaven itself also thinks we're not worth their time, not real human beings who get to be taken seriously. Is it a coincidence that all the most productive agricultural regions are in first world countries? Is it a coincidence that all of their industries are the most productive? Or is it because the archangel who controls the weather and the laws of nature has just admitted he is firmly on the side of the imperialists? I didn't say I'm starting to realize," said Ahmed Musa of Egypt, "exactly why Uriel has refused to attend these conferences before. I remember our conference on helping the Ethiopian famine victims. Uriel could have attended, could have helped, could have caused the rains to fall there. He didn't care. He's so in bed with the global neoliberal elite that the death of a couple million black Africans meant nothing to him." "To be fair," said Uriel, "they didn't actually have souls." For the second time in as many minutes, the global diplomatic elite was suddenly rendered speechless. "Well, most of them didn't," said Uriel. "See, with the cracks in the sky, I wasn't able to run the machinery at peak efficiency, and the amount of divine light entering the world wasn't enough to give every human a soul. And people kept telling me how much misery and suffering there was Ethiopia and Somalia. So I thought I would solve the moral crisis and the resource allocation problems simultaneously by removing the souls from people in Northeast Africa, so they stopped having conscious experiences. It seemed like the most humane solution. More pandemonium. The ambassador for the European Communion had gotten down on his knees and started praying. "That is the most disgustingly racist thing I have ever heard," said Shulka of Multistan. "He is literally saying Africans don't have souls," said Al-Shafi. "He is literally that hateful. Only Northeastern Africans, and only because I took them away to save an—" "This is an outrage. This is a disaster." Musa of Egypt was shaking now. "I call on everyone here to repudiate this bullshit and jointly declare that the victims of the Ethiopian famine had souls just like you and me." Said Uriel, "that is kind of a bad example, since Egypt is also in Northeast Africa, so you also do not have a soul." For a third time in as many minutes, and so on. I absolutely. How can you? Of course I mean, you would say that. The soul is an epiphenomenon totally unrelated to people's act of claiming that they have souls. But I checked. You definitely do not have one. You are just speaking because of the mechanical movement of molecules. The Untied States condemn everything about this in the strongest possible terms," Ambassador Baker was saying, as Torin of the Communion was mumbling something about Nazis. Musa of Egypt was shaking Shulka of Multistan, demanding that the latter agree he had a soul, and Shulka was awkwardly affirming that Ambassador Musa definitely looked like the sort of person who experienced qualia, as far as he could tell. The Israelis and Palestinians were conversing furiously with one another, animosities apparently temporarily forgotten in the stir. "I propose," said Dietrich of Neuhansa loud enough to get everyone's attention despite his apparent frailty, "that we table our discussion of the Middle Eastern peace process and demand that Mr. Uriel resign as Archangel and hand control of the fundamental Kabbalistic nature of reality over to a United Nations team until we have a better idea what to do with it." There was general assent. "This is why," said Velayati, loudly enough to get everyone's attention, "we are so thankful to have Ambassador Themiel of Hell with us in the diplomatic community. He has been warning us about Uriel behind closed doors for years now. But I regret to say that I never listened to him until this moment. I think we all owe him an apology and our sincerest gratitudes." The delegates from Multistand started to clap, and even Ambassador Baker of America was nodding along. A security breach. Somehow the proceedings had leaked to the protesters outside. Now they overwhelmed the guards, rushed into the room. "Death to imperialism," somebody in a maskined declared. "Death to capitalism." Then "Death to Uriel," the others joined in. Everything started closing in. The air became thick with cries of "Death to Uriel" and "Soul Stealer" and "Just plain kill." The protesters kept pouring in until it was far too crowded for anyone to leave or even move. Still the cries rang out. "Death! Death! 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 Death!" "Knock, knock," said Uriel suddenly. The chanting stopped. "I said knock, knock." A confused, offended silence. Then finally, Archbishop Torin. "This is hardly a time for... I am told this is a good way to begin things that are surprising and sudden and have pizzazz. Knock! Knock!" The silence was somewhere between awkward and indescribable. "Who's there?" Ambassador Hans Dietrich Genscher of the Neue Hansa finally asked. "Aleph," said Uriel. "Aleph who?" asked Ambassador Genscher. "Aleph, you are going to die." Then there was light. Beautiful multicolored light. 10 colors. The 7 colors of the earthly rainbow and the 3 extra colors you only get in heaven. 10 colors corresponding to the 10 Sephirot and the 10 fingers and the 10 commandments and the 10 digits of the number system and the 10 pip cards of the tarot and all the other 10s in all the correspondences of the world. For a moment, all of the ministers and diplomats and protesters were awestruck by its beauty. Then they were consumed. The wave of light annihilated the conference room, shattered the palace, destroyed Madrid city center, blasted the first ring road, scorched the second ring road, burnt the third ring road, seared the fourth ring road, spread out into the suburbs, scalded the surrounding countryside, faded into a light toasting somewhere around Guadalajara, and died off in a faint glow by the time it reached Taranzon. In the center of the crater where Madrid had once been located, Uriel turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished back to his hurricane. "So, he said, I just did something really bad." Fast cars, fast women, fastidious adherence to the precepts of the moral law. Stephen Koss, Spring. 1982. Citadel West, Colorado Springs. Somehow the Comet King had become an adult. He had skipped puberty, telling Father Ellis that it sounded like too much trouble. One day he was a child. The next his voice dropped. White hair grew on his chest, and he declared he would be having children. All the children. His logic was simple. His heavenly descent gave him special powers, intelligence, wisdom, physical strength, spiritual mastery. He, in turn, would pass these on to his children. The more children, the more supernaturally gifted warriors, administrators, engineers, and scholars they would have for the dark times ahead. An army of comet spawn, growing to adulthood faster than any mortal, each one pushing forward the day when they could march across the Bering Straits and drive the demons back below the earth. He requested that the women of Colorado step forth to help him in the project. "Now hold on," Ellis told him. They were in the newly completed throne room deep beneath Cheyenne Mountain in the underground fortress that had once housed NORAD. The Comet King sat on a throne covered with black opal. Father Ellis's official title was Royal Confessor, but the Comet King consistently denied having anything to confess. His real role was advisory. Some days he didn't have any advice either. Today was not one of those days. "This is madness, Jala. You can't just impregnate every woman in an entire state." If you were talking about sexually transmitted diseases," the Comet King answered, "I will screen for them carefully." "I'm talking about the natural law," said Father Ellis. "Marriage, family,
Partnership between a man and a woman who join together into one flesh, help complete each other. I am complete, said the Comet King. You told me that you were keeping me around to tell you how to stay human. Now I'm telling you. Having children isn't something you do for anyone else's convenience. It's a sacred act. If you do this, you're taking a step away from humanity, and it's going to come back to bite you. Perhaps you are right. I accept the slight cost to my humanity as an acceptable risk given the possible gains. It doesn't work that way. Sin isn't a ledger that you balance. It's about... Can you feel it, Jala? Goodness isn't just numbers. It's something palpable, something burning and beautiful. People talk about having a relationship with God, but it's closer than that, more powerful, more immediate. And what you're saying, it takes away from that thing. It's not in line with it. If you could feel it, you wouldn't be calculating how many strategic deviations from doing the right thing you can allow yourself. Father, have you become a mystic? No, I feel like I'm trying to explain the nature of virtue to a rock. Either you can see why what you're saying is crazy, or call Vihan. You listen to Vihan. He can explain what I mean. Uncle Vihan's official title was Chief of Staff, but he always called himself the Butler. He managed the Comet King's growing circle of advisors, visitors, and petitioners, and organized his schedule around the constant meetings required of the fledgling government. When somebody finally found him, he came into the throne room disorganized, still carrying a stack of papers. "What is it?" he asked. The Comet King started to speak, but Ellis interrupted him. "Jala wants to have kids with half the women in the state. He wants to breed some kind of conquering army. Tell him this isn't how people do things." Vihan's face fell. "What about marriage?" The Comet King thought for a second. "I would rather not have to worry about it, but if it were important to you, I could marry them all, like Solomon." Vihan's head was bobbing back and forth in exasperation. "Everyone from our family," he said. "You come from a good family, Jala. Marrying good people, no sex before marriage. It wouldn't be proper." "Proper?" asked the Comet King. "I come to you with a plan to fight off hell and save the world, and you tell me it isn't proper?" Vihan stared at the priest, as if begging him to step in. "I swear," said Father Ellis, "it's like explaining the nature of virtue to a rock." "Do you know," interrupted Jalaketu, "that whenever it's quiet and I listen hard, I can hear them? The screams of everybody suffering, in hell, around the world, anywhere. I think it is a power of the angels which I inherited from my father." He spoke calmly, without emotion. "I think I can hear them right now." Ellis's eyes opened wide. "Really?" he asked. "I'm sorry, I didn't—" "No," said the Comet King, "not really." They looked at him, confused. "No, I do not really hear the screams of everyone suffering in hell. But I thought to myself, I suppose if I tell them now that I have the magic power to hear the screams of the suffering in hell, then they will go quiet and become sympathetic and act as if that changes something. Even though it changes nothing. Who cares if you can hear the screams, as long as you know that they are there? So maybe what I said was not fully wrong. Maybe it is a magic power granted only to the Comet King. Not the power to hear the screams, but the power not to have to. Maybe that is what being the Comet King means." "Do you think," asked Ellis, "you're the first person to ask the church to compromise its doctrines? Because you have a good reason? No, you won't listen to me. But you might listen to your people."
Ask the people, Jala. They'll tell you. "We're not your baby factories," read the signs of the National Organization of Women, who held a demonstration in the Garden of the Gods against the plan.
The Comet King is proving he sees women as objects, as walking wombs, Mary Luther, the organization's leader, told an NBC reporter.
"I think the women of Colorado want the Comet King to know that they reject this denial of their agency." The Comet King did not grant interviews, but a source close to the Citadel mentioned that when confronted with the claim, he had stated matter-of-factly that the 24,000 applications he had already received were quite enough, and Miss Luther's help would thankfully not be needed. Shame on Colorado. Eugenics read signs held by the local branch of the National
Association for the Advancement of Colored People, who held a demonstration beneath the Shrine of the Sun against the plan. The Comet King needs to know that the black and brown people of Colorado aren't going to stand for his plan to create a master race of blonde-haired, blue-eyed babies, and then kill the rest of the population. The Comet King was not known to grant interviews, but a spokesperson assured everyone that killing the entire population
Was the last thing on the Comet King's mind. And also, how was a dark-skinned man, whose mother came from India, supposed to create a race of blonde-haired, blue-eyed babies anyway? This is madness, he told Ellis and Vihan in his throne room beneath the mountain. The people have always gone along with my plans before, even when they were dangerous, even the ones that led to privation and difficulty. Nothing could be simpler than this. A few thousand women, no cost to anyone who does not volunteer, and the kingdom will be unstoppable.
Vihan is against it, said Ellis. The people are against it, and I'm against it. Listen to your advisors, Jala.
The people are confused, said the Comet King. Once they have pictures of smiling babies to make them happy, they will realize my children are no scarier than anyone else. Vihan, we have applications. Find me a handful of women willing to go first. Make sure they are physically fit, intelligent, and free from genetic disease. And make them all different races. That will quiet the blonde-hair, blue-eyes crowd. I will start with just a handful of children to show the people there is no danger, and once the protests quiet down, we will start the full breeding program. I still don't think this is right, protested Vihan. I respect your advice, said the Comet King. But I have made my decision. Vihan muttered something about how he was just the butler, and far be it from him to disobey an order. But Ellis wasn't satisfied. I'm not your servant, Jala. I'm your confessor. And it's my job as a confessor to tell you when you're sinning, and not to be okay with it, no matter whether you've made your mind up or no. Fine, said the Comet King. Go petition the Dividend Monks. See what they think. See if there are any prophecies. It was an obvious attempt to get rid of him. It worked. Ellis set out for Sawatch. Vihan stayed behind to sort through the paperwork. Of the 24,000 applicants, he carefully selected 4. They met with the Comet King below Cheyenne Mountain. One of them went to the tabloids later and described the Comet King's lovemaking as efficient and peremptory. A week later, Father Ellis returned from the Sawatch bearing a message. The abbot had sat upon the Continental Divide, entered a trance, and from that place amidst the Pillar of Mildness issued a prophecy. All the descendants of the Comet King, he said, would die screaming in horror and agony, cursing their father's name. 9 months later, 4 physically fit, intelligent women gave birth to 4 genetic disease-free, racially diverse babies. The Comet King had no more children. Fill the God-shaped hole in your soul with molten metal, then shatter your soul, leaving only a metal god. Gap of Gods. October 31st, 1991. Gulf of Mexico curled up on a cloud. Sohu sat studying Talmud. She was just starting to consider packing it in for the night when her vision was seared by a nearby lightning strike. The subsequent thunder was instantaneous. She was still trying to get her sight back when her father strode through the door. "Hello, Sohu," said the Comet King with a faint smile. She jumped up from her desk in delight. Of course she ran right into a wall. Vision doesn't recover from a point-blank lightning strike that quickly, but luckily it was made of cloud and did her no harm. She stumbled a little, then quite literally fell into her father's arms. "Father, it's been too long," he said. "You look good." She smiled. "I don't know how you look. One of the disadvantages of you going everywhere by lightning bolt. Sit down." She gestured at the only chair in the room, which was Sohu-sized. Her bed was covered with books, all open to different pages. The Comet King sized it up, but his distaste for putting books on the floor got the best of him, and he put himself on the floor instead, settling naturally into a lotus position. Sohu shrugged and took the chair. "I've come to take you home," the Comet King said. "No," said Sohu. "Wait, is something wrong?" "Uriel destroyed the city of Madrid. The King of Spain, the Prime Minister of Israel, Secretary Baker, and dozens of diplomats are dead. Tamiel is disincorporated. I don't know the whole story. Uriel's still in the crater. I want you gone by the time he comes back here. You are not safe." "Uriel would never hurt me." "Then, oh God, poor Uriel." "Poor Uriel. Poor Madrid, I would say.
Oh, Father, I was the one who told him to go. I thought it would be good for him. They must have... It was Thamiel. It must have all been a trick of Thamiel's. I'm so dumb. Father, this is all my fault. It isn't.
This was always a possibility. Sohu got up, started pacing. Tears welled into her eyes. No, Uriel's different. But this isn't him. You have to trust him, Father. Sohu, I told you I sent you here to learn the celestial Kabbalah. I told you it would be dangerous if you did not know it. That was true in more ways than you knew. I sent you here because I knew Uriel was capable of this. Uriel is not good, Sohu. He is not evil in the same way Thamiel is, but neither is he safe, and he controls the universe. I cannot allow the universe to be controlled by a loose cannon, but for the present I lack any other options. Not even I can do what he does. He frowned. That is why I sent you here, Sohu, so that if Uriel becomes too dangerous to be allowed to continue, I will have someone with whom to replace him. That is why I sent you here, even though it placed you in danger. I thought the danger was worthwhile, if it gave me a backup demiurge when the time came. Now I no longer think the danger is worthwhile. We will find another way to teach you. Come home with me. No, said Sohu. No. You can't kill Uriel. I'm not going to help you kill Uriel. I will not destroy Uriel now, said the Comet King. You are not ready. Perhaps I will never have to destroy Uriel. Perhaps he will fundamentally change. But if it needs to be done, you will do your duty, as I have mine. You won't have to kill Uriel, said Sohu. I've been talking to him, getting him to understand more things. He listens to me. I want to stay with him. I want to keep studying. Not safe, said the Comet King. No one is ever safe, said Sohu. You taught me that. We're comet spawn. It's our job to make them safe. And you said it yourself. It's important that I learn the celestial Kabbalah, in case there's ever a time when we need someone other than Uriel for it. You said you'd train me at home. You can't train me at home. No one can. Only Uriel really understands it. This is where I'm doing the most good for the world, right? Sohu, said the Comet King, before you and your sisters and brother were born, I thought of you as strategic assets. I told Father Ellis I would make an army of you. He said that was wrong. Then, your eldest sister Nathanda. She was the first. When I saw her, Father Ellis talks of goodness as something burning and beautiful. I told him he was wrong, that goodness was something cold and crystalline. But when I saw Nathanda, for the first time I understood what it meant to see goodness the way that Father Ellis did. Terribly hot and too bright to look upon directly. Then I knew as long as she was alive, I did not need to worry any further about staying human. I had caught humanity and wrapped it around me tightly like a mantle. All thoughts of sending you off as an army vanished. You're not a pawn. Or at least you're not only a pawn. You're my daughter, and I will not let any harm come to you. But Father, you're always telling us that we need to think of what's best for the world. Yes, said the Comet King. So consider this. If anyone harms you, even the littlest cut or scrape, I will come against them as fire and night. I will destroy them and their people, uproot everything they have built, wipe them utterly from the earth. And I will do this even if they are the only archangel capable of running the universe, and they have nobody to replace them. What is best for the world is that I not do that. That is why I am taking you home, Sohu. Sohu shuddered. Then she said, The prophecy says that I'll die screaming and cursing your name. If Uriel killed me, I'd probably just die thinking you were right. Playing with prophecy is a dangerous thing, Sohu. Taking me away from the only person who can train me to use my powers is dangerous. Life is dangerous. We're comet spawn. If we don't do the dangerous things, who will? I will, said the Comet King, so that you do not have to. Whatever Sohu might have answered was lost in the brilliance of a sudden lightning bolt and the crash of the following thunder. Sohu, said Uriel, I just did something really bad. Sohu ran through the door of the cottage, ran across the little cloud, jumped into the empty spaces beneath, leapt at Uriel. The archangel caught her in his giant hand, and she hugged his finger. Uriel, 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 I'm so sorry, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I am sort of not okay, but it is not your fault. It is, I told you to go to the conference. I thought you would like it, but it was all a trick I was playing right into Thamiel's hands. He wanted to hurt you. I'm so sorry.
It is not your fault. You are good. You tried to help. Then he noticed the visitor. The Comet King stood on the edge of the cloud. The starlight gleamed off of his silver hair. He listened to his daughter and the Archangel quietly, but his mind was deep in thought. "Father," said Sohu, "this is Uriel. Uriel, my father, the Comet King." "Uriel," said the Comet King, "can I trust you with my daughter?" Sohu's brain immediately generated all of the terrible things that were about to happen. Uriel was going to answer something like, "Well, what is trust anyway?" and go off on a tangent while her father panicked. Uriel was going to talk about how Thamil sometimes came to visit them and tried to kill or torture her. Uriel was going to, God help them, try to give a Kabbalistic analysis of the question. "Yes," said Uriel. Sohu blinked. The Comet King looked for a moment like he wasn't sure exactly how to respond, but it was only for a moment. "What happened in Madrid?" he asked. "The diplomatic community is in chaos. I had to talk President Bush out of declaring war on you, and the reports out of Jerusalem are so confusing, I can't even begin to decipher them." "I got very upset," said Uriel. "Thamil tricked me into getting angry, and I fell for it. I used the energy I was supposed to use to sustain the universe to make everyone go away. Then I felt very bad, and I used more of it to solve the problem with Israel, so people wouldn't hate me." "Solve the problem with Israel?" "I peeled apart space so that two Israels exist in the same spot. One of them contains only Jews. The other contains only Palestinians. Any Jewish person who enters the country will find themselves in the Jewish one. Any Muslim person who enters the country will find themselves in the Palestinian one. Any Christian or atheist or so on will find themselves in a superposition of both states. It will probably be very confusing. You can do that. Not without cost. I've taken 20 years from the lifespan of the machinery. It is my fault and I am bad. I wanted people to like me. Now I have betrayed the only job I ever really had." The three of them stood there in the eye of the hurricane, silent in the starlight. The king, the little girl, the giant archangel. There was little to say. The world had been falling apart for years. Now it was falling apart faster. Finally the Comet King spoke. "Do you know the hymn of breaking strain?" he asked. Uriel shook his head. The Comet King stood tall at the edge of the cloud. In a clear voice, from memory, he recited, "The careful textbooks measure, let all who build beware, the load, the shock the pressure material can bear. So when the buckled girder lets down the grinding span, the blame of loss or murder is laid upon the man. Not on the stuff, the man. But in our daily dealing with stone and steel, we find the gods have no such feeling of justice toward mankind. To no set gauge they make us, for no laid course prepare, and presently o'ertake us with loads we cannot bear. Too merciless to bear, the prudent textbooks give it in tables at the end, the stress that shears a rivet or makes a tie bar bend. What traffic wrecks macadam, what concrete should endure. But we, poor sons of Adam, have no such literature to warn us or make sure. We only of creation, oh, luckier bridge and rail, abide the twin damnation, to fail and know we fail. Yet we, by which sole token we know we once were gods, take shame in being broken, however great the odds, the burden of the odds. O veiled and secret power whose paths we seek in vain, be with us in our hour of overthrow and pain, that we, by which sure token we know thy ways are true, in spite of being broken, because of being broken, may rise and build anew, stand up and build anew. You say we are all broken, but must continue our work anyway, said Uriel. But you never break. The Comet King stood there on the edge of the cloud, inhumanly perfect, his black cloak and silver hair blowing in the gale. I will, he said. Prophecy? Asked Uriel. Probability, said the Comet King. No one keeps winning forever, and when I break, I'll do what comets do. Shatter into fragments, but stay locked on the same path, so that only the most careful astronomers can even tell they're broken. And that's what you need to do, Uriel. We need your help. We? Humanity. Humans don't like me. Humans dislike many things humanity needs. I am not good at anything. You're good at one thing. You run the universe. That is enough. We need a universe no one has to be good at everything. You are good at everything. Not everything. I cannot run the universe. That is where you come in. And my daughter. She is very good. She is learning quickly. So I've heard. I will not hurt her. No, I don't think you will. He sighed. But you need to be more careful.
Both of you. Uriel, stay away from humans. They are ungrateful, they are foolish, they are cannibalistic. You and I, we are similar, too similar. We take the straight paths. Try to do things right, damn the consequences. Humans are not like that. They manipulate the social world, the world of popularity and offense and status, with the same ease that you manipulate the world of nature, but not to the same end. There is no goal for them, nothing to be maintained. Just the endless twittering of, I'm better than you and how dare you say that. You are no good at that, and you will never be any good at that. And if you were good at that, you would not be good at what you need to be good at. We are similar, Uriel, deep down, but leave humans to me. That's my burden. The world is yours, the world, and training my daughter. Jalaketu, said Uriel. Do you think it will all turn out okay? I do not think anything, said the Comet King. I plan for it to turn out okay, he sighed. But now I should leave. The European Communion is talking about declaring war. That would be inconvenient. I would have to defeat them. Do we have anything else we need to discuss? Uriel was silent. Stay here a little longer, Father? Sohu asked. Can't. There's always a crisis, and you have work to do. I'll visit. I know I haven't visited, but I will. Good luck, Jalakitu. The Comet King stared directly at Sohu, spoke into her mind in that creepy way that he did. Keep him safe, Sohu. I am counting on you. You lied to him, Father. I told him the truth. His part is to remain strong and do his duty. If he fails, I will remain strong and do mine. You will do no less. That's not what I mean. You told him you could break quietly, but you told me that if someone hurt me, you would go nuclear on them. I told both of you the truth. I will destroy anyone who hurts you, but not because I would be broken. Because I would remain intact. He sent her something telepathically, a tangle of thoughts mixed with emotions. When she sorted it out, it came into her mind like a question and answer. The question went, if you are Moskiak, and you have to care for everyone as if they are your own children, how do you care for those who are literally your children? The answer was a non-answer, a steamrolling over the paradox. You care for them even more. You care for them extremely and ferociously, beyond any reason. He stared at her. Sohu, promise me you won't die. She almost laughed. Almost told him that of course that wasn't something she could promise. Then she saw the look on his face. Dead serious. She remembered what Uriel had answered him only a few minutes before. So she just said, there's a prophecy, Father. You will be a celestial Kabbalist. You can stand above prophecy. That was something she hadn't heard before. But even without prophecies, everyone dies. Then promise me you will not die before I do. Something in his look prevented her from arguing any further. All right, Father, I promise. The Comet King turned into lightning and flew away, merging into the general fury of the storm. He is good, said Uriel finally. He is right about me and humans, and he is good. The prophecy says I will die cursing his name, said Sohu. But I don't think that I will. She went back into her cottage, started tidying up the books. The storm had felt strangely empty without Uriel at the center. Now that he was back, she felt safe again. There was a horror to Madrid. In her heart, she could not forget that he was a mass murderer, that he had, in his own words, created the Black Plague to see if it would work. But Father was right. He didn't understand humans. He never would. And she didn't understand Uriel. Not really. The Bible demanded faith that God was good, despite a whole world full of evidence to the contrary. For some reason, she had faith that Uriel was good. Not very wise, maybe, but good. And she had faith that her father was good. She looked at her left hand, where Thamiel said her father had placed a mark that would call him in times of danger. She wondered what other protections were on her that even Thamiel hadn't found. God, she was still iffy about. But Uriel and her father, those two she had faith in, those two were good. It would have to be enough. She fell asleep while the Archangel worked silently outside. April 22nd, 2017, San Jose. A piece of onion flew past my head. This was a common occurrence when I argued with Erica while she was trying to cook. Today we were arguing about the lyrics of American Pie. She thought it was about rock and roll. I thought it was about Christian soteriology's claim to supersede the Jewish conception of divine law, the The first stanza was clearly setting up a contrast between the twin poles of song and dance. Song represented divine goodness or mercy. Its first three letters were Son, corresponding to the second person of the Christian Trinity, and there were the Kabbalistic implications from Unsong and Peter Singer to consider. Dance represented divine justice, because its first three letters were Dan, and Dan or Din is Hebrew for judgment, like in the Beth Din or the name Daniel, judgment of God. That wasn't how I earned the onion, though. I'd earned the onion because of the chorus. He drove a Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Well, Shevet was the Hebrew word for tribe, so a Chevy at the levee means the tribe of Levi, i.e. the priesthood. John 7:24 says that whoever believes in me, as the scripture has said, out of his heart will flow rivers of living water. When the song says that the Levi Levites were dry, it's pushing the standard Christian line that the Pharisee priests of Jesus' day had become so obsessed with the law that they had lost true faith. Apparently, Erica believed this interpretation merited an onion, even though in the very next line they refer to whiskey, which comes from the Irish usti beata, meaning water of life, which is practically an exact match for the John quote. I had a tough audience. Bill Dodd walked in through the unlocked door, saw the table empty, but for myself. "Am I early?" he asked. "Everyone else is late as usual," said Erica. "Please save me." Erin was just trying to convince me that American Pie is about Christian soteriology. Then she had to explain the whole conversation thus far to Bill. And then Bill protested that it was obviously about the history of rock and roll, even though it clearly wasn't. "Seriously," I protested. "The very next stanza starts out with, 'Did you write the book of love? Do you have faith in God above if the Bible tells you so?' How do you not see that as an attempt to contrast the Old Testament, the book of the law, with the New Testament as the book of love, offering salvation by faith?" "Book of Love is a famous rock and roll song," said Bill. "And the very next line is, 'Do you believe in rock and roll?'" "Exactly," I told him. "Salvation by faith requires belief in Christ's resurrection, the most obvious sign of which was that the rock blocking his tomb had been rolled away. Then, can music save your mortal soul?" Music =song =, the sun, as I said before. It's saying that Christ saves people's souls, and then dancing real slow is the suspension of divine judgment. "I know that you're in love with him, because I saw you dancing in the gym," continued Erica. "Where in the New Testament does Christ dance in a gym?" "Dancing means divine judgment," I repeated. "And gym is Greek for naked. There's a perfectly clear part of the Bible that links nakedness to divine judgment, and that's Genesis 3. The Garden of Eden narrative. We know that God is in love with humanity because even despite the justice of punishing original sin, he chooses not to do so." "You both kicked off your shoes," protested Bill. "Exodus 3:5, I said, "And the Lord said, 'Draw not nigh hither. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy ground.'" Erica threw another onion slice at me. It missed by half an inch. "Look," said Bill. "You can fit individual pieces to relevant Bible verses. I'll even give you that you mostly stuck to the Jesus theme. But the song as a whole only makes sense in the context of rock and roll. For example, just after the shoes part, it mentions a pink carnation, which was what young men traditionally wore to dance halls, and which also contains incarnation as a substring. You don't think that an incarnation could possibly have anything to do with—" The door opened. Zoe Farr came in. "Hey guys, what are you yelling about? I could hear you all the way out in the driveway." "Aaron is trying to say that American Pie is about Jesus," yelled Erica. "He is saying that the Chevy at the levee is the tribe of Levites and the pink carnation is the incarnation. You need to make him stop." "Calm down," said Zoe. "That sounds kind of fun, even though I think I read somewhere that American Pie is about the history of rock and roll. It even mentions the Rolling Stones at one point." "Okay," I said. "Fine. You want to talk Rolling Stones? Let's talk Rolling Stones. The relevant stanza begins, 'For 10 years we've been on our own.' In Bible prophecy, a day of God represents a year. This is why the 70 weeks of Daniel correspond to the 490 years after Daniel's own time. So 10 years by that conversion equals 3,650 years. The Siddur Olam Rabbah dates the creation of the world as 3,761 BC. So in biblical time, the birth of Christ is about 10 years and 3 months from creation. That's not a coincidence because nothing is ever a—" "And the Rolling Stones?" asked Bill.
For the love of God, I already told you, I said, resurrection of Christ. Matthew 28:2. And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door. Wait, said Zoe. No, you wait, I said. Let's go over exactly what happens in the rest of that verse. The king is looking down obvious reference to God entering the world, especially paired with the incarnation part earlier.
Jester has clear phonetic resemblance to Jesus. Sounds even better if you use the original Yeshua. He's wearing a coat borrowed from James Dean. But we know the root, Dan or Din, means justice in Hebrew. So James Dean deciphers to James the Just, who is described in Acts as the brother of Jesus. Most commentators reconcile this with Jesus' supposed heavenly descent by saying he was a half-brother from Mary. So James the Just represents Jesus' human bloodline, which means that the coat borrowed from James Dean is the human form that he incarnates into, like a coat. So we have God coming down into the world and taking human form and even having a human soul, a voice that came from you and me. Then he steals a thorny crown. I hope I don't have to explain that one to you. Oh, what happens then? The courtroom is adjourned. No verdict is returned. The law is supplanted. Divine punishment is suspended. This would all be super obvious if you would just stop with your stupid rock and roll obsession. The very next verse mentions John Lennon, Erica protested. Lennon is a Avgad cipher for Moses. Lamed none, move all the letters one forward. Mem Samech spells Moses. And Marx. This was all in that article you rejected for the Standard. Marx means man of war. So it's a reference to God. Moses is reading a book on God, the Torah. The whole thing is happening while Lenin read a book on Marx. I along with it. Jesus comes not to supplant the law, but to fulfill it. And then a quartet is practicing in the park. That's the four evangelists. Dirges in the dark the day the music died. The music is the song is Jesus. The day the music died is the day Jesus died. Mark 15:33. And when the 6th hour was come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. They're singing dirges in the dark because Jesus just died, and a supernatural darkness descended over the land. What descended over the land? Asked Allie Who. She had just come in. I had been so intent in correcting my friend's misperceptions about American Pie that I hadn't even noticed her. Supernatural darkness, I said. I'm explaining American Pie to these guys. We were at the part about singing dirges in the dark. It's a reference to the supernatural darkness that covered the land after Jesus' crucifixion. I do not know so much about American culture, said Allie, but I thought that this song was about a history of rock and roll. That's what we've been trying to tell him, said Erica. At the same time I muttered, Et tu, Allie? Exactly, said Bill. For example, the next verse references Helter Skelter, 8 Miles High, and the Byrds. Helter Skelter is a Beatles song, the Byrds are a rock band, and 8 Miles High is a song by the Byrds. The verse goes, I said, Helter Skelter, in the summer swelter. The birds flew off with a fallout shelter 8 miles high and falling fast. Is there a rock band called Fallout Shelter? Is there a Grammy Award-winning song by that name? Not everything has to. Everything has to, I said. Nothing is ever a coincidence. Look, the Bible contains a clear example of a fallout shelter related to divine judgment. Noah's Ark. God decided to destroy the world for its wickedness, and Noah built something to survive the apocalypse. That's a fallout shelter. It's even 8 miles high. The floodwaters covered the earth to a depth higher than the highest mountain. Everest is 6 miles high. The floodwaters had to be above that. Leave a little margin of error. That's 8 miles. And falling fast, because after 40 days and nights, God opened the portals of the deep, and the waters flowed back in. According to the story, Noah sent forth a raven and a dove to see if they could find dry land. In other words, the birds flew off, with the fallout shelter 8 miles high and falling fast. The raven can't find any dry land, but the dove can. It lands, foul on the grass. The jester is Jesus, is the Son, is the song, is divine mercy. But it's on the sidelines in a cast because at this point divine mercy has been suspended, even wounded, and divine judgment allowed to have free reign. Oh wow, said Zoe. You skipped the part about the players trying for a forward pass, said Bill. The players are all the people and animals, trying to pass their genes forward to the next generation. The marching band, which is trying to interfere. Well, think about it. There are two interesting facets of a marching band. They play music. And they march. Who does that sound like? Right. The angels, the heavenly choirs, and the heavenly hosts.
So the players, created mortal beings, are trying to take the field. But the angels and Nephilim refuse to yield. They've seized control of the earth. So do you recall what was revealed? How do you say revealed in Greek?
Right. Apocalypsis. The angels tried to control the earth and wouldn't make room for humans, so God called down an apocalypse. That's why this is in the verse that talks about Noah's Ark. The doorbell rang. It was Eli Foss.
Hey, he said, is dinner...
Okay, I said, just so we don't have to go over this yet again, and I don't have to answer every one of your dumb complaints in order. The generation lost in space was the generation of the Exodus who were lost in the desert for 40 years. The time we were all in one place was Sinai, where according to the rabbis, all the souls of Jews past, present, and future were present for the revelation of the 10 Commandments. Jack is Jacob as Israel is the Israelites. The candlestick is the pillar of fire by night. The devil is the devil. A plane that climbs high into the night is a hill or mountain. It's arguing that the theophany at Sinai naturally concluded on Golgotha. The sacrificial rite was the crucifixion. Satan is laughing with delight because Jesus just died. The girl who sang the blues is Mary Magdalene, who is sitting outside the tomb crying. They ask her for happy news because she's the first to witness the resurrection. She smiles and turns away as per Mark 16. Neither said they anything to any man, for they were afraid. The sacred store where they had heard the music years before is the temple. But the music wouldn't play because the system of temple sacrifices has been replaced by a direct relationship with God. In the streets, the children are screaming and so on because Jesus is dead. The church bells are broken because Jesus is dead. Kind of a heavy-handed metaphor, but whatever. The 3 men I admire most represent the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, exactly like he says. Do any of you have any other questions? What are you talking about? Asked Eli. Is that American Pie? Just then Anna came downstairs, radiant in her white dress. Anna, said Erica, you have to help us. Aaron is doing this incredibly annoying thing where he says that everything in American Pie is about the Christian version of biblical history. And he says that the fallout shelter is Noah's Ark. And the pink carnation is the incarnation. And the Chevy at the levee is the tribe of Levi, and the rolling stones are the stone rolled away from Jesus' tomb. And we keep telling him it's about rock and roll, and he won't listen, and you're the only one who can ever make him see reason. Erica, said Anna calmly, you're going about this the wrong way. When Aaron is like this, you can't argue against him. You have to beat him at his own game. What? For example, said Anna. Aaron, I propose that the Chevy does not represent the tribe of Levi, but rather the tribe of Issachar. Huh? I asked. Why? Because, she said with an ethereally beautiful smile, a Chevy is a car. I said, ouch! Erica was throwing onions at both of us now, and one of them had hit me just below the eye. Okay, she shouted. Everybody is going to sit down and eat their damn dinner, and no more Tribe of Israel puns, so help me God. I looked straight at Anna, and I thought, sit down and eat their damn dinner. She looked back at me and thought, so help me Gad. I thought we should assure her that we're not going to make any more puns. Then we both broke down laughing helplessly. Are you thinking tribes of Israel puns at each other telepathically? Shouted Erica, and nobody else at the table even knew about the telepathic link, so they thought she was making some kind of joke and started laughing awkwardly, and just as I had almost calmed down, Anna thought at me. Our puns seemed to be rubbing her the wrong way. And then I broke down laughing again, and it bled through the telepathic link, and made Anna start laughing again, and both of us laughed like maniacs, while the rest of our friends just stared at us.
I tell you this story as an apology, so that when we get to the part in the next chapter where I had to decide between dooming the world and dooming Anna, you understand why it was such a tough choice. A new author's note is now up. Also, if you like this story, please vote for it on Top Web Fiction.
May 13th, 2017, Las Vegas. Sinner in biblical Hebrew is Aval, no doubt Kabbalistically connected to our English word evil. The gematria value of Aval is 106. Bishop Ussher, the biblical chronologist who fixed creation at 4004 BC, tells us that 106 years passed between Noah's flood and the Tower of Babel. This is unsurprising. The decision to build a tower to heaven out of vanity is a sinful act.
Thus, instances of 106, the number of sinners, will appear around it. Jane and I were eating breakfast in the top-of-the-world observation deck restaurant on the 106th floor of the Stratosphere Tower in Las Vegas. All around us, floor-to-ceiling glass windows presented a view of Las Vegas that would normally require a flying kayak. I wondered if Jane had contacts in Los Angeles who would retrieve her boat for her. It seemed like too wonderful an artifact to just abandon.
So, the plan, said Jane, in between bites of crepe, is to take the bus to Rogue Toys on the Strip, which everyone says has pretty much every Beanie Baby ever made. We'll get the purple dragon,
Then get out. She was serious. She had her luggage with her, and she'd bought me a backpack. We weren't even coming back to the hotel afterwards. We were getting that dragon and then getting the hell out of Vegas.
Get out where?
I asked. Colorado was besieged. Getting through enemy lines would be almost impossible. Were we going straight back to Los Angeles? Jane smiled. You'll see, she said. At least now her obstinate denial of information was pleasant instead of confrontational. She'd still made me sleep gagged and handcuffed to the bed last night, but she'd sounded a little apologetic about it. I was starting to hope she'd just been in a temper after the debacle at the Angel Reserve, and that she could be nice enough when she wanted to be. Should I tell her about the Beanie Baby hidden in my Appleade? Part of me wanted to abandon my suspicions and commit to working with Jane. Part of me even wanted to walk back on the plea for help I'd given Anna, tell her that things seemed sort of under control, that I was with a genuine Coloradan who was showing me the world, luxurious hotel by luxurious hotel. But I thought Jane would replace her Beanie Baby at the store today anyway, and all I'd do by telling her was lose her trust. Better to let her buy a replacement, than trash the Appleade bottle with her never the wiser. A reluctance to meet Jane's eyes drew my attention to the great glass windows. The Las Vegas Strip shone in 1,000 gaudy colors. Everyone had expected that being taken over by an evil necromancer would be bad for business, but the opposite had been true. The other king saw Las Vegas as a giant piggy bank for his arcane endeavors. He'd met with the city's business leaders and given them a solemn promise to leave its industries entirely alone. Entirely alone, they had asked him. Entirely alone, he had answered. Since then, no building ideas had been too colossal, no form of gambling or prostitution or adult entertainment too salacious. People from all over the untied states had been invited to come and depart unmolested, none the worse for their stay in the city of the dead, save lighter pockets and a lot of explaining to do to their spouses. And if any of those visitors tried to take advantage of their gracious hosts, whether by counting cards at a blackjack table or by copping a feel of a stripper who wasn't interested, skeletal faces in black robes would come have a talk with them, and they would never be seen in the city again. All in all, a beautiful, well-functioning machine, with the other king asking nothing in exchange for such endless prosperity, save a tax of 20% on all commerce, non-negotiable. But the city's seeming normality didn't fool Jane, and it certainly didn't fool me. I read the strip like a Kabbalistic text, symbols of evil lined up in array to those who could decipher them. There was Luxor, Egypt, biblical Mizraim, the land of bondage. There was Caesar's palace, Titus Caesar who had destroyed Jerusalem, Nero Caesar of the persecution so dire that the Book of Revelations had warned against him obliquely through the gematria value of his name, and even 666. There was MGM, the three-letter Hebrew root for Magim, the magicians, the wielders of occult curses. There was Trump Hotel, whose etymology traced back to triumph and thence to Thriambos, the orgiastic rites of the pagan gods of chaos. And there behind them all loomed Red Rock Mountain. There is shadow under this red rock, Eliot had written in The Wasteland. And then, come in under the shadow of this red rock, and I will show you something different from either. Your shadow at morning striding behind you, or your shadow at evening rising to meet you. I will show you fear in a handful of dust. Aaron Smith Teller? Someone asked, and I turned around to see a horrible old man holding out a handful of dust. I hadn't seen him come in, even though he must not have been there very long. He was the opposite of all the fashionable tourists and gamblers who made up the restaurant's other patrons. Unkempt, unwashed, looking like a homeless man straight off the streets.
When he spoke, he almost spat. But he knew my true name. I hadn't even told Jane my true name. "Who are you?" I asked. Jane was watching quietly, with the intensity of something waiting to pounce. "I'm the drug lord," said the old man. When he said it, I noticed the dilated pupils, the far-off look. "I have your friend, Anna Thurmond. You have a name I want, the both of you. And since your minds are linked, I can't take it from either one alone. Come meet me as I really am, and I'll take the name and let both of you go unharmed. Refuse, and I will kill your friend." He poured the dust into my hand, and I realized it was ground peyote. "How do I know you really have Anna?" I asked, before Jane could interrupt. "Ask her for some sign, something only she would know." The old man closed his eyes, paused for a few seconds. "Orc of the Covenant." "Damn it!" I said so loud that people at neighboring tables turned to look at us. "Okay," said Jane. "I've heard enough of this." She grabbed the old man by the wrist. "How did you find—" "Huh?" said the old man, his pupils snapping into focus. "What? Who are you? Where am I?" He started drooling. Jane dropped him in disgust, and he made a hasty escape. The waiter walked over to our table, started to ask if there was a problem, met Jane's eyes, and then retreated somewhere safer. Now Jane looked at me, all of the old mistrust back in an instant.
Explain. My body was ice all over. The drug lord had Anna Thurmond. She was going to die. I said, making up the fastest lie I could. She's a good friend and colleague of mine. She helped discover the name that turns people invisible. I guess she must have fallen in with a bad crowd and taken peyote. No, said Jane icily. I don't think that's all. He said your minds were linked. How are your minds linked, Aaron Smith-Teller? Frick. She knew my true name now. I knew it was silly, but Kabbalists have a thing about true names. And the stupid thing was, there was no reason not to tell her about the Kabbalistic marriage. Anna had just discovered that one time, by looking at a part of the Bible nobody else was clever enough to look at. But Jane would never believe it. Nobody had two secret names, just by coincidence. I could already see her paranoia grinding away, and if I told her there was a sacred Kabbalistic marriage of minds and I knew about it, I would be done for. Love, I said. Our minds are linked by love. It's the strongest force in the universe. What? No, that's stupid. Her eyes flicked to the peyote powder in my right hand. Give me that. She reached for the powder. I dumped it into my pocket, stood up, took a step away from her. Aaron, she said. She was trying to be quiet, not to make a scene, but there was ferocity in her voice. Don't be an idiot. The drug lord is everyone's enemy. He can't use names, but he has friends who can. If he gets the spectral name, things get a lot worse. My friend is going to die. People die all the time. Not Anna, she's never died at all. Aaron, you are being foolish. Give me the peyote. So I ran. Jane ran after me, and I knew I couldn't beat her. I spoke the avalanche name, shattering a window, creating a portal to the open air. Then I jumped off the 106th floor of the Stratosphere Tower. For a second, I just hung there, stupidly, feeling the air rush around me, and seeing the skyscrapers of Las Vegas grow closer and closer below. Then I spoke the ascending name and slowed my descent. I watched Jane jump from the same window, a black dot above me, growing closer and closer. If this had all happened 2 days ago, it would have ended there. Instead, I spoke the Airwalker name and started walking away. Jane spoke the ascending name and hovered, her mouth open with disbelief as she watched me walk off. How are you doing that? I didn't answer. She hung there, helplessly, almost pitifully at first. And then all at once her rage came back to her. You idiot! What are you doing? You can't give the drug lord what he wants. I'm sorry about your girlfriend, Aaron, really, I am. But he's a monster, Aaron. You don't know what he is. He'll kill us all. Whatever he wants from you, he can't have it. Aaron, stop! I didn't even look back at her, just kept walking through the air. I muttered the spectral name and went invisible, then walked a mile or so down the strip. A big gold monolith gleamed in front of me. Trump Tower. When I came to it, I lowered myself down until my feet touched the roof. There I was. Finally free. Sort of. I scooped up the peyote from my pocket. There was no better place to take it. Erica had taken peyote once, and she told me the only safe way was to do it on top of a skyscraper. You'd use the ascending name to go up,
then again to go down when you were finished. But while you were drugged, you were trapped. The drug lord couldn't speak the names, not himself, not through the humans he was possessing. If you took peyote on the ground, as likely as not you'd make a beeline to the nearest drug dealer. Get more peyote, redose before you started coming off it, and never be free again. If you took it atop a skyscraper, you could experiment, feel what it was like to be occupied by something infinitely larger than yourself, but not give your possessor any opportunity to extend his claim. The drug lord, for his part, seemed to go along with the plan. There was no point in making people jump off skyscrapers when they might become useful later. Yes, Erica had told me. Taking peyote on a skyscraper was totally safe, except that in my case, none of it mattered. It had taken me a moment. But when Jane had talked about how the drug lord couldn't use names, I'd figured out his angle. He couldn't use names because he didn't have a human soul. If he could get a human soul, he could use names. He wouldn't just be a single consciousness occupying millions of supernaturally determined bodies. He would be a single consciousness occupying millions of supernaturally determined bodies, every one of which could recite the names of God and call flame and terror down from the heavens on demand. The whole war on drugs had been built on our only advantage. We could use names, and he couldn't. He was stuck using obsolete technology subject to the vagaries of Uriel's machinery. We could field whole legions of Kabbalists, unless I let him have the vital name. Then his teeming multiplicity would overpower our helpless armies. He would overrun Royal Colorado, Texas, the California Republic, and the rest of the untied states. I've always thought of myself as a pragmatic person. When Caiaphas says in John 11 that, "Better one man should die for the good of the people than let the whole nation be destroyed," I always nodded along. However tragic a single death, surely a million deaths are a million times worse, and sacrificing a person to save an entire continent should have been the easiest decision I'd ever made. The problem was, things that make perfect sense when you're talking about people you don't know who have been dead for 2,000 years become a lot harder when you're talking about people you love. I thought of my last conversation with Anna. "Do you need rescuing?" she'd asked me. "I think I might," I'd answered. Even though my situation was far less dire than hers was now, and she hadn't dithered or complained or told me that she had problems of her own, just said she would get off at the next port. She would risk her life for me willingly, happily. I had dragged her into this mess, screwed up everything, and she'd stuck by me. I pulled at the telepathic link. Nothing. She was somewhere far away. I started crying. I loved Anna. I knew she knew it, but I'd never told her. And I wouldn't, even if everything worked out well. Even if we spent 1,000 years together, everything came rushing back to me. Her in her white dress, telling us about the book of Job, always doubting, always wondering. Why evil? Why the drug lord? Why a universe at all? Why am I in this position? I screamed at her across the dinner table in Ithaca. What am I supposed to do? What is God's plan? Does he even have one? If there's providence in the fall of a sparrow, how come we, who are more valuable than many sparrows, get flung around in darkness with no hint of a way out anywhere? I wished Anna were here, so I could ask her. That just made it worse. I saw her, sitting next to me as Erica stood behind the podium in our basement. "Once to every man and nation," Erica was reciting, "comes the moment to decide, in the strife of truth with falsehood, for the good or evil side." "Fuck you!" I shouted at imaginary Erica. "Sure, that's easy for you to say. Just do good and avoid evil. That works really well in the real world, doesn't it? What are you even at?" Imaginary Erica just answered, "They enslave their children's children who make compromise with sin." We like to think of ourselves as weighing various causes and considerations upon the scale of philosophy, then choosing whichever side carries the most weight. Maybe we even do sometimes for the little things. That moment, atop Trump Tower, I threw everything I had onto the scale, saw it land again and again in favor of hurling the peyote into the street and walking away, and again, I knew I wouldn't. I looked down. Las Vegas hummed beneath me. There on the side of the building was a giant golden T. T for Tav. The last letter of the Hebrew alphabet. The letter of apocalypse. Jesus was crucified by being nailed to a lowercase t. There beneath me was an uppercase one, ready to finish what he started. Fitting, just like everything else. I threw out the whole scale, weights and all, and I focused on that one sentence. They enslave their children's children who make compromise with sin. Well, of course they do. And dooming the world for the sake of a friend, even a friend who was my weird platonic sort of girlfriend, except we were just friends. And I wasn't supposed to call her that. A bond stronger than death. Wasn't just making compromise with sin, it was forfeiting the whole game to sin, handing over everything, giving up. But agreeing to let Anna die, and running away from this place, getting the vital name back, building an empire, and living happily ever after in exchange for nothing but the one insignificant little life of my best friend. That seemed like a compromise with sin, which was, of course, the total opposite of how I was supposed to interpret the passage. But then, it is not in heaven. I remembered something abominably stupid I had said just a day before. My dream is to become the new Comet King. God Most High. Had I forgotten what happened to the last Comet King? I realized then that, of course, this was how all of this ended. That by that phrase alone I had set this Kabbalistically in motion, and now I had nothing to do but to play it out to the bitter end. I thought of all the things I could say to excuse my decision. My father had abandoned my mother and me. Now I was horrified at the thought of abandoning others. My telepathic bond to Anna made me especially sensitive to her suffering. The Talmud said that to save one life was equivalent to saving the world, and to end one life was equivalent to ending the world. So really it was evenly balanced either way, and I might as well do what I felt like. None of them rang true. The truth was, I wasn't the Comet King. I was a scared 22-year-old boy. I knew everything about everything in the Bible, and in the end, it all paled before the weight of Romans 7:19. For the good that I would I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do. I swallowed the peyote before my better side could talk me out of it. If you like this story, please vote for it on Top Web Fiction. Even if you voted for it on Wednesday, please vote again, since you can vote every day. After today, I will put this message on the sidebar or something and not keep spamming you with it every update. Herschel of Ostropol came to an inn and asked for a warm meal. The innkeeper demanded he pay in advance, and when Herschel had no money, he told him to get out. Herschel raised himself up to his full height, looked the innkeeper in the eye menacingly, and said, "Give me my meal, or I will do what my father did. You hear me? I will do what my father did." The terrified innkeeper served the traveler a nice warm meal. After dinner, when Herschel was calmer, he ventured to ask exactly what Herschel's father had done. "That is simple," answered Herschel. "When my father asked someone for a meal and they refused to give it to him, then he would go to bed hungry." Old Jewish folktale? May 13th? 2017? Blood bubbled up from the ground in little springs. The trees were growing skulls where the fruit should be. I concluded that I was somewhere from Aztec mythology, probably not one of the good parts. It was neither a jungle nor a desert, more of a grassy valley with bushes and occasional trees. The sun had a face locked in a perpetual grimace. I had a vague memory that Aztec mythology was really bad. There was a directionality to the world. I followed it. It led me up a hill strewn with rocks. I spoke the ascending name. Nothing happened. Okay. This was somewhere else. The usual rules didn't apply. Things started coming back to me. The drug lord. Peyote. I had taken peyote. Now I was... Where? Anna? I asked. Aaron, came the answer. Then a flood of pure relief and happiness. No affection, no confusion, just gladness that I was here. What happened? Where are you? Are you safe? I'm not sure. Somebody must have drugged my dinner. I'm fine. The drug lord tried to extract the vital name from me. He couldn't. That's all I know. I reached the top of the hill. Below me lay a city. I recognized it and drew its name out of half-forgotten memories. Teotihuacan, birthplace of the gods, the greatest city of the pre-Columbian Americas. The great street down its center was the Avenue of the Dead. The two great structures that towered above the rest were the Pyramid of the Sun and Pyramid of the Moon. The pictures I had seen made them look austere and crumbling. Here they were covered in bright colors and streaming banners. Also, a waterfall of blood was flowing down the southern staircase of the Pyramid of the Moon, looking for all the world like a macabre escalator. The real Teotihuacan had been dead for millennia. This one teemed with activity. Ghostly shades all. I wondered if they were the souls of the drug lord's captives. I double-checked my own arms. At least I looked normal. "Where are you?" I asked. On top of some sort of demonic ziggurat. A demonic ziggurat. That's wrong on so many levels. Anna didn't laugh, which under the circumstances I guessed was kind of predictable. Is it the one with the blood escalator or the other one? The one with the blood escalator, definitely. I started walking down into the city. I'm coming to rescue you, I said. Hold on. There was no answer, which again made sense given the circumstances. I broke off a branch from one of the skull trees, a process which was terrifying but ultimately went without incident. It also proved unnecessary. The shades in the city had less than no interest in me. This was just as well, since the stick pretty clearly wouldn't have hurt them. Some of them passed right through me. I felt nothing. My only moment of panic was a sudden hissing noise near my feet. I smacked what I thought was a snake, only to barely miss what looked like a spinal column with a skull at one end. It slithered away, hissing and scolding. Aztec mythology really sucked. I gained a sudden appreciation for Hernando Cortez. My other problem was getting up the pyramid. The ascending name wasn't working, and the stairs were covered in flowing blood. I circled around until I found another staircase. It looked more promising. Using my branch as a staff, I climbed the steps. Atop the pyramid was a ball court, and in the middle of the court was Anna. I ran to her and hugged her. She hugged me back. Then a sort of mist or glamour fell away, and I saw the drug lord. I had expected something horrible, worse than the spine snake, but he was more humanoid than not. He stood about 6 feet tall. His skin was pale green like cactus flesh, with tiny little thorns sticking out of it. His 2 arms were big and broad like the arms of a cactus. His face was big and round like a cactus barrel. He wore a modest brown poncho, but his mien was kingly, and there were gold flecks in his eyes. He was sitting in a rocking chair, rocking back and forth, and in one hand he held a wooden cane. "Welcome," he said in an aristocratic Spanish accent. I couldn't understand why I hadn't seen him before. Maybe he could just appear and disappear at random. Maybe this was all his dream, and he had total control over what we saw or didn't. Whatever it meant, it didn't bode well for my ability to take him on with a skull tree branch and 0 names. "I came," I told him. "Now you have to let her go. You promised." The drug lord smiled. "Many years ago," he told me, "I used to watch the Teotihuacani sacrifice captives to the sun god, to give him the strength to fight off the night goddess. Sometimes their wars would go poorly, and there would be no captives. Then one of the priests of Teotihuacan would step up to save the day." He paused for a second to see if I appreciated the pun. I hate to admit it, but I did. "You," said the drug lord, "remind me of one of those priests. This is admirable, but also bad for you." All I said was that I'd take the drugs. I didn't say I'd cooperate with you. I saw another smile play on the drug lord's big face. "I didn't say you would have to." "I don't even know the name," I told him. "We forgot it, both of us. I don't even care if you believe me. It's true." "Yes," said the drug lord. I gathered that from Anna's mind. After hugging me, she had gone sort of frozen. I had a suspicion something bad had happened to her mind. I will have to pull it out of wherever it has vanished to. That will be easier with 2 people than it would be with 1. Then he was in my head, and I could feel him like a wind, scouring my thoughts, blasting me to the bone until I felt like I would end up like one of the spine snakes. Every distraction was batted away, all my attempts to direct my own train of thought pushed aside like reeds. He zeroed in on the vital name. For a moment I wrested control of my awareness from him, and I was back on the ball court. He was right in front of me now, one broad green hand touching my forehead, the other still holding the cane for support. I lunged at him with the branch. He knocked it out of my hands. I punched him in the face. "Ow, ow, 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 ow!" I screamed. Punching somebody made of cactus had been the worst idea. Then he was back, searching for the vital name, and there was nothing I could do. Closer and closer he came, winding through my memories. Not enough left of my consciousness to object, to even form a coherent thought, but not enough gone that I didn't feel the violation on some deep level. He was in the right part of my brain now. I could feel it. Ros elakafilaton he pulled from me, as if with tweezers. Mirakoi kalaniemi chana. Something instinctual in me doubled down like a bear trap, but
He gave it no heed. Kai F. Sander. A second time I broke away from him. This time I ran. I ran to the edge of the ball court, only to find that the staircase up the pyramid was shifting places, like the winding of a snake, moving too fast for me to get a foothold on it. The drug lord walked up beside me, leisurely, like I was a wayward puppy. Anna followed. The three of us stood on the ledge and stared down at Teotihuacan below.
From this vantage point, I could see that its architecture encoded some of the same glyphs as the Lesser Key of Solomon. "A beautiful city, is it not?" asked the drug lord. He placed a broad arm against my back, cutting off any hope of escape. "I made it a long time ago. I came here from a distant place and found people who lived in mud huts. I went into the cacti, and the cacti went into the people, and they learned new things from me. I was Quetzalcoatl the feathered serpent, Tezcatlipoca the smoking mirror, Huitzilopochtli the left-handed hummingbird. I built as I pleased until Uriel closed the gates that fed me, and now that the gates are open, I will build again. Anna, do you have any ideas? I think we're past the point at which we had much choice in any of this." Then he was in my mind again, right where he had left off, like a dog digging a hole, flinging dirt everywhere. Galizdo, he drew from my mind. Tahun. Then suddenly we were back on the ledge, the drug lord using a hand to shield his eyes from the sun and peering down at the city below. A figure was walking down the Avenue of the Dead, alone, tall, lithe, very fast. As we watched, it reached the base of the pyramid. It didn't bother to go around, just started climbing the staircase, wading through the blood as if it wasn't there. The face came into focus. "Jane!" I shouted. Then she was with us on the ball court. For a second, we all just looked at each other, taking stock. Me, Jane, the drug lord, Anna. "Let them go," said Jane, "or I'll do what my father did." I was familiar with the Herschel of Ostropol stories. Anna was familiar with the Herschel of Ostropol stories, and that, I presumed, meant the drug lord was now familiar with the Herschel of Ostropol stories, which meant that, as far as bluffs went, this left something to be desired. Sure enough, the drug lord lifted a spiny arm and pointed it at Jane. Some sort of unseen force lashed out at her, knocked her off the pyramid with the force of a freight train, smashed her into the stony street below. "Mortals," said the drug lord dismissively. With all my strength, I rushed at the drug lord, kicked him right in the gut. Of course, the spines pierced my shoe and stabbed my foot, and I fell down, doubled over in pain. "Ow!" I said. "Ow, ow, 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 ow!" The drug lord looked down at me, bemusedly, a smile still playing on his features. Anna covered her face with her palms. "Aaron," said the drug lord, "stay calm. Stop moving. Just a second more. Then nobody else needs to die." He reached an arm out toward my head. Then something moved behind him, and the drug lord wheeled around to confront it. Jane walked towards us from the far end of the ball court. She still wore her black leather jacket and black leather pants, but her long black hair had streaks of white in it now, and her eyes had flecks of silver, and her face looked different? Somehow more. She looked almost happy. I knew who she was now. There was a very big sword in her hand, so big that by rights she shouldn't have been able to hold it. It definitely hadn't been there before. "Let them go," said Jane, "or else I'm warning you I'll do what my father did." For the first time, I saw the drug lord's little smile fade. "Go away, mortal," he commanded, and a wave of fire and wind crashed against her. But Jane raised her hand, and the attack dissipated. "Mortal?" she asked. "You call me mortal, you overgrown weed?" The fire passed all through her and all around her, as effortlessly as air. "I was born of sky and light. I am the ending of all things in beauty and fire. I am Comet Spawn. And if you don't let those two go, then as God is my witness, I will do what my father did." The drug lord paused, collected his thoughts. "Jinxiang West," he said. "Forgive me. I didn't recognize you when you weren't yelling." He placed his cane before him like a weapon, and I saw for the first time the strange ideoglyphs burnt into the surface. But Jane held the great sword sai in front of her, and they began to circle one another cannily, warily. What happened next was bizarre, and something I'd never seen before with mortal eyes. Maybe something was flowing back into me from the drug lord. Maybe it was some feature of this place. Jane somehow took Teotihuacan, lopped off the Teoti, and somehow analogized it to Tautuk, the Hebrew word cannon. Then she shot the drug lord with it,
The drug lord grabbed the remaining half-word, huakan, and analogized it with Hebrew hachan, meaning gracefulness, and gracefully avoided the cannonball. Jane grabbed and flipped hachan around, making it nuach, to rest, and with a pull at the word, she exhausted the energy out of the drug lord. He took pronunciation of huakan and made it into the English word waken, restoring his energy. The two of them circled each other warily, waiting for an opening.
I have your true name, said Jane. You were an angel in days of old. I have your true name. You fell from heaven back when Sataniel was pure. I have your true name. You built Babel when mankind was young. I have your true name. You invented alcohol to keep men compliant. I have your true name. The Comet King knew all angels and vouchsafed me their secrets. I have your true name. You are Samyazaz, first of Watchers. Release your prisoners or I will do what my father did. The drug lord teetered on the edge of the ball court,
But he didn't yield. Instead, he took the T-O and T from the front of Teotihuacan to make Teot, the German word for dead, tried to strike a mortal blow at Jane. Jane took a C, H, A, and I from the same word to make Chai, Hebrew for life, and deflect the attack. Then she took the remaining letters, Enau, flipped and twisted the U into an M to get name, and spoke the fulminant name. A lightning bolt hit the drug lord straight in his cactus head. He caught on fire, burnt to ashes within seconds. It didn't help. A new drug lord avatar just appeared on the other side of her, rushed on her with his cane. Jane parried just in time. Gonna hide from me, are you? She shouted at him. I can tear this whole dimension apart if I have to. Give up!
Aaron, said Anna, I think I have a plan. Give me the vital name. What? Why? The drug lord was trying to rearrange Jane's name into Maine, the Latin word for a dead spirit. He was having some success, and already the dead spirits of the city floor were coming to his aid, swarming Jane, who sliced through them with her magic sword but seemed a bit outnumbered. She tried to wrench the word back into name, but the drug lord held firm. Look, I know this sounds crazy, but the drug lord's in my mind, and that means I'm in his. You'll notice it too when you've been here a little longer. We're not supposed to be in this realm intact. We should be mains like the others. He's left us intact so he can get the name from us, but I'm starting to know the things that he knows. This dimension, it's part of his mind, but not only part of his mind. He built it. If I can give it a soul, it becomes separate from him. It'll drag him out. I think there's just enough of Jinxiang's name left to make it work. That is the craziest idea I have ever heard, and it was my crazy idea that got us into this whole mess. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I can see it. It's what he's thinking right now. He's terrified of it. I don't even know the name. That's the other thing. I can see how he's going to piece it together. Once he has both of our misinterpretations, I think I can do the same. Jane and the drug lord's tug-of-war over Maine shattered the word into 1,000 amens. Jane tried to piece together Shem, Hebrew name, by turning the S into an SH, but the Maines wouldn't cooperate. She scowled and slashed them into pieces with her sword, only for the drug lord to almost knock her off balance. Anna, this is seriously the craziest thing I've ever heard. Not to mention that if I told you the name, the drug lord who's listening in on us for sure would overheard. The drug lord can't use names himself. He'd have to find a human to use it for him. If Jinxiang can kill him before then, you can't kill the drug lord. Aaron, please, do you trust me?
In brilliance born of desperation, Jane dropped to the ground and touched the ball court, drawing out the essence of the ancient Mesoamerican ball game. From the first two and the last two letters of Mesoamerican, she got another name and used the fulminant name on the drug lord again. Another body gone, another body springing up in seconds. But this time, she was ready. She lunged at him with sigh. They started fighting physically now.
Sword against cane. I trust Anna, I said. But I just realized that a lot of things would make more sense if this voice were actually the drug lord. Aaron, she pled, please, Orca the Covenant, Shabattle-nosed dolphin, manatee of manatees, all is manatee. You already used the first one before, and the second one is terrible. And the third one isn't even about whales. It's about marine mammals. Anna thought. There was a tinge of desperation to it. You cannot serve both God and mammal, I quoted at her.
Aaron, please, this is serious. We met one night while I was on a ladder and you were working at cash for God. When you said you loved me, I made you eat a habanero pepper. The last time we talked, you were in a hotel room and you said you went kayaking with a pretty girl. All things that the drug lord could know if he could read your mind. Jane had drawn up another name from somewhere and used the avalanche name, trying to collapse the pyramid. Bits of it crumbled off, but overall, it held firm. The drug lord was trying to summon more of the dead gray spirits to his aid. Anything I can say is something the drug lord could know if he read my mind. I could tell you my deepest loves and fears, how much you mean to me, what I felt when I said I was coming to rescue you. I could preach to you about theodicy, say things that are so Anna no one else in the world would ever come up with them. And you could still just say the drug lord was reading my mind, or was running my mind for his own purposes, or had taken over my mind. I agree. There's nothing I can do to prove anything to you. Sometimes you have to have faith. My name is Anna Thurmond, and I am your friend. You trusted me enough to sacrifice everything to come here. Please trust me now.
I'll trust you, I thought. If you can answer me one question. What? Anna ba e Michel Bishlamek? I asked her.
What?
It's a simple question, Anna. Anna ba e Michel Bishlamek?
Aaron, please. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you have to trust me.
Anna ba e Michel Bishlamek? I'm sorry, Aaron. I don't know what you mean. The ball court was swarming with shades now. Jane was trying to twist the Kabbalah into something, but the drug lord was matching her every movement, unraveling her work before anything she did could take effect.
Samyazaz, I said. You tried so hard. You almost had me. And why shouldn't you? Anything Aina can think, you can think. Anything she can feel, you feel.
And what are we humans, you asked yourself, besides bundles of thoughts and feelings? So easy to play, so easy to manipulate. Well, maybe. But there's one thing you'll never be able to do. One part of being human that God's own laws decree you can never copy no matter how hard you try. You forgot one thing, Samyazaz, and that was angels can't understand Aramaic. I grabbed my branch from the ground and hit Anna as hard as I could. At the same time, I took all of my rage, all of my love for Anna, and anger at anyone who would dare to harm her, and sent it through the telepathic link, a weaponized scream of hatred and defiance. And for just a second, the drug lord was distracted. And in that second, Jane unraveled the Kabbalistic knots, broke apart the mains, used the Aleph to mean divinity, twisted the M into a W into a Vav, and got Vanes. And a miracle occurred. Her sword glowed white with holy fire. She plunged it into the drug lord, and it struck true. Not a killing blow, but a disabling one. The cactus man sunk to his knees. Now, said Jane, release your prisoners, or I swear to God I will do what my father did. The prisoners are yours, said the drug lord, and his body started to fade. Everything started to fade. The bright colors of Teotihuacan dulled. The shades flickered and sputtered, the stones paving the avenue of the dead
began to melt together. I felt a presence in my mind. Anna? Aaron, you are such an idiot. I cannot believe you are going to destroy everything to come here and rescue me. I am so angry, and if you're talking about this years from now, don't you dare say that you felt that the anger was mixed with affection, because it's just anger, and the drug lord could have gotten the name, and you could have died, and... It's awkward to say so, but I could feel through the telepathic link that the anger was mixed with affection. I knew at once that it was the real Anna.
It sounds crazy, but if it had been this Anna who talked to me atop the pyramid, I would have trusted her absolutely. And if I ever make a pun as bad as Shabattle-Nose Dolphin, you should just assume I'm possessed by the drug lord again. Anabae Michel Bishlamek. Fine, a little bit frazzled. And I think I'm going to need to sleep for a long time, but basically fine. And thank you for asking, really. I tried to send her an update on where I was, what was happening, but I was literally shaken out of my trance. Aaron, said Jane. She was the one shaking me. Where are you? Physically? In Las Vegas? Where is your body? I hesitated. She was Comet Spawn. Something primal in me leapt to obey her. On the other hand, I was finally free. I could flee Las Vegas, flee Nevada, find the name error correction books. Everything could still go as planned. Snap out of it, she said. I don't know where you are, but he does. She said he like I should know exactly who she meant. The other king. He has spies in the drug lord's mind. He knows exactly what's going on. He's looking for you right now. Trust me, you don't want him finding you. Oh, fuck, I said, because it made sense. Jane, how are you even here? It was too dangerous to let you tell the drug lord all your secrets, so I took peyote myself. Now where is your body? Tell me now, or else the other king will beat me to you. How did you even get peyote that quickly? This is Las Vegas, you idiot! How hard do you think it is to find a drug dealer? Tell me where you left your body. The hallucinatory landscape was beginning to dissolve. The pyramids of Teotihuacan were crumbling. I'm on top of Trump Tower, I said. Stay there, said Jane, and her form melted away.
Teferet's position down the center between Keter and Yesod indicates to many Kabbalists that it is somewhat of a converting sephiro between form, Yesod, and force, Keter. In other words, all crossing over the middle path via Tiferet results in a reversed polarity. Reb Wiki Evening, May 13th, 2017, Panama 1. Anna groaned, grudgingly regained consciousness. James was shaking her, lightly. Are you awake? He whispered. Her mouth was desert dry. Her muscles were sore. She tried to get up, only to find she was tied to the bed. What's happening? Let me go! James gave her an apologetic look and started untying the ropes. Long story. Edgar Crane cornered one of the druggies on the ship. Told the drug lord that Simeon Azor was on the ship. Offered to dose him in exchange for help getting Reno back. Drug lord was interested because he figured Azor would know secret names. He gave Crane some buttons. Crane stuck them in the soup tonight at dinner. I was meeting with John and the captain, and we were late for dinner, and drugs don't work on a mock seal. So, it was just you, Azor, Hope, Tomas, and Lynn who got dosed. There was a bit of a fight. A mock seal's vicious when he wants to be. Now Crane's dead. John's really injured, but the drug lord couldn't take over the ship. He gave up, and we tied up the others so they'd be safe while they came down. When we tried to tie you up, you told us that if we tried to touch you, you'd jump off the side of the ship and drown yourself. So we let you be. Then an hour or so later, you stopped resisting and just fell asleep. So we tied you up.
He untied the last rope and lifted Anna out of bed. You all right? She massaged her face. Yeah. Actually, pretty good. Saw a friend. James lifted an eyebrow. You better get above decks. Things are getting interesting.
Things were getting interesting. The hills of Baja California had given way to lush jungle.
Where are we?
Asked Anna. The whole crew was assembled on the deck now. The captain rarely spoke, but when he did, he meant business. Now he faced them and said, John's dying. Lynn used the static name on him and bought him a little time. I give him a day or two, at most. We need to go to Kennedy Space Center. Lynn, Amaxiel, Tomas, all shared a meaningful look. There's a launch a day from now. On any other ship it would be impossible. On not a metaphor, we can make it, but only if we cross the canal. An immediate outcry from all assembled. The captain pounded the table and demanded silence. Then, we swore an oath. Slowly James nodded. It's a risk, he said. But we swore an oath. If we don't keep it now, none of us are safe. He was like a father for us, said Lynn. I can use the canal keys. That's basic placebo-mancy, at least if they work. I have no idea what you're talking about, Anna said, but it sounds fascinating, too. 10 years ago, when they had first sailed out of Puerto Penasco on the Comet King's old ship, when they had first conceived the idea of pursuing Metatron and boarding his boat, Tomas had brought up the question on everyone's mind. Trying to capture and board a boat containing the earthly reflection of God might be lucrative, but wasn't it going to make the deity pretty angry? Lynn had waxed poetic about how God wanted humans to engage with him, how pursuing him and challenging him was itself probably a part of the divine plan. The captain had pointed angrily at the name of the ship, and everyone had agreed they probably needed a better insurance policy, money they did not lack, and long before they grew old, they would have pension enough to do what needed to be done. But they had also decided that if any of them got sick or injured or threatened to die in the line of duty, the whole crew would pool their resources to get him onto Celestial Virgin. Everyone with a TV set had seen hell, but no one knew if there was a heaven. They only knew that there was a crack in the sky and that Neil Armstrong had passed through it singing songs of praise for the Most High. But no one had ever known if there was a heaven, and that hadn't stopped them from hoping. For example, Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon knew he probably wasn't going to get into heaven the traditional way, so he'd pulled rank and got himself a ticket on a space capsule to enter it directly. Unfortunately for him, that space capsule had been Apollo 13, and he'd fallen back to Earth and his enraged constituents. But what if he'd had the right idea? At age 35, business magnate Richard Branson was already head of Virgin Records, Virgin Communications, Virgin Games, and Virgin Atlantic Airways. What other people saw as the immutable will of God, he saw as a business opportunity, so he teamed up with legendary aerospace engineer Burt Rutan to create a spacecraft
capable of transporting a small number of lucky passengers up into the crack. And by lucky, he meant very, very rich. If you can't take it with you, you might as well give it to the people, promising to ensure you an afterlife of eternal bliss. Thus was born Celestial Virgin. Jesus had said it was easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven, but rocketry had 30 years of practice working with
Astonishingly small tolerances, and rose to meet the challenge. Competitors sprung up. Heaven X, Blue Origin. But if you really wanted the best engineers in the world aiming you at that needle eye and guaranteeing you'd get through, you would petition Celestial Virgin, accept no substitutes. Sure, there were people saying it was literally the most blasphemous thing possible to sell the rich tickets to heaven so that only the poor had to answer for their misdeeds. But there were always people saying that kind of stuff.
Why, you could say it was wrong to have doctors because then rich people had an advantage in surviving disease. You could say it was wrong to have bookstores because then rich people had an advantage in learning about the world. Everyone important, i.e., rich, was happy to ignore these nattering nabobs of negativism, and when Celestial Virgin offered to buy the Kennedy Space Center from the cash-strapped, untied states government, President Reagan was quick to agree. When the captain and his crew had first stolen not a metaphor, they swore an oath to each other that, once they had the money they needed, no member of their crew would near death. But the others would do whatever it took to get them to Cape Canaveral and their ticket to a better afterlife. Now, as John neared death, the ship changed its course and headed for the western terminus of the Panama Canal 3. One of the most famous phrases in the English language. A man, a plan, a canal Panama. We compare it to 3 other famous trinities. Everyone knows the Christian Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. But the Buddhists have a similarly central concept called the 3 jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The Buddha is the enlightened being. The Dharma is the moral law, or the natural law, or duty. There's no good English translation, so take your pick. Sangha corresponds almost precisely to church, not in the sense of a building, but in the sense of Catholic Church, where it means an entire community of believers. The Kabbalists have their own trinity, the supernal triad of the first 3 Sephirot. Kether is the transcendent heavenly aspect of God. Bina is a perfectly receptive vessel sometimes likened to the uterus, and Chakma is likened to lightning, the bolt that originates in Kether and strikes Bina, impregnating it with divine essence. These 3 trinities all correspond nicely to one another. They all have a human aspect, the sun, the Sangha, Bina, looking for answers, but seeing the majesty of God's plan only imperfectly. They all have an ineffable divine component, the Father, the Buddha, Kether, abiding in the secret order of the universe and seeing its full glory. And they all have a force that connects the other 2, the Holy Spirit, the Dharma, Chokma, the potential for uniting the human and divine, ordinary mortals, the divine order, a connection between them, a man, a plan, a canal. But what about Panama? Well, imagine the map of the mystical body of God overlaid upon a map of the Western Hemisphere. Because we're Kabbalists, and this is by no means the weirdest thing that we do. What sort of correspondences do we find? None at all, because we've forgotten the lesson Uriel taught Sohu all those years ago. We see God face to face. So our left is his right, and vice versa. So overlay the mystical body of God on the Western Hemisphere and flip it around the vertical axis. Now what? Keter, Sephira corresponding to the ineffable crown of God, lands at the North Pole, the uninhabitable crown of the world. Malkuth, the Sephira corresponding to the feet of God, lands in Patagonia, whose name means land of big feet. Don't ask me. Ask early Spanish explorers. The center of Malkuth, corresponding to the world of Asaya, sits on the Argentine city of Ushuaia. In Hebrew, the 2 words would be identical. Just below Malkuth lies the realm of the devil. Just below Patagonia lies Cape Horn. We've got a correspondence, so we go down the line. Chakma represents divine knowledge shooting downward, the spirit of prophecy. It falls upon Juneau, Alaska. The name of God corresponding to Chakma is Jah. The name of the city is therefore a Kabbalistic reference to divine knowledge as Jah knows. Bina representing the receptive mind as it gains understanding. It falls upon Boston, home of Harvard and MIT. Hesed, representing loving kindness, falls upon San Francisco Bay, recalling our previous discussions about St. Francis, the hippie movement, and California as positive affect. Chest is often considered the right hand of God. We already know how this symbol relates to San Francisco through Psalm 89:13. Gevura, representing law and justice, falls upon Washington, D.C. It is the left hand of God, wielding his punishing sword. Netzach represents
Endurance and eternity. Kind of like the slow but steady and long-lived tortoises after whom the Galapagos is named. Hod represents splendor. Endless forms bursting into life. And it falls right in the middle of the Amazon.
Yesa is interconnectedness and communication, also associated with silver and the moon. It falls upon the Rio de la Plata region of Argentina, named for its many interconnecting rivers and its copious silver reserves under the earth.
But I bring this up because in the very center of the tree lies Tiferet, the heart of God, the Sephira of miracles. It stands at the center of the tree of life and joins the two halves of the mystic body, connecting to everything. Not just connecting everything, but reflecting everything. A mirror that transforms and displays everything it sees. And it falls smack dab upon the Panama Canal. The center of the whole system. The key to the mystery. A man. A plan. A canal. Panama, Ivoy. Panama City had seen better days. Neither close enough to Mexico for the drug lord to capture and control, nor far enough to escape his ravages entirely. It had become a shoddy tributary state. The closing of the canal had been the final blow, and most of its citizens and wealth fled southward to the most serene empire of the Darien Gap. Now its skyscrapers looked like rotting trees in a drought, sounding a warning to all who passed by. The Not a Metaphor ignored it and slipped under the Bridge of the Americas until it was face-to-face with the Miraflores locks. The cracks in the sky had damaged the proper functioning of the lock machinery. The Panamanians had kept the locks going for a few years, but the canal had gained an eerie reputation, and traffic had dwindled to a trickle. When the Panamanians finally abandoned the locks as part of the general retreat to the South American side of the waterway, the locks were left to rot. Now they stood like inert walls, blocking the ship's path. Lynn had a plan. "We knew this day would come," he said. "Me, James, and the captain have been preparing to cross the canal for ages, although we always hoped we wouldn't have to." He drew out a scroll wheel. The motive name. Anna was skeptical. Used on the locks. There are probably hundreds of different moving pieces. If you just fire the name at random, there's practically no chance you'll hit something useful. Lynn nodded. Practically no chance. There's a big difference between practically no chance and actually no chance, and that's where placebomancy comes in. "The key is the key!" He showed Anna the scroll wheel. Attached to one side was a big glass key. "Miraflores, in the name of Rahab, angel of the depths, open for me." Then he pointed to the locks and tore off the scroll containing the motive name. The locks creaked open. "How'd you do that?" asked Simeon. "Once the captain and I put our heads together, it was obvious," Lynn said, grinning. "How do you open a lock?" "With a key. How do you open a metaphorical lock that's called lock, even though it's really a geographical feature involved in sailing? With a metaphorical key that's called key, even though it's really a geographical features involved in sailing. This is sand from the Florida Keys, melted into glass and shaped by the locksmiths of San Francisco. That is both really clever and the stupidest thing I ever heard," said Anna. The Not a Metaphor sailed forward. With another scroll from his key, Lynn closed the locks and opened the other side. They were now in Miraflores Lake. "So you think that's it?" asked Simeon Azor, who had recovered enough to come on deck and watch the ship's progress. "A single clever pun. And we can reverse 20 years of bad luck getting through the canal? I doubt it will be that easy. Remember, even when the locks were working fine, ships weren't making it through. The passage hasn't worked right since the sky cracked." They entered the Pedro Miguel locks without difficulty. "It's the Kabbalah that's the problem," Simeon continued. "We're going from the west coast to the east coast directly, straight through Tiferet. From the Pillar of Mercy to the Pillar of Justice. We're doing an inverse transformation of the divine nature. I don't think what's left of the machinery of the universe is going to help us with that. I think it's going to screw us up." Another turn of Lynn's placebomantic key.
and they were out of the Pedro Miguel locks and onto the Culebra Cut, an arrow-straight trough where the canal went straight through a mountain range. "I second Azor in his grave concern," said Amoxiel. "The energies of heaven are growing dim, too subtle for you men to comprehend. A great reversal looms." "I'm actually starting to feel a little woozy myself," said James. "I think it's the heat, but I can't be sure. Maybe we should stop the boat for a little while, have a look around." "I don't feel that great either," said Lynn. "But if there's a problem with the canal, it's probably worst here, near the center. I'd rather gun it for the Atlantic than sit and wait for it to get us, especially with John as bad as he is. And when we get back to the ship,
"We can have a nice cold drink of water? Get back to the ship?" asked James. Suddenly, Lynn vanished. "We're stopping the ship," said James. "I'm getting the captain. The rest of you, get your weapons ready. Kabbalists, prepare your names." He ran below deck. Thomas drew a pistol. Anna spoke the bulletproof name. She ribbed Azor.
"You going to give me grief about doing this without a proper Unsong license?" "You're not from Unsong," said Azor. "You're too nice." "That's not what I meant," said Anna. And then she saw the far-off look in his eyes. Something was getting him. "Amoxiel!" she shouted. "Tomas! Something's wrong with Azor!" Amoxiel was hovering a few feet in the air. Then he crashed, apparently half asleep. Tomas was already on the deck and seemed to be having some kind of seizure. Anna spoke the sanctifying name to bless the area. The air became cooler and fresher, but no one rose. She spoke the revelatory name to expose hidden dangers, but none showed themselves. She spoke the wakening name, tried to revive Amoxiel, but though the jolt of energy shot through her, it didn't rouse him at all. She ran downstairs to the cabins. James was on the floor right in front of the ship's bridge. The captain wasn't in the navigation room. The most important rule on the ship was to never enter the captain's cabin without his consent, which he never gave. But technically, opening the door wasn't breaking the rule. She flung it open, scanned the room for him. Nobody there. A bed, a deck, a bathroom. She couldn't see all of it from where she stood, but nowhere big enough for someone the captain's size to hide, even if he had wanted to. The man was missing. She checked the bridge. No one there either. Who was steering the ship? She ran upstairs. No one was steering the ship. It was just continuing in a line. Thank God the Culebra Cut was so perfectly straight. But soon they would come to the Gamboa Reach and crash right into the side of the canal. Okay, don't panic. Think. 3 things she had to do. Figure out what the danger was. See if she could revive the people on the ground or find that people who were gone. Steer the ship. Only one of those things did she have the slightest idea how to do, so she ran back into the bridge. She had kind of hoped it would be easy, with a big steering wheel and maybe a how to steer a ship manual sitting next to it. But it was just a lot of controls, and a device that was probably some sort of steering wheel, but much more complicated than the automotive variety. There were a whole host of sensors, all of which were broken except the radar, which was continuing to ping every couple of seconds. Hesitantly, as a test only, ready to turn it right back as soon as she felt anything, she turned the steering wheel. Either she was turning it wrong, or it was broken. Okay, steering the ship was out, for now. Figure out what the danger was. She was shaking. The rest of them were all gone. She was the only one left. Why wasn't she dead, or unconscious? Ping went the radar. Why was it, of everything on the ship, still working? Wait, no. There were 2 things that were still working. The radar and her. Why was she still working? Why had everyone else collapsed? Why had Lynn vanished? Think, Anna, think! Think like a Kabbalist. This was Tiferet, the Sephira of miracles, where the upper and lower worlds met, where left and right came together. The center of the whole design. Think like a Kabbalist. Then, oh no, that's even stupider than the thing with the locks. Anna stood on the poop deck. She only vaguely remembered the term. It meant an elevated area on the back of a ship. The not a metaphor had a poop deck. This was important. The moment she had dragged her companions from where they had fallen onto the poop deck, they started looking better. They stopped seizing. They breathed more easily. They weren't awake, but they didn't look like they were going to die either. She panted with exertion as she dragged the last one, Tomas, up the single step. James and the captain were below decks. There was no helping them. This was so stupid. But in a way it also made sense. This was Tiferet. It reversed the polarity of forces that entered it. God was one and his name was one. At a high enough level of abstraction, we were all one with our names. Reverse a name and you get, well, various things. Reverse Lynn's name and you get nil. Reverse most people's names and you get nonsense. Reverse Anna's name and nothing happened at all. Problem was, almost everything on the ship was Kabbalistic nonsense now. The crew, the captain, the steering system, especially the steering system, be broken and useless. As soon as the ship reached the end of the Calibra cut, it would smash into the side of the canal, and they would be done for. She ran back to the bridge, pulled the steering mechanism as hard as she could. No good. She pressed all the buttons she could think of. None of them were working. She ran back up to the deck, grabbing James's binoculars as she went. Looked out in front of her. There, coming ever closer, was the Gamboa turn. She considered her options. She could jump off the ship and swim to safety, then everyone else would die, and she would be stuck in Central America, and maybe get eaten by piranhas. She could run back to the bridge and bang on more buttons. She could... Anna Thurman did something very uncharacteristic. She fell to her knees and started praying. God, she said, I'm a theodician. I should know better than anyone else that you don't actually answer prayers, and I spent most of my life making silly jokes about the Torah and giving you grief for letting evil continue to exist. And now I'm with people who want to capture your boat and harass you. So, there's that. But, the problem with knowing theodicy is that it makes it really hard to pray. You can't say I'm in trouble, so please help me, because you know that many people are in trouble and die anyway. You can't say I was a good person, so help me, because you know that many people were very good and died anyway. Died. You can't say I know you have some plan for me that I haven't fulfilled yet, because you know that many people died without fulfilling anything. Some scholars say that prayer changes nothing, but that it is very important that you do it anyway. But when your ship is hurtling towards a rocky bank, such subtleties lose their compellingness. God, this is a really stupid way to die, said Anna. The ship continued its inexorable progress. If Muhammad won't go to the mountain must come to Muhammad. If the world wasn't going to make sense, Anna might as well use insane moon logic and see where it got her. She went into the galley, grabbed a piece of meat, stood there, on the poop deck. Okay, dog, she said. I haven't always believed in you. I mean, I've always believed in dogs, but no, this is stupid. Listen, if I let you have this piece of meat, will you save me and my friends? She watched in disbelief as a big black dog bounded up and sat in front of her. She was in Tiferet, the Heart Sephira, the Sephira of miracles. Dog, said Anna in disbelief. It was big. It reminded her of those black dogs that Yolda English had viewed as signs of death, the ones that would appear on windswept moors. It looked at her. Its eyes seemed too deep, too intelligent. Anna handed it the piece of meat, and it ate greedily. Good dog? She asked. The dog turned its head. Anna wasn't sure what that was supposed to mean. Very tentatively, Anna reached out and patted its head. At that precise moment, the Nada metaphor crossed straight through the heart of God, the dead center of the American continent. For a second, Anna saw all the connections, all the Sephirot in, how had Blake put it, in starry numbers fitly ordered. She saw the flow of energies, as above so below, as on the right so on the left, God becoming man, becoming God, all a perfect palindrome. She saw that the world was a palindrome, that the human body was a palindrome, that history was a palindrome, that the entire Bible was palindromes. Dumb mud, Madam in Eden, I'm Adam. Cain a maniac. Semite times, Egad no bondage, deed, tenet. Are we not drawn onwards, we Jews drawn onward to new era? Eged, a base life defiles a bad age, so let's use Jesus telos, dogma. I am God, deliverer re-reviled. Abba, deified. Did I do, oh God, did I as I said I do? Good, I did. And then the dog grabbed the meat and ran away behind the galley. The time Anna followed, it had disappeared. Wow, thought Anna to herself, that is definitely the weirdest thing that happened to me since I was possessed by an astral cactus person this afternoon, I guess. Then she looked up. The ship was still on course. The rocks of the Gamboa turn were straight ahead. Minutes now, if that. She ran back below decks. The dog wasn't there. Frantically, she opened the door to the bridge, hoping beyond hope she would find it, could convince it to do something. Hello, said a nice female voice. There was no one else there. "Who are you?" asked Anna suspiciously. "I am all your heart," said the voice. "Autopilot mode has been off for 19 years. Would you like to reactivate autopilot mode?" "There's an autopilot mode?" asked Anna. "The Comet King wrote the animating name on my hull. I am a ship and a golem. Autopilot mode is available for reactivation." "Yes," said Anna. "Yes, yes, 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 yes. Why didn't I know about you before?" The Comet King crossed the Panama Canal, reversing the animating name. Now the name is back in its proper configuration, and I am back online. They were in Tiferet, the Sephira of miracles. The Comet King never crossed the canal a second time. How did he pilot without you? "I do not have that information," said the autopilot. "Would you like to reactivate autopilot?" "Yes," said Anna. "Activate autopilot! Now! Save the ship!" Very slowly, she felt not a metaphor turn 6. Of its own accord, the ship navigated the Gamboa turn, then crossed the treacherous waters around Barrow, Colorado Island, into the expanse of Gatun Lake. All through the night it kept going, and the first hint of light broke over the eastern horizon right as the Gatun locks came into view. From the spot where Lynn had vanished, Anna took the Florida key and held it high, cast the motive name. The locks opened. As the first ray of sunlight touched the unconscious men on the poop deck, James, John, Thomas, Aaron, Simeon, and Amoxial rose anew, having been reversed and then returned to normal. The captain appeared from his cabin, dark glasses on as always, quiet as always, not even asking questions. "What happened?" asked James. "Where are we?" Then, "Where's Lynn?" "Tiferet happened," said Anna. "A Kabbalistic reverse polarity. You all became nonsense. Lynn became nil, and is gone. Only I was able to survive. We're at the Gatun locks, a skip and a jump away from open water. I prayed and God answered. James, the ship has an autopilot. It was Tiferet, the Sephira of miracles." "I've never seen you so excited before," James said. "Do you realize what this means?" asked Anna. "No, a talking ship. The Comet King had a talking ship. America is an epic." Not a metaphor entered the Atlantic Ocean and sailed into the rising sun. In a large and complicated system, there might be various things that are pleasing in his eyes. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com, Evany Eng, May 13, 2017. Las Vegas Holy Scripture only mentions vampires once, but once is enough. The context is Isaiah 34. God is doing his usual thing where he talks about all of the horrible curses that will befall someone who pissed him off, in this case the Edomites. He starts with standard fare. Everyone will die. The stink of their carcasses shall fill the land. The mountains will be melted with their blood. The stars will fall from the sky like withered leaves on a grapevine. The skies will dissolve. The streams will be filled with burning oil. Then he gets creative. He starts naming all the horrible animals that will come to dwell in Edom. Exactly which ones depends on your preferred translation. The King James Version translates these as unicorns, satyrs, and screech owls. The original Hebrew word translated screech owls is Lilith, and we may question King James's judgment. If God starts by promising unicorns and satyrs, screech owls are going to be something of a letdown.
What is being hidden from our tender sensibilities? We turn to the New International Version, which glosses Lilith as the more promising night creatures. A couple more translations along these lines, and we get to the New Revised Standard Version. It translates the same word as Lilith the Night Monster, which you have to admit is more interesting than screech owls. For the next reference to this figure, we have to go forward about 1,000 years to the Talmud. Rabbi Hanina writes, "One must never sleep in a house alone, for whoever sleeps in a house alone shall be seized by Lilith the Night Monster." Have I mentioned that the Talmud is kind of crazy? From there we go another 1,000 years, to a mysterious little 10th century text called the Alphabet of Ben Sira. One day King Nebuchadnezzar asked the Saint Ben Sira to heal his infant son.
The saint speaks a holy name, curing the baby instantly, and the king asks him to tell the story of how that name came to have such power. Ben Sira explains that when Adam was alone in the Garden of Eden, God created a female companion for him named Lilith. The two of them decided to have sex, but both of them wanted to be on top, and they got into a big argument, and finally Lilith spoke a name that granted her the power of flight and flew away. God sent a bunch of angels to get Lilith back, and they confronted her over the Red Sea, telling her that her purpose was to serve as a helpmate for Adam and primordial mother of the human race. Lilith said that she had a better idea. which was to become a night monster and kill 100 babies every day. The angels admitted that this sounded pretty awesome, so they let her go. But first of all, they made her swear that she would desist from her baby killing at the sound of a certain holy name. Thus Nebuchadnezzar's son's sudden recovery. Rabbi Isaac ben Jacob Cohen, who manages to have an unusually Jewish name even for a rabbi, continues the story by saying that Lilith married the demon Samael, seventh among Thamiel's lieutenants. Together they birthed a race of accursed children, the Lilith, who roam the night and suck men's blood for sustenance. Moffat's translation of the Bible just glosses Lilith as vampire, and I don't blame them, but Jewish legend usually portrays the Lilith as universally and visibly female, which meant the skeletal, black-robed forms attacking me right now were probably something else. I'd spotted them flying towards me right after waking up from my drug-induced haze. I'd spoken the spectral name, tried to hide. Then when they got closer, I'd found they didn't have eyes anyway, and had no problem zeroing in on my location. I shouted the tempestuous name and blew 2 of them off the edge of Trump Tower, smashing them into the big gold T beneath. The other 4 kept coming. Legend says the merely human dead can speak names, but whatever these things were, they were silent, didn't matter. One glance at their faces, not skulls per se, but human faces so gaunt and pale as to look skull-like, and I didn't doubt their lethality. I had just enough time to shout another tempestuous name, but they were ready for it this time, kept coming. Then Jane rocketed up from the street below. Fire flew from her fingers. She didn't even speak. These weren't the ordinary names of mortals. This was the magic of Yetzirah, the higher level that only saints and prophets could even access. Saints, prophets, and comet spawn. The undead withered and burnt. "Thanks," I said.
You are such a moron, and I am so angry, she answered. Jingxiang West, daughter of the Comet King. I saw it now. The same face I had seen in the newspapers. The drug lord had said he didn't recognize her because she wasn't shouting. I didn't have that excuse. She stood atop Trump Tower and surveyed the city of her archenemy, the man who had killed her father and was slowly besieging her people. She looked defiant, but then she kind of always did. Then it seemed like all over the city, black forms were rising into the sky and heading to Trump Tower. More than I could count. Swarms. Jane turned to me, grim but not afraid. "Tempestuous names and purifying names," she said, "aimed at whoever's closest. I can handle the rest." Dozens of them descended on us at once then, coming from all sides. Jingxiang answered with fire and light as I spoke, tempestuous name after tempestuous name, trying to keep them from us long enough to catch them with her flames. Dozens fell. None of them made a sound, not even the ones who were on fire. I missed one of the dead. It landed on the roof, moved with more than human speed, and grabbed Jane's right arm. The great sword sai appeared in Jane's left hand, and she cut off its head. But her hand had turned gray where the creature's arm had touched it, and she was shaking it, as if willing away the pain. While she was distracted, at least a dozen undead landed on the tower. Jane raised her hand, tried to fry them, but only small bursts of fire came out. I screamed names at them, purifying names, tempestuous names, even the fulminant name. A few stopped coming, the rest continued. "Jane!" I shouted. "Do something!" Jane just glared at me. She was overwhelmed and she knew it. Then someone else was on the roof, someone moving so fast I could see only a blaze of gold hair. One of the creatures fell, then another. A new voice sang names clearly. A lithe body kicked and twirled with the precision of a martial artist. The undead were gone. There, in the middle of Trump Tower, I saw the same face I had seen in movies and comic books 100 times, mostly in situations just like this one. The same blonde hair, the same bronze skin, the same beautiful blue eyes. "Holy God," I said. "Are you Buffy the Vampire Slayer?" She blinked. "Don't you recognize me?" she pled. "I'm your computer, Sarah. Did I do good?" "I feel like I am being kept in the dark about certain things," Jingxiang said menacingly. We felt it before we saw it. A sense of something stirring, of old power awakening. Then a form in a dark scarlet robe shot out of the Luxor pyramid, started flying towards us. The black-robed swarm stopped what they were doing and all flew towards him at once, a single red spark with an army at his flank. I saw Jingxiang flinch in horror. "We've got to get out of here," she said. "How?" I asked. The vanishing name would just go back to Unsong or somewhere equally horrible.
They could see through invisibility. They could fly through the air. Our options were shrinking down to zero. Jane said nothing. Okay, I said. Wait a second.
Jane, I know this sounds stupid and I'm really sorry, but in theory, if I had your 7th beanie baby, would that mean that there was...
Give it to me, said Jinxiang, and she tore the backpack off my back. When all she saw in it was dirty clothes and the apple-aid, she unscrewed the top of the bottle, took out the 7th sparkling purple dragon, gave me a glare that could have frozen hell, and then took the other 6 out of her own pack. She arranged them on the ground in the shape of a heptagram, started tracing invisible lines between them with her fingers. Whatever you're doing, it better be fast, I said. I hate to use a cliché like blotted out the sky, but there was no other way to describe the legions of the dead. They rushed towards us, a huge black sheet settling over Las Vegas Strip, and at their head, the other king, who as far as I knew hadn't left his pyramid since that fateful day at Never Summer. Until now. Step in the heptagram, Jinxiang ordered. Sarah and I joined her inside the ring of purple dragons. Sarah looked at me pleadingly for guidance. I had nothing to say, so didn't say it. Vanishing name, said Jinxiang. Now? But won't it just... Now! Jinxiang, Sarah, and I all spoke the vanishing name. Dasit Zamrush, Shan Severlas Kyon. The other 2 were faster than I. She, a comet spawn. She, something new, something I didn't understand, but built to be the fastest name-speaking system in the world. They vanished before I did. I stood there, alone, chanting, as the black-robed forms split in 2 sides, parted like the Red Sea to let their ruler pass. Through the opening came the other king, dressed in scarlet. I couldn't see any hint of his body, no hands, no face, just that robe. Dalathan, try. It was so close to me now. Aaron Smith-Teller spoke the other king directly into my mind. I freaked out. How could it do that without a Kabbalistic marriage? Also, was there anyone who didn't know my true name anymore? Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, I thought. And I panicked, my tongue tripping over itself, almost flubbed the last part of the vanishing name. Kofo, I said as quickly as I could. Limar, Aaron Smith-Teller, it said again. This was the thing that had killed the Comet King. This was the thing even the drug lord was afraid of. This thing could raise the dead. Maybe was dead itself. This was the thing that ruled over a city named after the fallen ones. The thing that had toppled empires and broken the back of the Free West. Somehow I knew, even then, that it wasn't over between us. That whatever I had been given the vital name for, whatever divine plan had saved me from the drug lord and my own idiocy. This thing was a part of it. But I had only 1 syllable left in the vanishing name. Whatever reckoning was going to happen wouldn't happen today. The thought of impending safety filled me with a wild recklessness, a freedom bordering on rage. Go away, I thought at the thing, or as God is my witness, I'll do what my father did. You hear me? I will do what my father did. The monstrosity stopped, and I thought I detected, in the vast mind, a budding mind, something interrogative, almost a touch of curiosity. Dan, I concluded, and as the power of the vanishing name swirled around me, I sent a final thought to the other king. I will disappear somewhere far away and spend the rest of my life trying not to think about the fact that you exist. Then I felt space snap and resigned myself to whatever awaited me on the other side. End of Book 2. Happy New Year,